All set? Good. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this June 3rd, 2024 meeting of the Charlotte City Council Transportation Planning and Development Committee. As usual, we will start with introductions, beginning in that corner.
Kathy Cornett, planning staff. Heather Miller,
Gary Lansdale, Planning Commission. Just roll those please.
Monica Holmes, Deputy Planning Director.
Allison Craig, planning director.
Alicia Osborne, planning staff.
Marjorie Molina, committee member, vice chair.
Ed Driggs, committee chair.
Marcus Jones, city manager.
Liz Babson, Assistant City Manager.
Beverly Sanders, Communication and Marketing.
Brent Cagle, Interim CEO, CATS.
Lynn Alexander, Charlotte Transportation.
Brett Baldeck, Cats.
Brandon Hunter, Cats.
Rob Nanfeld, Reedick.
Mary Ramsey, the Charlotte Observer.
Great. Welcome, everybody. And online?
Good morning, it's Renee Johnson, committee member.
Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem District 1. And also, we can't see the video online. We can only see the coming up next slide if you guys are actually live with video.
Are we live for video?
Yes.
Anybody else online?
Renee Askew, assistant city manager.
Good morning, Renee.
Victoria.
All right, well, let's get started. We have three topics today: a CATS update, a community area planning update, and the compact development update. And I expect there'll be some discussion about that last one, but let's begin with the CATS update from Mr. Cagle.
Yes, sir, thank you. So I'll try to be brief in my update. Item number one, CATS, as we reported last month, is still awaiting information from the FTA on the special maintenance review. That review began last year and is ongoing. We know that it is close to, the FTA is close to releasing their draft summary report, but they have not done that yet. So we will keep the committee informed as that progresses. Another thing to note, this weekend, June 8th and 9th, Saturday and Sunday, is our annual rail shutdown. That is the opportunity for us to literally shut down the blue line and the gold line to provide extensive maintenance along the alignment. Again, this is an annual event. But don't fear if you are planning to use the blue line or the gold line this weekend. CATS will be operating a bus bridge to provide passengers with service along those alignments. We are advertising that both in social media, through our app, and physically on the platforms along the blue line and gold line. So that is this weekend. Frequently, this committee and the MTC has asked for status of the truck overhauls. Currently, we have 6 vehicles that have received the overhauls and are back at property and in service. We have 2 vehicles out receiving the overhauls. They're both in Florida. And we have 2 vehicles that have been returned to us from the overhauls, but they are not back in service yet. There requires field testing. Once the vehicles come back from service, they need to be tested along the alignment, but not in revenue service. And so that testing is ongoing. One of those vehicles is also undergoing the upfit for the new technology system. So again, both being tested for the new technology as well as the overhaul, the out of revenue service updates or testing once they've been serviced. A couple other summary items. When it comes to safety and security, CATS takes the safety and security of our operators and our passengers very seriously. Over the month of April, which is the most recent reporting month, we did have 3 incidents involving buses where there were minor injuries reported. In all cases, in all 3 of those cases, a personal vehicle made contact with the bus, and passengers had reported minor injuries and wanted to be treated, so they were treated on scene. There was one other incident with a minor injury, a moped or electric vehicle made contact with a pedestrian inside of the transit center. Private vehicles of any sort are not supposed to be cutting through the transit center. In this instance, one did. And there was an incident, again, minor injuries, but that was an oddity. That was the first one that I think we've recorded of that nature, but there was a minor injury with that. And then there was one rider on a paratransit vehicle or STS vehicle. A personal vehicle made contact with a paratransit vehicle while a passenger was on board, and they requested transport by medic. Again, minor injuries, and they were all right. For ridership, we've been watching ridership closely as we continue our recovery. A couple things about ridership. April marked the fourth month in a row when our missed trips were under 1%. Again, that's effectively zero, so we've now had a pretty good sustained period of under 1% missed trips. We do believe that that is directly related to adequate staffing, which we have on the bus side, and we think that that factors into some of the increases we're seeing in ridership. Overall, we saw total system ridership show an increase of 18.5% year over year compared to April 2023. Our local bus routes were 18%. Our express routes, the local express routes were a 19.7% increase. The regional express routes were an 18.4% increase. On the rail services, we saw overall rail ridership increase by 21.4%. The blue line accounted for 22.6% increase. And great news, the gold line saw an 11.5% increase year over year. I say that is great news because the gold line is the one area, while we have seen consistently increasing ridership throughout the system, the gold line is the one area where we had seen passenger decreases along the gold line. We believe that that is directly attributable to us reducing headways from 30 minutes to 20 minutes along the gold line about 6-7 weeks ago. And so we're seeing that frequency matters with transit. We all know that, and the gold line is showing that. And so we're very happy to show an increase in ridership for the gold line April to April. Another thing, as we've now started to have missed trips under control below 1%, we are also wanted to start reporting on and letting you know that we are watching on-time performance. Missed trips is a very important metric, but so is on-time performance. And so a little bit about on-time performance. When we think about on-time performance, most passengers think about on-time performance when the bus is late, right? When it's not there, when it's later than it's supposed to be. We look at on-time performance on either side of the transaction. If the bus is scheduled to be there at a certain time, if it's too early, it's not on time. If it's too late, it's not on time. It's approximately a 5-minute window of grace period for the buses. And again, on-time performance, we look at on-time performance across all of our modes, but this is really relevant to fixed route service. The other modes are, generally speaking, very high in on-time performance just by the nature of rail. So industry standard would be about 85% OTP. That's what we would shoot for. That's what most transit agencies shoot for in fixed route service. We are currently at 79.7% on-time performance. So as we are now have missed trips under control, we are working with National Express. We've created a on-time performance task force, and we are looking at ways that we can increase OTP in our fixed route service, because while missed trips has been important, OTP is as well. Paratransit on-time performance is at about 92.4%, Blue Line at 99%, and Gold Line at about 93%. So again, OTP, we measure it for all modes, but it's really the most relevant in fixed route service. With that, that is the conclusion of my update.
Thank you, Mr. Cagle. Before we take questions, I'd like to welcome Dr. Watlington, committee member and at-large council member, to the call. Good morning.
Good morning, thank you.
And do I have questions? I have a couple myself. You mentioned the injuries and detailed those in a way that we haven't normally heard. So for context, is that a kind of normal level, or is that an unusual level of injuries?
Yeah, so there is no normal level, and so let me back up. I was providing you the same information that I normally provide as the CEO report out to the MTC. As we sort of have worked through the work group items, I wanted to start bringing in the information that we share on a monthly basis to the MTC. So that's why this feels like new information, but it is reported. So to your direct question, is 3 a lot? That is a measure. We want it to be 0, but we know that is frequently out of our control. That measure is very odd in that sometimes it spikes and sometimes it's low. And the reason for that is it can be 11, 12, 15. And when you see something like that happen, what it usually means is a personal vehicle has struck a fully loaded bus. And so when that happens, the passengers on board, they're jarred. It's jarring. It's an accident. And they ask for a medic. These are generally minor incidents. They are not major. If they were major, we would report them as such, but these are generally minor incidents. And so 3, there is no really average on this. It's sort of up and down, and it depends on the circumstances, but you can see it go very high into the 11, 12, 14 range. But usually what that indicates is it's one incident with a full bus where a private vehicle has struck the bus.
So that hasn't come up because it's a source of some new concern. That's just information you haven't been sharing with us.
That is correct. It's not a source of new concern, but it is something that we monitor on a routine basis,
Right.
Per FTA guidelines.
So otherwise, I would just note, very encouraging that we've seen that increase in ridership. We are, to be fair, though, still below pre-pandemic levels, right? Because this gets some media coverage. So
that is correct.
We're working our way back, and it's not really certain, given the change in people's work habits and so on, what ultimate recovery we can expect in ridership. I mean, do you have a particular target in mind that you think is attainable, or how do we measure that?
We don't have a target. We obviously want to continue to see passenger levels increasing always. What I would say is post-pandemic, in the beginning of sort of the post-pandemic era, CATS's recovery was lagging what other transit agencies across the nation saw. So we are encouraged in that we continue to see increases in ridership, but we're also encouraged that we are now right in line with most other transit agencies. But you are correct, we still have not fully recovered from pre-pandemic.
Great. So unless anybody else has anything, I guess, Mr. Cagle, thank you for the report, and as always for your leadership of CATS.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Our second agenda item is community area planning update. Ms. Craig, do you want to introduce that one?
Sure. I know we have spent a lot of time over the last few months talking about the UDO, but there are other important planning initiatives going on right now, and that includes community area planning. And I wanted to have Alicia give you a brief update as to what her group is doing and what you'll see in the fall. Because when we have our next committee meeting, we will be very soon after that kicking off our fall workshop. So I wanted you to have some advance understanding of that. So I will turn it over to Lisa.
Thank you, Allison. Next slide, please. Thank you all for the opportunity to share a quick update. I do want to, before I begin, acknowledge the Brain Trust in the back that's helping to lead the work. Catherine Mahoney and Kathy Cornett, they really are helping to make sure that this process goes smoothly and that it is everything that the community expects and wants, and engagement and sound policy for how we grow and develop. So as Allison mentioned, we have been working with the community since the adoption of the comprehensive plan to make sure that everyone sees themselves in this process. And so by doing that, we started the community area planning process early last year, really taking the broader concepts within the comprehensive plan to a more neighborhood level and producing community area plans in 14 geographies around the community. And so we are now currently in phase 3 of that project. The first 2 phases were around setting the stage, existing conditions, helping people to understand how they can help to create better places that connect to the things that they want and need in their communities, as well as to opportunities around housing and employment. Next slide. And so what I wanted to highlight in this quick update is there are 2 major components within the community area plan, and that's an update to the 2040 policy map. As you all may recall, the council adopted the first policy map back in March of 22, so that was 9 months after the comprehensive plan. And what that map does and what it has done is created an updated land use guidance, policy guidance for the entire city at one time. So no one neighborhood was left behind in having current policy. And so that map is being used to make capital investment decisions, land development decisions, investment decisions by our development community and our residents and businesses. And so we have started that communication or engagement back in 2021. And as you can see, we put this map together to show with each iteration of the map, we've gotten fewer and fewer comments. That doesn't mean people aren't engaged. That means that the map is getting better and better and better each time. Think of it as a remodeling project in your house. Each time you do it, you get a little bit better at it. And so this past iteration of the map, we've received so far 50 comments, but we've used the same process that we've used before throughout the iterations of the map. And so this fall, as part of the community area planning workshops, the community will have additional opportunities to provide information or their feedback on that map. There's a current version of that map out now. And it's been open for 90 days and closes in the middle of June. And so another iteration of that map will come back out right before we go into the workshops. And so what that means is that the community will have an additional opportunity to participate and share their comments on the map. Next slide, please. And so here are the key dates and the iterations of that map. What this shows, this process intentionally shows, is that we're listening and revising and iterating, making sure that we're responding to what we hear from our internal and external partners as to how to get it right in terms of this policy map as well as the community area plans. So our next step will be in the fall. We kick off our workshops in September. And then we'll have draft community area plans and a third version of the map for the public as well as our internal partners to review next winter and hopefully review an adoption after that. With that update, I will pause for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne. Any questions?
Yes. Just really quickly, Ms. Osborne, first of all, thank you for your work. I think this is important to note that we still have, some community touch points, and it's encouraging. The one thing that I think I'm wondering about is the UNCC partnership.
Oh, yes. So we have Catherine and Kathy have really been working closely with UNCC to host focus groups.
Okay.
We have different parties that want to share their information. They're actually going to convene those groups for us, which provides a different level of engagement. Sometimes people don't want to be transparent or show everything or share everything with us. So UNCC is our partner in doing that and hosting those focus groups. We did it last spring, I think, with them. And so, but they were leading their process and they've come on board to help us with this process as well.
Okay. No, that's really good. So the one thing that I think, I love partnerships. I think the better we can partner, the better, right? We are. And you got all of that young talent incubating over there, right? That it's untapped. Their skill set is research, right? So I'm really interested in the outcome of that, exercise. I'd like to know more.
We'll make sure that we are creating a briefing book for you all where it shares how the community is being engaged and the different impacts of the process for each council district. So we'll make sure, we'll have those ready by the fall after your break. And so you'll see how the engagement process is being impacted per your district and those partnerships.
That'd be great. Thank you, Steve.
You're welcome.
That's all I have.
So, for clarity, I just want to repeat, we are working on updates to the policy map. Drafts of those updates are being exposed to the public for feedback. The intention is that the policy map won't be modified by this process until the time comes when we adopt the manuals and the policy map. And then I guess the other thing to emphasize is the policy map is what actually gives effect to the results of this process. The manuals, as I understand it, do not modify the UDO and basically capture the essence of the area on the basis of which the policy map is being updated, if that's a fair statement. But
Yes.
could you describe the manual a little bit? Because
So
I
the
think
manual
that's
is-
the essence of
The
this.
manual is kind of like a user guide. It tells you how to use the map, how to modify the map, the process and how we produce the map. So it's kind of a user guide, and it captures the methodology and as well as how the map was produced and how to change it. And from a user perspective, not just staff, how do we use it, but how the community should use it as well. So it's a user guide that will accompany the map to make sure that we're all on the same page about the purpose, the intent, and how to use it or change it in the future.
But then there's also, for each of the 14 areas, going to be what I thought was the manual, but a report.
A document, yes.
A document,
A
right? So
document,
that's the
yes.
thing I think I was thinking about. And that is also in development?
Yes, we are working on those currently, the 14 plans, which will include the elements that are in the process. The process on the first slide that shows existing conditions, what are how is the lay of the land today, what types of places are we trying to create for each of those, within those 14 geographies, and then what types of projects and programs do we need to support. And that's what the fall workshops will be about. How do we make sure that we realize that vision in each of the 14 geographies? So we're working with our partners, our other functional departments like transportation, fire, water, to make sure that we're creating comprehensive plans that say, as we grow, here's what we need to support that growth in each of the 14 geographies. And then that will be captured within a document called a community area plan for each one of those geographies that we will be requesting adoption by council.
But then again, that community area plan captures the kind of character of each of the 14 areas to customize the
Yes,
process of the
customize.
UDO a bit. Doesn't actually modify the UDO, though.
No, it does
right?
not. It's policy.
And so any changes in policy related to the area planning process will be through the map,
Yes,
right? And the map would reflect then residential type of development, the nature of the area, and so on. And with any luck, that will address some of the concerns that people have about the UDO, which has been a kind of one-size-fits-all and which has caused certain areas. And Ms. Craig, would that also take on board things like targeted growth areas and some of the other concepts that we've talked about?
I mean, I think it'll be a combination. You'll have some policy discussions and area planning, but then we're also going to have some regulatory guidance that we will be talking about as part of Phase 3 in the work that we're doing with UDO. So I think it'll be a combination between the two.
Good. Just want to make sure on an ongoing basis that we remind everybody about this process, because I'm not sure people know exactly what to expect. So, but I think it will be a very welcome change when people around Charlotte can see themselves more clearly in an area plan than they could in UDO.
Right.
So appreciate that work. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Ms. Johnson.
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. If there's someone in the public or members of the public that would like information on how to get engaged and find out when these dates are, is there a certain website that they can look at, or can they send an email that they're getting the information, or how do they stay engaged to obtain more information?
so we've thank you for that question, Councilmember Johnson. We've been intentional in making sure that how we contact people and how they find out where we are stays the same for the past 5 years, I think you can use our CLT Future 2040 website. And that holds the count of our landing page for everything in terms of engagement. And if they want to sign up for our email blast, they can do it all on that website. And that's at the bottom of the screen on this slide.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor Miles has joined us. No further questions.
No further questions. Good. Well, thank you, Ms. Osborne.
Thank you.
And Ms. Craig, we will charge straight ahead to compact development. And I'll just mention, by way of preamble here, we, at our last zoning meeting, basically closed a loophole in the conservation option that was frankly being used by developers to achieve higher densities than, and in a way that we didn't intend. So that has been kind of put back to doing what it was supposed to do, and is expected, I believe, to apply to about a sixth or so of petitions. But now what we're talking about is another change that will basically partially replace some of the opportunity that was created unintentionally by the conservation, which is compact development. So, and we are hoping to get this acted on in our next zoning meeting. So, hope I didn't steal your introduction, Ms. Craig, but please go for it.
No, you did not, actually. I'm actually going to start off with a quote from a LinkedIn post from a colleague, Craig Lewis, because I think it's nice to sometimes hear things from other people and hear their perspective. And so what he posted last week was, much has been written about the need for missing middle housing, but when an unregulated market, one without design standards, just basic zoning setbacks, height, and density, is delivering the image below, which is a sea of driveways and without trees of lots of units. It's not hard to understand why neighbors object. Fully paved front yards, zero landscaping, no eyes on the street from front rooms, and the lack of a prominent entry that says welcome neighbor. Additionally, these projects are often located in places devoid of nearby neighborhood services, making walking undesirable and doubling down on car dependency. The worst parts of density are almost all about car management, both storage and circulation. A few simple design changes could easily turn this into a positive without impacting its affordability. So I say all that to say is like, we've got 3 phases of adjustments that we're wanting to make with the UDO, and they relate to some challenges and opportunities that we have. And the challenge that we have is an inability to regulate design like other states do. So we really don't have the same toolkit that many other states that are implementing missing middle housing have. And that's creating some challenges for us as we kind of navigate.
Right?
By statute, yes, it's in
statute.
North Carolina state
Yeah.
statutes. The opportunity that we have that many other places have is we have land, developable land. And so what we're trying to do through a series of 3 phases of text amendments is make sure that we are using as many design tools as we have to get the right development types, and then ultimately prioritizing additional density where we have access to services. So where we're less dependent on our car. Doesn't mean that the car is going to go away, but making sure that we're aligning development with access to services. And so, like you mentioned, we've got conservation that, of course, went into effect on May 20th. And now today we're going to talk about compact development with a hope that council can act on that this month so that can go into effect before you go out on break. So I'm going to turn it over to Monica to talk about what the compact development form is proposed to look like, and then give you a quick preview of the phase 3 part. So.
Great. Next slide. So let's get started, and please let's ask questions along the way, because this can be pretty nuanced and detailed. And that's just the nature of this type of technical work. So we're going to try to keep it as informative as possible and at a level that we can understand without getting too far into the weeds. So we'll first go over how we got here, just to really frame the conversation, then look at some of the numbers, because I think the numbers are really important and telling. Then some of the observed issues that we've had under the UDO. I'm really proud to say we're 1 year and 3 days into, or 2 days, tomorrow will be 3 days into implementation with the UDO, and we're learning a lot rapidly. And then how we are addressing those issues. Again, Allison just touched on some of those things with conservation, compact, and then the phase 3 text amendment, right sizing supply. Our timeline, and then make sure we save time for discussion. So I first want to just frame the conversation, and I'm really glad that Alicia was able to give an update on area planning and kind of touch on the comprehensive plan. So we are almost 3 years into the city's first comprehensive plan and vision, and that had 10 major goals associated with it, and how Charlotte Future 2040. So it was number one, 10-minute neighborhoods, neighborhood diversity and inclusion, housing access, transit and trail-oriented development, safe and equitable mobility, healthy, safe, and active communities, integrated natural and built environment, economic opportunity, identity and charm, and fiscally responsible. And I want to read all 10 of those to really make sure that we are rooting this conversation in the fact that we have 10 goals and priorities. And if we weigh heavily and basically only pick one goal to move forward, then we're really disregarding the other 9 goals in the comprehensive plan. So I feel like that is a very important takeaway from this, that we can't forget the 10-minute neighborhoods and access to neighborhood services, or the really importance around our tree canopy and our natural and built environment, or the fiscal responsibility that we have around infrastructure and private and public infrastructure. So we're really constantly checking back in with these 10 goals and making sure that our tools in the toolbox in the UDO are rooted in this. Next slide. So again, how we are framing this is really that last column. So we are at a phase now where we are putting that policy into action. We're working with the UDO. You've probably seen this graphic many times before, but we are in that last column today talking about compact development. Some of the work around the strategic investment areas is really in partnership with this UDO work. Again, focusing infrastructure where we want growth and development, taking the policy, putting it into action and implementation, and how we actually get the regulations to get there. Next slide. So a little preview of Neighborhood 1 by the number. So just to remind everybody, all the text amendments that we are focused on in this phase 1, 2, 3 focus in that yellow part of the map. Neighborhood 1 zoned land in the city and the ETJ combined. That's a little over 50% of the total land in the city of Charlotte. So it's a lot of land, right? That's a good number. We have a little over 11,000 acres of 2-acre plus parcels in the city and the ETJ that are zoned for Neighborhood 1 that are developable. We are defining developable as meaning they're either vacant, they have nothing on them, they're underdeveloped, meaning they may have one house on a 2-acre parcel out in the ETJ or in kind of a more suburban context, or they are a use that's kind of a use that might not be, they might have a vacant building on it. About so that's about 55% within the city of Charlotte of that 11,300 acres, and about 45% the ETJ. So you kind of see, and I'll show a map later where it'll have those parcels in blue, and you'll really see that a lot of it is not inside what people from Charlotte might call Route 4. A lot of it's not inside that, Eastway, Sugar Creek, Wendover Loop, right? A lot of it is much further out than that. We're talking about 485 and beyond. So 24% of total acres in the city and ETJ that are in that 11,300 are within the critical and protected watershed or the airport noise overlay. Now, why is this important? The critical and protected watershed is our drinking water. So that has additional development regulations on it, but it is from a policy structural perspective, an area we want to protect. The airport noise overlay is also an area we do not necessarily want to encourage more residential development. They have noise impacts due to runways and sounds from airplanes. So we really want to look at those two areas in partnership. These are 2 new additions that you might not have seen before, the last ones. And so I want to just really, again, focus in on when we talk about that 2+ acres developable parcels, that is the majority, vastly the majority of where we are seeing duplex and triplex development. So we have infill missing middle, which is what other cities, Minneapolis, Portland, Austin, other cities that have adopted missing middle policy and missing middle regulations do not have 11,300 acres. So what they are seeing is, what they're trying to encourage is that infill missing middle, and we want to encourage that too. We've seen about 256 in permitting as of Friday. We had about 256 duplexes in permitting that were infilled, meaning a single lot in a existing neighborhood that was becoming a duplex, and about 45 triplexes. That's total units, that's not buildings. So that is, that is 100 and whatever duplexes and 15 triplexes, if that makes sense.
So just to be clear, missing middle means what's between apartments and single-family homes?
Yes, that's kind of that is the industry
That's a
nomenclature is missing
Variety of
middle.
types,
Yeah,
like the duplexes and the triplexes and townhomes presumably.
yes,
Yeah.
because what you have happening is a kind of dumbbell over the past 20 to 30 years where you have a lot of single-family homes being built, a lot of apartments being built, and they call it the missing middle because the middle in between those two has not been built for a lot of different reasons, but.
And you made one more point. You said, how many are in existing neighborhoods right now?
So this 256 and 45 are what is we consider infill, meaning they had a single lot and they pulled a permit to do a single standing duplex or triplex. So it is not a part of a larger development. So that is only about 5 to 7% of the total number of duplexes and triplexes we are seeing. So we're still pulling the numbers on that last one because it's we just changed the ordinance last Monday, or the 20th, so 2 weeks ago. So we're pulling updated on that, but that's the range that we've seen based on the information we have to date. So
But those are probably the most controversial ones.
They are.
the infill ones are controversial. The thing is with the last ones is they are very controversial that over an acre, depending on where you live. Is it next to you? Do you know what's happening? Because of how long it takes to get through permitting, construction drawings, into actual construction, that last one, developments over 1 acre, we're not seeing them out of the ground yet. So they're in permitting, people know they're occurring, but they're not, like you can't drive by and see 20 houses under construction vertical, if that makes sense. So this is just what has made it through permitting or cleared what we call gateway, meaning it's past, it's vested. It's past the point of where it can change. If they keep continuing forward, they can build it, basically.
Councilmember Johnson has a question.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. I wanted to ask about the 5 or 6% that are in the neighborhoods, the infill developments. Could we get a map of those those petitions? And also, how many of those, and I imagine it's close to 100%, but would we know how many of those are in neighborhoods that don't have HOAs?
Sure. I don't know if we could pull it exactly knowing if they have an HOA or not. I mean, if they're building it, then likely there's not a deed restriction on the property. So you could make the assumption that it doesn't have a deed restriction. Maybe it has an HOA, but not a restriction in duplexes and triplexes. But we could look at the map and make some informed guesses, assumptions based on what we're seeing. From what we've seen thus far is these are occurring throughout the city. It's not like they're focused, from what we know, it's not like they're focused all in District X, if that makes sense. So we'll get a map and we can run the numbers of how many are in which district and more geographically based.
One of our concerns for the opponents of that provision in the 2040 plan was that there was going to be a disparity in where these developments were built because they were in areas that didn't have the HOAs. So I'd like to compare that map to the map that we had when we were reviewing the policy. I think there were only 33% of the areas in Charlotte that didn't have an HOA. So I'm curious, because this is one of those foreseeable things that we talked about.
Yeah, the state legislature, and we can get more details on it, have made some tweaks and changes to deed restrictions and HOAs where it's there are, like, we know some of these are happening. I believe in Beverly Woods, or some neighborhoods that you might historically think have HOAs and deed restrictions, but because of some changes in the legislature and the applicability, we are seeing these fairly geographically dispersed. But we'll get a map together and run the numbers so that we can present that back to y'all and have a more robust conversation around it.
And then let me ask you, because these are by right, it's possible, it's possible that the real estate transaction have been executed or they're complete, but the permits just haven't been filed. Is that correct? I mean, couldn't there be more in the pipeline that we're not seeing?
Definitely there could be more in the pipeline or in the works per se. I mean, yes, there could be. I mean, what we've seen thus far is it's not, to my knowledge, it's not drastic spikes in valleys. This compared to the bottom one is a drip versus a flood. I mean, the large developments, we've seen very large quantities. That infill number, it seems, I know it is large, and if you live near it, maybe you feel like it's large, but that in comparison is a very small number in comparison to what we've seen on the other end of the spectrum.
Okay, and then last question, this may not be for this meeting, but there was some concern about development in the ETJs. It was brought up during the last public hearing, and I wanted to know from Ms. Craig, is there any consideration to making changes in the ETJ, in the development in the ETJs?
So Monica's going to cover this a little later in the presentation, but this compact development form, which is intended to be the primary tool for subdivisions going forward, what we're proposing would limit how this is applied in the ETJ. So Monica will cover that a little bit later, and then we can, if that doesn't answer your question, we'll circle back to it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so, did you want to speak?
Really quickly, Mr. Chair. So the one right below it, the 93 to 95% of all missing middle is permitted in developments that are greater than an acre. So they have to be greater than an acre to be permitted?
They do not, just that is the trend we're seeing. So what the trend we're seeing is that, that's about 300 units, that infill missing middle, that's about 300 units total. We're saying that we're seeing that only represents 5% of all the duplexes and triplexes permitted because everything else is coming in over an acre.
Okay.
That's not a regulation per se, that's just what the trend is.
Is there a particular regulation for that?
Well, that's what compact and conservation would put some parameters around that size and scale and uses and allowed, basically, and some geographical constraints around it.
Do you remember last committee meeting, we had that 3,000 units were vested and 5,000 units had been submitted. So that constitutes that 93 to 95%.
Yeah, so we're still finalizing the numbers, but you can kind of do some napkin math around 93 to 95%.
Okay.
It's somewhere in that range,
Got it.
basically.
Okay, I'm better. I'm good. All right,
Yeah.
thanks.
So I would just like to note, I think back when we were talking about the 2040 plan and we did the economic impact analysis and those studies, we did see maps that showed where the single-family zoning was, what percentage of it was subject to HOA. And what was apparent from that was, as you would expect, there was a large correlation between no HOA and the lower income neighborhoods. And that's why some of us who objected then to the whole 2040 plan said, here's an unintended consequence waiting to present itself. We are diverting people towards those places that we, in many instances, that we would like to preserve. So I just wanted to expand a little on what Ms. Johnson said. The question is, what can we do about that?
Yeah, and I think, again, we'll pull the maps, but it has not, that has not played out as a hard and fast. We are seeing those happen in the southeastern wedge.
Okay, good. Carry on.
Okay, next slide. So just some background. We've been having this conversation almost the year from the original referral of when we really were talking about We're seeing, it was the Lexington, we're talking about entire developments of duplexes and triplexes, which are really on the ground, and we're going to talk about them today, manifesting as townhouses, and locations not necessarily suited for 2 times, 3 times the density based on the existing infrastructure and their location. So we have been talking over the course of this year in 3 categories for potential changes: the quantity, the quality, and the location. So everything you're seeing now in phase 1, 2, and 3 is really hitting those 3 categories in different ways. So first, it's the quantity of units, requiring a mix of housing types in developments. Originally, we had over 5 acres. We're now recommending that down to 2, but that was the original referral. Specifically in areas that are in 1A and in 1B, and that's what I'll continue talking about today. The quality, making sure that we are modifying the development standards to increase open space, to have appropriate buffers between development, to require public infrastructure. And then last, which gets to the ETJ question, is the location and what locational qualities are appropriate to have larger developments that are townhouses, duplexes, triplexes, townhouses, and how do we want to address that in areas that are not necessarily targeted for growth. Next
So
slide.
could you clarify, back to that slide, require a mix of housing types? Can we be clear about what it is we mean by that?
Sure,
Do we
that was
mean
the-
not excessive duplexes and triplexes, or what's the kind of idea that we have about what that should look like?
And I'll get into it a little bit further about the specifics. And the goal, the original referral was, should we require a mix? Should we look at and say you have to have X number of single family? And we've done a lot of testing and site testing around it. And we feel like we've landed in a space that is taking that into account and really balancing kind of what the market wants with what the intended outcome is. So,
But require a mix is aimed at actually putting a cap on the density, if you will.
it is, yes.
We're pushing back
yes.
against excess in
Yes,
this area, right?
yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
So again, the schedule we are following is conservation phase 1, which really addressed the quality and quantity of that original tool that was adopted May 20th. Compact is coming before you all for hearing on June 17th and potential adoption on June 24th. That is kind of the new tool that will take the place in appropriate locations for what we call more modern housing supply, smaller lots, more attached products, more duplexes. And then the phase 3 residential supply, right-sizing supply is really how we're calibrating and applying the lessons learned over the past year and what are best practices. So are we allowing ADUs, accessory dwelling units, and are we seeing them get built? Are we allowing cottage courts, which is a tool that allows, again, small footprint homes around an open space? We have them in the ordinance. It's not being used. How can we get that to be used? And then the last piece, which is going to have a lot of conversation around it, is in these areas targeted for growth, strategic investment areas, centers, and transportation corridors, do we want to allow stacked quads and townhouses? Because that is the form we're seeing, and that gets us to that higher density and more supply. So we want to have a more robust conversation around that in phase 3 as well.
So phase 3, what is the timeline? I think there's still, in my mind, a certain lack of clarity about exactly what's going to happen as a result of phase 3. That will be another text amendment that
Yes.
addresses these issues?
Yes.
And what is the sort of time frame in which we expect to see that?
So I'm going to end today on some slides
Okay, all right.
specifically around the goals of phase 3. We have not put dates down as like this is the hard, because we know phase 3 is going to take a lot of work and community conversation with that. So our plan is to do research this summer as soon as Compact is adopted, really deep dive into all the tools that are listed there, best practices. We're doing a market study I'll talk about, and then in the fall, basically target adoption. So we're not at breakneck speed on phase 3. We understand that there's a lot to unpack there.
So to be clear, what we're really interested in today is 2,
Yeah, it's phase 2.
right?
Yep.
Which we intend to try to adopt this month.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Next. So again, where we are trying to get to is this balance of development tools. So you have base development, which really mimics the patterns of existing neighborhoods. That today in today's market is not necessarily financially feasible in larger developments. You have conservation that again is focused on those sites with environmental features. So watershed protection areas, steep topography, that preserves 40% of open space in its development pattern in exchange for that as a reduction in lot sizes. We do not believe that tool will be frequently used. We believe it will be used about 5 to 15% of the time, again, in these very special sites. And then the last, which again we're focusing on today, is the compact development, which is the larger development parcels. So pre-UDO, we had a tool called cluster development. We saw about 80 to 90% of development using cluster development as a tool. We think that we'll be somewhere in the 60-75% range with the compact tool once it goes live.
And to be clear, the conservation is 5 to 15%. It was 90 before we made the text amendment. So
Yeah,
we were seeing everything come through there.
Yeah.
And now, in conjunction with compact development, we expect conservation to account for a tenth or whatever it is.
Yes.
I just wanted to mention, too, for context, the feedback we're getting from the industry points out that there is a direct trade-off between the kind of density we allow and the sort of requirements we impose and the price point to which they build, which is a commercial thing. It's just an economic reality. So one of the things that needs to be on our mind as we work our way through this is to permit enough density, subject to avoiding alleys and doing the other things we're trying to accomplish, but liberalize a little compared to base development, which was so restrictive that according to them, they had to build to a $400,000 to $500,000 price point per unit in order to meet the requirements and still be able to make money. So I think this compact development is a valuable alternative, and it sort of partially adds back what we took away by closing the loophole on conservation.
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Next slide. So again, I think you just summed it up very well with the why now. So I don't know if I need to cover this, but again, we're looking at kind of what are the modern construction cost, how is all that balanced, how do we get the smaller lot size, and that appropriate density. We've really focused on not putting a density cap and really focus on the form and the infrastructure and making sure we get those pieces right. So we feel like it is very important, and we've heard from the industry that getting compact is very important to do as quickly as possible so that there is an easy conversion from what people were using to a tool that still works. Next.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So,
What's that?
Mayor Pro Tem got her hand raised.
Oh, Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Monica, for the information. Just as a point of information, I'm wondering, with the compact development here that you've created, how was that shaped, if in any way, shape, or form, by the charrette that was held? Any input from the participants of the charrette?
yeah, you guys are asking questions right before. So I'm going to talk through the charrette in about 2 slides and talk through some of the input that we heard in
My
the charrette.
apologies, I'm sorry.
No, I appreciate it. But so I'm going to talk through the charrette and some of the feedback that we received from the charrette and how we've incorporated it into the draft standards. We actually, just a preview, we actually had the charrette, we had a follow-up kind of mini charrette and a follow-up meeting beyond that too. So we've done a couple cycles of testing, which I think has proven to be really fruitful. So I'll talk through some of the big points in that.
So this reminds me of watching TV shows with my daughter when she was young, and she would go the whole time, well, what's about this one? And we go, wait, okay, just let the story unfold. So please,
I love that you guys are thinking about it that
Eager.
like,
We love
I know,
this.
you're
We're
really,
eager.
yeah, you're really thinking it through. So again, this has been calibrated with feedback from both the charrette and the UDO advisory committee. It's would be applicable to subdivisions over 2 acres. You have to provide 10% of usable common open space. This is in addition to the 15% of kind of tree save green area that you're required to do in all development and in one. So that gets you to about 25%. The usable common open space has to be within 1,000 feet of a lot. It has to have certain design parameters around it so that it's actually green space that people want to be in and will use. In the text amendment, we are proposing to allow only up to 25% of lots in N1A and N1B, which those are our lowest density zoning districts. Only up to 25% may have triplexes. I'll show some tests, but really that equates to very similar to if triplexes were on corners. But we think that giving the broad number gives flexibility to where you might put triplexes in a development with the phasing. So you would be allowed to use the compact development tool everywhere except for protected critical watershed and airport noise overlay. You can see on the map to the right, all the blue are the areas that are 2 acres and greater and are developable in N1. And all the hatching there on the western side of the city county are those overlays. So to answer Councilmember Johnson's question from before, that takes about 40% of the ETJ out of the ability to use compact development because of where the airport noise overlay and the the watershed overlays are located. And then again, I've mentioned we would like to come back and have a conversation around townhomes in phase 3 when we are adjacent to centers and transportation corridors. So basically, I'll show you some slides of how we might add that back in when we're talking about phase 3. But again, I want to focus today is about phase 2 and getting compact development adopted.
So are you going to say more about the ETJs? Because I just wanted to point out here, this has been brought to us by county commission members and by residents. What was happening, if you look at the slide we saw earlier, 45% of those acres that you highlighted are in the ETJ. And that demonstrates why the issue that we're addressing was disproportionately impacting that, because 45% of those versus the ETJs represent 5% of the area, something like.
Yeah, we could run the numbers.
Yeah, but it's a tiny, so
Yeah.
disproportionately, right? We're seeing that these, this type of development, but my position has been we need to just fix the ordinance that is having the effect of disproportionately impacting the ETJs and not make up special land use rules for the ETJs. So I think we're solving their problem, and we are addressing the thing that has caused the complaints to come back to us, but we don't need to and shouldn't actually create ordinances that are limited to, because our principles for land use are the same everywhere. And I think we can fix the ETJ problem by doing what we're doing. Right.
Yeah, and just to point out too that by saying that compact is not allowed to be used somewhere, that gives a developer 2 tools: conservation development or base development. So if you were developing in an N1 area that is outside of, that is outside of where it's allowed, those are the 2 tools that you will pick between, basically. So next slide.
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Driggs. I think just 2 things. When you talked about the ETJ, I think it should be clear that that's your opinion and that staff nor council has talked about that as a and the ETJs they don't have or may not have the infrastructure and safety an issue, and there are other factors in the ETJs that aren't factors in the city. So I know that's how you feel, that we shouldn't develop certain policies for ETJs specifically, but that is exactly that. That's your thoughts and your feelings, and the council has not made a decision. We've not discussed it as a whole since we've heard from the public on that issue. And then secondly, I also wanted to talk about the triplexes. I know we're kind of in the beginning discussions about triplexes, but I've asked directly if we're expanding the area where triplexes can be built, if we're looking at the, like single-family lots and infills, and I don't recall getting a direct answer, so I want to know clearly if we're talking about expanding the use or the areas where triplexes can be built more than just on corner lots, because my initial thoughts is that's not something that I would support. Thank you.
That's part of, we see that as part of the phase 3 conversation, that talking about specifically the infill and smaller developments of triplexes. So we're not recommending expanding the use of triplexes. We're actually in the compact talking about in N1A and N1B, limiting the use of triplexes to 25% of the lots for compact. And just so you know, the way it is written is it would be for compact, conservation, and base development. So basically, any development in N1A and N1B would only be allowed to have up to 25%. So that would be kind of shrinking where you could use triplexes in larger development. When we talk about infill neighborhoods and the uses allowed in them, whether that's triplexes, townhouses, stacked quads, et cetera, all of that is part of that phase 3 package. And the focus for that package is for us to focus density and development in areas where there is appropriate infrastructure. So basically what I would call dial down in areas with less access to infrastructure while dialing up very strategically in areas where there's more infrastructure. So that conversation would include triplexes and where they are allowed in existing neighborhoods.
So, Ms. Johnson, I did preface my remarks by saying, in my opinion, so I think I was clear about that. All I'll say is that we should be doing this work with an awareness of the ETJs, because that's where a lot of the problem is occurring. My hope is, personally, that we arrive at a place where any given set of circumstances applies equally, whether the location is in the ETJ or not. And if we write the rules properly, they will have a disproportionate impact in the ETJ, because that's where a lot of these problems are occurring. But we shouldn't treat a particular situation in the ETJ different from a similar situation that might occur within Charlotte. So the trick here is to write the rules in such a way that they deal with what's happening in the ETJ, but don't provide unequal treatment, regulatory treatment. And again, if the rules are written properly, they will have the effect of pointing to better development at all locations. So just an opinion. I'm sure we will have time to work on that further. Okay, go ahead.
And I understand that, and thank you, but I also think there's an opportunity to discuss it from an equitable perspective. So, thank you.
Which, again, I think the equity standards should be the same everywhere as well. But it's all right. Let's, if we may, just move on and hear some more.
Yeah, so again, just to highlight some of the major standards is that in compact, there's a requirement that 70% of units must front on a public street. So pre the new UDO, 100% of units had to front on a public street in one neighborhoods. So post UDO, people were using the conservation development tool to have upwards of 70% of units not fronting on public streets, which has created a lot of infrastructure concern. And I'll talk about this, we're trying to balance those, again, that affordability and public infrastructure, and we feel like 70% is the right number through testing to start off with, and to say, okay, we understand that there are specific situations where you might want to front on open space. I'll show some examples of this. We then, again, I just talked about the 10% common open space that's required and the triplex limit. That bottom table there shows kind of what the current minimum lot size is and how you can cut that in half in the ABC district and then reduce it in the D district and get those smaller lot sizes that are more appropriate for kind of the type of housing that we're seeing being built in the market. The map on the right shows you, just again to point out that a lot of these developments are not occurring in that cyan color. That cyan color are within a half-mile and quarter-mile of our activity centers and our transportation corridors. So all those little boxes you see, especially the blue and the purple ones, those are N1A and B projects that are in permitting right now with duplexes and triplexes as the base unit type that many of them, as you can see, are not kind of within that cyan color. Our goal is to get more units built within the cyan color because that's where we have, again, services and street network, transit, et cetera, daily needs, all the things that you would want. So the lighter, the yellow and red, those are the C and D districts. So you can see those are kind of the duplex and triplex developments that are coming in kind of in the more intense districts, which tend to be more in town. Next slide. So as Councilmember Anderson just asked, we had a very lively charrette where we had designers, some community members, several council members. We really appreciate those who came to listen to the very technical discussion. And we tested our first draft of compact. So next slide. The things that we really heard from that charrette were, again, moving back away from the 100% on public street requirement. Because of the affordability question and the cost, that was a huge push on it. Also, there was a desire to have more flexibility in lot sizes between the width and length, which we provided, and then some buffer flexibility about how the buffers could be used. So you just see here some of the drawings, and there were probably about 15 different drawings and 2 different test sites that we did. And so we took those and incorporated them into the new draft and into what you see now. One thing I will also say from this is that we originally thought 5% open space would be, we weren't exactly sure if that was the right number. What we found out is that 10% gets you more, and it does little to the actual unit count. So from all the testing, that was one positive, was that we felt really comfortable raising the bar from 5% to 10% because that was very achievable, whereas allowing 30% fronting on open space was kind of a give back to the development community so that if we require it, you can front units on it. Next slide. So these you've seen before, but I just want to remind you again, we've been doing a lot of testing around sites. You can see here pre-UDO base, pre-UDO cluster, and kind of those numbers slowly rising from the old conservation to the current, and then proposed compact. So proposed compact is getting you a little bit less, but fairly close to what conservation was. But again, bigger upside, more open space required, more quality open space, and public infrastructure. Next one. So this is hard to read. Just know that there's front-loaded and rear-loaded, and you're getting about the same units in either one. That is for a developer to decide kind of which is most advantageous to them, whether to do rear-loaded or front-loaded. Next slide. And you can see here, I did a zoom in here with those colored, so it's a little bit easier to read. But some of the positives from compact site testing and working through the charrettes were, again, we have a required 25-foot buffer all around the edge of the development. So when you're adjacent to another N1 development, you have to have a landscape buffer there. We saw through our testing that the triplexes on corners really equated to about 25%, so we felt comfortable with that, and you can see that in these drawings. Again, that usable, accessible common open space, that on the bottom left of that is that usable common open space in this drawing. And then one thing which I really, through reading all the site plans that I think is very important, is that by requiring a public street network, we're requiring stubs to future development versus if we have all private alleys, they're literally just putting a barricade and not building it to the property line. So if the person next door develops, we'll never get that connectivity. And that's really important for future growth to have that street network and connectivity. So next slide. So again, this is just testing out the new standards. What you see here is all duplexes with a few triplexes as to that 25%. This is yielding about 39 units. That's about 10 units, 8 to 10 units less than if you were to do all triplexes. But I want you to look really closely at this site plan and then go to the next slide. I want you to look at this site plan, which this is actually under construction right now. It is at the corner of Woodlawn and Selwyn. It is a townhouse project. I call it a townhouse project because if you were to walk by this and see this, you would say 100% it's a townhouse project. But what it really equates to is 6 triplexes, 2 duplexes, and 3 quadruplexes. So if you go, can you go back to the previous slide? What I want to show you is that basically what we are calling duplexes and triplexes, next slide, is coming out of the ground and looking like a townhouse development. So we are really trying to balance those two things, right? And so that we don't end up with hundreds and hundreds of acres out in the ETJ that are just for all intents and purposes a townhouse development being kind of called a duplex and triplex development, right? So we're trying to balance those 3 things, which is really the framework of how we got to let's limit triplexes, let's really focus on duplexes, and then let's focus in phase 3 on where townhouses are appropriate, because that de facto is what we're seeing when we allow triplexes everywhere.
Are townhouses allowed in the current N1A and B?
No, townhouses are not allowed in N1A.
They're about that, right?
Townhouses are not allowed. That's basically a 4 or 5 unit. So in this, what would qualify today as a townhouse would only be that center portion there. So if this were to
Right.
come in by right, what they would do is they would just make those triplexes and do it by right and not rezone it,
But
right?
this is a little bit of a backdoor way of creating townhouses where they're not intended.
Basically, yes. And it actually costs more because if you do a 4 to 5 unit townhouse, there's some savings on doing one structure that way versus a duplex or triplex where you have to do a 2 unit building, have a space, and then do a 2 or 3 unit building. So it actually, there's some affordability gains, and I'll talk about it, but in phase 3, we're going to do some market study around what are those affordability gains if you allow 4 and 5 unit buildings versus just a 3 unit building. So keep going. So we've been in partnership working on, again, some of those lot level issues. So what are the major sticking points, that we're seeing in these developments that we have included in compact, which is those sidewalks, requiring street trees, having a real front door. The quote that Allison led off with kind of points in that direction, right? And that we are recognizing too that de facto what we're seeing is townhouses and triplexes are pretty much a 1-for-1 the same thing. That's a triplex in the bottom right, but again, it is recognized as a townhouse. So next one. So where we are schedule-wise is we're here. We're at TPD the first week of June. We're going to public hearing. It's filed. We're going to public hearing on June 17th. We'll have the zoning committee recommendation. Actually, that'll happen on the 20th of June, and then city council decision on the 24th. That phase 3, which I'm just going to take one or two more slides to talk about that phase 3 as a preview, is we'll be spending the summer researching and doing some engagement. We're going to look at the feasibility and economic land availability around townhouses. Like, do we have land available to build more townhouses in areas where we want to see more density and growth? And then in the fall, we'll have the public hearing and city council decision. We can give y'all in June kind of a more direct timeline to that and provide a clearer update as to where our targets are. Next slide. And again, I wanted to just preview some of what that phase 3 will include. I know we've had a few questions around it. It will focus on whether or not we should increase infill housing, specifically duplexes, accessory dwelling units, and cottage court, kind of moving away from just looking at triplexes. So it's more of a gentle density. Providing by right development opportunities near centers and corridors, those townhouses and stacked quads in areas where they're appropriate. And then what additional affordable housing tools might we explore? So are there additional bonus options? Is there a unit type that may be affordable that we have not yet identified? So we're working very closely with Housing and Neighborhood Services on that last bucket there. And that below is just a cottage court unit that was sent to us by a national developer who wants to be able to do more of them. Next slide. And so you can see here, we've kind of wrapped up the top part of that, which is the conservation, and now we're in phase 2. We have 2 public info sessions this week around compact development. Both of them are virtual. So we expect to have great questions and great conversations around that. We also will have a UAC meeting on Thursday of this week, an ordinance advisory meeting, to again bring the final draft to them, have some more conversation around it, and really walk through our rationale at that point. So with that, I am done, and if there's any additional questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes. That was a very compact presentation. We don't have a huge amount of time, so, and I wanted to note, it says informational here, but this committee is not going to see this again before you want the council to act. Is that right? So ideally, we would actually have a conclusion from this committee, a recommendation.
So for a decision, the zoning committee, like other rezoning petitions, is the official body for making a recommendation. But I think it's important, like last month, you all agreed that we were going to move forward without the zoning committee recommendation. I think it's important to have, I think, some agreement or maybe a light recommendation. I'm not sure how to propose it, but I'll defer to you, Mr. Chair.
Without objection. Yeah. So colleagues, questions, comments? Everybody is overwhelmed. Okay. I have a couple. The subject of alleys. So alleys were a controversial topic in the context of the unintended conservation option. What are we doing about alleys?
So we want to be really clear that all alleys are not bad. Alleys can provide service access. They can provide a secondary, access to a unit. The issue is when alleys are the only access to a unit, you are putting every car trip, every service trip on that. So with compact, you are allowed to do alleys, but 70% of units must have their front door on a public street. So if you're providing alleys in the rear, that is okay, but you have to have a street out front. So 30% of your units can be accessed off an alley. We feel like that is a balance based on what we've heard from the development community and what we've seen in our previous text amendment with conservation and development. And so we're trying to balance those two things with the long-term maintenance of having 70 to 80% of your units on an alley with 20-foot wide access and no sidewalks and no street trees. So we also now are requiring, if you're just accessing your unit off an alley, you have to have a sidewalk in front of the unit and street trees in front of the unit, if that makes sense. So on the opposite side of the alley.
So, and you're saying that the industry representatives were kind of okay with that? Because telling them they can also have alleys when you require that they have streets is not really responsive to their concern, which was they were saving money by relying entirely on alleys in these higher density developments. So have we reached some kind of an understanding, or where do we stand on that one?
I do believe we've reached an understanding. I think that we want to get some projects going with the 70-30. We've seen a lot of testing, and we know that it will work. I think if we need to further consider calibrating that in the future after we see 6 to 8 months of projects coming in, we're open to that. But I think we feel really strongly that public streets are very important. We've been committed to and will continue to remain committed to coming up with creative solutions to keep them as affordable as possible, and that can deal sometimes around utilities and just the dimensional requirements of them. But I think that we feel comfortable and confident that we've kind of met in the middle on it.
Is there any room actually now for, is the text locked, or can we still entertain requests and recommendations?
It would, if we were to change it, it would happen after hearing. But we can, I mean, it is not like written in stone somewhere where there's nothing that can be changed. I think we're looking at, if people have small tweaks or comments or conversations they want to continue to have around pieces of it, we're open to that.
Because there are, I'm told, some industry issues still that are they still under discussion? Or have we reached the end in terms of?
The latest, we talked to the development industry group about it. They owed back to us they said they had a couple small additional comments, like nuance in the way the language is written and making sure that we have it in a way that's implementable. So we are waiting, as far as I'm aware, to kind of get that feedback back. And we've been committed to them that we'll receive it and review it and have dialogue around it and further discussion if need be.
And I think there are some in the development industry that would like us to allow a higher percentage of triplexes, a higher percentage of alleys, and we feel as though looking back and testing, I think the recommendation that we have today is what we're planning to go forward with, so.
Okay, and you said 25% of lots are triplexes. They don't have to be on corners?
In developments over 2 acres, our proposal is that they do not have to be on corners, that it's 25% of total lots to give some design flexibility for phasing and delivery so that you can place those where they make the most sense.
So what percentage of total units would likely be triplexes, because the remainder would be less dense, right? So what percentage of the total units would you expect would be triplexes if 25% of the lots have triplexes?
I'd have to run the numbers on what that would equate to.
That's
but-
fine. You can
but
let
yeah.
us know. Okay, so if there are no further comments from committee, I guess I'll just lob the question out there. Does anybody on committee think that we should not proceed with this ordinance on the schedule that was proposed? Ms. Molina?
Oh, no, I'm not objecting.
No,
No,
Okay, well,
Mr. Chair.
let's
Yeah.
find out. Okay, who do we still have online? Are we all there?
I'm still here, and I don't have any objection.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Johnson?
I'm fine. We can proceed. And we
Okay,
can always
good.
discuss later.
So we will
Thank you.
take to the full council that there was no objection from this committee to moving ahead. And I think with that, are we good? Did you
Yes.
want to speak?
No, I actually, great job. I think this is, I like that we're moving ahead. On the inside of me, I'm struggling a little bit because we're still testing, but I like the idea that we're still going to entertain any future adjustments if we need to. This might be the right mix based on some of the feedback, so I'm ready to move forward.
I would be interested to know if we can get from the industry, based on our past conversations, the kind of price points they think they can build to based on this ordinance, because that's critical for us, right? I mean, we're trying to achieve affordability. They are telling us you can't have affordability and all the open, and et cetera. So let's see what this implies as far as that's concerned. But otherwise, I'm fine with moving ahead. I'm not hearing an objection. And unless anybody else has a comment, I think we're done. Look at that, 4 minutes early.
Yeah?
Yeah. So do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, everybody. That's right. I mean, we're trying to achieve affordability. They are telling us you can't have affordability and all the open, and et cetera. So let's see what this implies as far as that's concerned. But otherwise, I'm fine.
You can begin.
Dais, and those who are watching virtually, and then I will introduce the topic and turn it over to the city manager.
Jason.
Jason Schneider, City Charlotte. Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Tracy Dodson, City Manager's Office.
Malcolm Graham, City Council.
James Mitchell, City Council.
Ed Driggs, committee member.
Marjorie Molina, committee member.
Robert Carter, Committee Member.
James Carter, Economic Development.
Tawanda Brown, Economic Development.
I want to thank everyone for being here today. Those who are visiting with us virtually,
Renee Askew, Assistant City Manager.
Teresa Smith, Chief Financial Officer.
Matt Hasted, City Treasurer.
okay, so we want to thank everyone for being with us today. Today's agenda is an Economic Development 2 update. What we have done in the past, actually, the item before us is to consider a public-private partnership between Tepper Sports and Entertainment in the city of Charlotte. For the last 3 weeks meetings, we have had an Economic Development 2 update where we describe a wide variety of tools and options within our portfolio. The economic impact of investing in an NFL stadium from the public side is a complex issue that requires careful consideration from the Charlotte City Council. Investing in the stadium will stimulate economic growth through job creation, increase tourism, enhance our national and international profile, attracting media attention, and boasting civic pride. Having an NFL team in Charlotte playing in a modern building will continue to support uptown viability for local businesses like restaurants, hotels, shops, and those who work in them. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Hospitality Tourism Alliance for their support throughout this process, as well as the Charlotte Convention and Visitors Bureau. Again, a lot of work has been done with the last couple of months and years on this particular topic, and I will turn it over to the city manager for any opening comments that he may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Vice Chair, and to the committee. I just want to start off by saying that the council has had a number of big items before them over the course of the last year or so: mobility, housing, workforce development. And I think there's this thing called a $4.2 billion budget that you may be discussing in the next couple of weeks. The city is growing, the region's growing. You've even created this environment where businesses and individuals love to call Charlotte home. And even somewhere in the middle of this process, you even attracted a medical school, and that was one of those pieces of our tapestry that was missing in terms of being the largest city in the country without a medical school. I say that because we don't look at these items in a vacuum, and I'll say it again, there's pieces of our overall tapestry that comes together that makes Charlotte, Charlotte. So I'm excited today to discuss with the committee adding to that tapestry. The city, as you've said, Mr. Chair, is built on public-private partnerships, and this one is no different. There's a great opportunity for the city and Tepper Sports and Entertainment to come together to add to that. I thank you, Chair, and the Vice Chair and the Mayor Pro Tem, who worked as a work group for us so we could bounce ideas and concepts off of you. I think we're in a great place today, and I'd like to turn it over to the person who's pulled this all together, Tracy Dodson.
Thank you, Manager Jones. So let's jump in to the meat of why we're here. But before we do, I want to ask, because I know there's a couple people around the table that have been here in Charlotte as long as I have or longer, and ask you if you remember where you were when it was announced by the NFL that an expansion team would be the Carolina Panthers. Do y'all remember that? I mean, I very vividly remember where I was. Do you remember where you were in 2003 when the Panthers won the NFC Championship and beat the Philadelphia Eagles? Do y'all remember? Because they weren't in Charlotte when they won, and this city was still electric over that win and the fact that we were going to go to the Super Bowl. And it's the same enthusiasm that we see with the Charlotte FC games. And so you don't have to be in the stadium to this be a part of who we are in our city. As the manager said, we're finally here today, and we've kept you informed along the way, but now we want to give you a full look at what this deal looks like. Before I do that, it was mentioned, thank you, Manager Jones, this has really been a team effort, and I want to acknowledge all the various people throughout this organization that have really worked on this through CBI, General Services, Planning, Economic Development, CAT, CDOT, Legal, Danielle with Workforce Development. It's been a team effort to get us to this point. So let's dive in, since we have a lot to cover, and talk about why. The first question we should say is, why would we consider this investment into our stadium? This is about securing a community asset. As I said, this is something that we all have a connection to NFL or MLS. The facility itself is almost 30 years old, and we need to continue to think about it. But most importantly, this facility generates more than $1 billion a year in economic impact. This far exceeds other facilities that we've discussed investing in with hospitality and tourism dollars. This supports 9,000 jobs annually, generating over 54 million in taxes. So think about the impact that it could continue to have if we secure both teams here for another 20 years. Over $1 billion in taxes generated, over $22 billion in total economic impact. It's under the ownership, though, of Tepper Sports and Entertainment that this impact has grown to over $1 billion. Their investment in bringing MLS here and their willingness to open up and bring more concerts and more events here. So now we've expanded to more than 40 events annually. Panthers, Charlotte FC, the concerts. Was anybody at George Strait, Chris Stapleton this past weekend? That concert was one of 9 venues that Strait and Stapleton selected throughout the country on their tour this year. We have coming up the 24 Copa America that's coming this summer. We also, the facility has also become the top performing venue for ticket sales compared to other NFL stadiums in 2024. So let's keep in mind, too, that we've talked about Uptown vitality over the past several months. 9 out of 10 Uptown visit days in 2023, that top 10, had stadium events. So this is important when we think about it. It's not just about the building itself that we're investing in. We're investing in Uptown vitality. Others in the community also see the benefit as well. Think about the hospitality industry, hotel employees, Uber, Lyft drivers, bartenders. The small business community gains when there's events at the stadium. Now to the deal itself. Let's talk about it a little bit. So what we are looking at is a $650 million public investment into the facility to modernize and improve it. The investment would occur between 2025 and is capped at the $650. We are a one-time investment. Tepper Sports and Entertainment would be responsible for the rest. They've already made significant investments into the stadium to bring MLS here and to make it a year-round facility. You'll hear more about that later. But our investment in the stadium creates both the long-term future for the Panthers and Charlotte FC to stay in this location for up to 20 years. Tepper Sports and Entertainment would invest $150 million in the construction years. They would also be responsible for the cost overruns of the work that is committed to. Remember, I said our money is capped. And they would also have the responsibility for operations and maintenance throughout 2045. I'll get my dates right. So let's look at the timeline a little bit more. This is a visual of it, of how the $688 million Tepper Sports and Entertainment investment really extends through the life of their time in the facility. For us, again, it's a one-time investment that happens over the series of 4 years. So again, this shows you how at the end of the day, we're really looking at an investment into the facility to keep it in good working order and deliver to patrons, as well as looking into the future for the next 20 years. And it's over $1 billion investment. So as I said before, the city funds are capped. Tepper Sports and Entertainment is responsible for cost overruns and additional work that may occur. They're responsible for the operations and maintenance costs for the extension, the life of the extension. TSC funds are contributed in a proportionate amount as city funds are contributed. So as we draw down, and you'll hear Matt and Teresa talk a little bit more in coming slides, but as we pull money and draw down debt, they will put in money and into the projects as well. The city funds, this is what's so important. This public investment that goes into the stadium, we're paying contractors, we're paying local companies for the work that they are doing on the facility. I think many people received an email or a text this weekend about the work that was going on at Spectrum Arena and how our investment was putting local companies and local workers into the arena and doing the work. This is where our money is going. Also, we're reimbursing. We're not just writing a blank check. It's important for everybody to know it's for specific work. And then there's a 20-year non-relocation for the Panthers and Charlotte FC. In the last 5 years, they do have an option where they could leave, but they would have to pay any remaining debt related to the investment back to the city so that we are made whole. So the work itself. This represents a combination of necessary work that's needed in a 30-year-old facility. It's also a representation of some of what Tepper Sports and Entertainment has heard from patrons and what they need and expect in order to attend events at the stadium. It's also improvements that would bring the facility further into the community, growing this as a community asset. So what you have here in Tier 1 is city mandated work. This is really where our money would be focused. And this is where the Tepper Sports and Entertainment, we talk about cost overruns, would focus on. Tier 2 is that if there were savings, we could elect work for city money to go into that second tier of work. It might be a combination of city money and Tepper Sports and Entertainment money. And then Tier 3 is specific to the owner-elected work. That is where our money would not go into that work. There's a couple of additional deal points to mention. City use days. This always comes up in our conversations of these public-private partnerships. Tepper Sports and Entertainment has agreed to increase the days from 5 to 7 days. We've also talked about access to the CATS lot, which is adjacent to Johnson & Wells student dorms and the practice facility. It's a small piece up on 4th Street. This has really been a conversation with the field house to allow for better ingress, egress, and parking to keep traffic off of Cedar Street. The other piece is traffic management. Historically, the city has invested $250,000 a year in traffic management for events. We are increasing this to $500,000 a year due to the increase of events going from 10 annually to 40 annually. We feel like this is a warranted increase. We've also agreed, working with the TSC team, to develop a traffic management plan. There's a lot of different types of events at the facility now, and it has different requirements from police and fire and how those are operated with traffic management and ingress and egress. There is also a willingness to address greater accessibility and sustainability in the work that we are doing. And again, you'll hear a little bit more about that. So now we're going to turn it over to Matt and Teresa to talk a little bit about the funding and the financing. But before we do that, I want to remind everybody that we would not be having this conversation here today if it wasn't for the hospitality industry leading a conversation last year in Raleigh to extend the sunsets. The sunsets were set to expire in 2038, and Raleigh graciously approved extending the sunsets to 2060, which creates the capacity that Teresa and Matt will talk about. With that, I'll turn it over to Teresa and Matt.
Thanks, Tracy. So I just wanted to start with a reminder that for this project, we would not be using any funds from the general fund. As you all are aware, we maintain our hospitality revenue funds. And so for this project, we would be using the Convention Center Fund. And for that fund, the revenues are required to be spent in a certain way. So next slide. So again, here is a reminder of the three funds, and we have the Convention Center Fund highlighted at the top. This is the fund that we would be using for this. The two revenues that are in this fund are the prepared food and beverage tax and a portion of the occupancy tax. Those taxes can be used on stadiums greater than 60,000 seats and ancillary associated facilities. So that is the funds that we would be using for this project. Next slide. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the hospitality capital investment policy that council approved back in 2021. This policy puts into place both guiding principles as well as some financial parameters to ensure that any investment that is approved by the council aligns with these things. So when we look at the guiding principles, we look at things like the economic growth, whether an investment is self-sustaining, ensuring that we have a comprehensive investment portfolio for the things that we invest in, and then also leveraging our private sector partners that we have. On the financial parameters, this is really where we get into how we model affordability for projects. So a couple of things within the policy. First of all, that fund balance is maintained at 100% of the following year's debt service. Then we also have what's called a recession mitigation reserve, where this looks at a 5-year average of the revenues, and we hold a little bit of that into a reserve fund to hedge any downturn in the revenues that may happen in the future. We also make sure that the term of any debt that we have is aligned with the useful life of the asset. And then we also consider any ongoing maintenance that would need to be provided throughout the life of that investment. And one thing to note on this, we talk about the city's AAA credit rating. One of the things that credit rating agencies like is policies like this. So having a policy that guides the investments where the council is reviewing these things in advance is seen as a strong management practice by the city. Next slide. So one of the things that we wanted to highlight is the financing structure. Currently, for any hospitality revenue projects, we are using what's called certificates of participation. This requires that we grant a security interest in the asset that's being financed or collateral. So if you think similar to your home mortgage, that's a similar analogy for how certificates of participation work. What we are evaluating is the use of special obligation bonds. This is something that we can do under current North Carolina statutes because the location is within a municipal service district. And this would support downtown revitalization through tourism facilities. So what's different about special obligation bonds is that rather than pledging collateral, we would pledge revenues. And as I mentioned before, this would be the prepared food and beverage tax, as well as the convention center's occupancy tax. From a policy perspective, those two taxes will fund the debt service and maintain all the policy requirements that we have. From a marketability perspective, we would look at pledging an additional revenue to ensure that we're getting reasonable costs for our debt service. And final bullet there is that using the special obligation bonds still meets within the hospitality revenue policy. So with that, I'm going to turn it to Matt Hasted to talk about affordability.
Thank you, Teresa. You can go to the next slide. So this is a sort of recapping a little bit of what's already been discussed. As Tracy said, the total commitment from the city would be up to $650 million. So this would happen over basically 4 tranches. So that's what we've highlighted here for 2025, 26, 2027, and 2028. And this is to really align with both how affordability, as far as us being able to afford the sort of the debt issuance over time, but also really just the actual cash flow of the projects that will be done. As Tracy really highlighted, there's a lot of events here going all year round, so you can't really shut down completely. So these are going to take time over several years to really roll out 100%. So this is sort of matching both from a debt affordability as well as a cash flow perspective. One of the main ways we are able to finance these types of projects in the past across the city are using bond anticipation notes or lines of credit. So these are really construction period financings that allow us to draw down funds to reimburse vendors, contractors, subcontractors over time, and then able to sort of refund the city sort of general bank account. And then at the end of, say, a 2-year period of using this line of credit, we're then able to convert it to traditional fixed rate debt. And any type of debt we do issue in the long term, as has been mentioned before, would be tied directly to the non-relocation agreement. So it would go extend no later than FY 2046. And as Tracy mentioned, one of the really critical parts of this sort of structure that we're looking at is if Tepper Sports and Entertainment does decide to exercise their ability to leave following the 2039 fiscal year, they would be required to fully fund a defeasance account with a trustee that will allow us to legally remove all responsibility to the city for any outstanding debt related to the improvements to Bank of America Stadium. Go to the next slide. So this is a slide that we've used a little bit over time, and this sort of goes back really well to what Teresa was talking about as far as sort of the hospitality investment policy. So you can sort of see some of those things that were outlined. So the reserve by policy, again, is the recession mitigation reserve. The restricted for debt service is 100% of the next year's debt service. And then we have an available fund balance on top of that. And one thing to note for the available fund balance is that it is, what that is sort of signifying is that is in any given year above and beyond the explicit sort of budget or requirements by policy or procedures that have to be reserved. It doesn't mean that it's not programmed for future utilization, but it does mean in that given fiscal year that we don't have a direct demand on it. And really what I think this sort of shows very well is that you can kind of see that fund balance is going up till about 2030. And then you can sort of start to see it come down because we're sort of building fund balance now that the legislature did extend the prepared food and beverage tax. And then it starts to draw down as some of those future debt issuances come online as that construction really occurs at the stadium. Go to the next slide.
Thanks,
I think
Matt.
this goes back to Tracy.
Yeah, thanks, Matt and Teresa. I appreciate filling in, especially while you're out of town. So let's talk now about the community benefits plan. We're still shaping this part. However, this is also where we really want a lot of feedback from you all. I've divided this up into really looking at this in 3 ways. Opportunities for the community, opportunities for individuals, and opportunities for local businesses. And as we shape this, if we can keep that in mind, I think it'll go a long way to how we create a robust plan. So community support and civic engagement, benefit to the community as a whole. I call this the Councilmember Mayfield chapter. She and I had a great conversation about what does it mean to a community benefit mean? And she said access, really everybody in our community can start to feel like they have access and they have connectivity to this facility. So some ideas that we've thrown out in working through this plan is, could you partner with Mecklenburg Schools to recognize graduating seniors some way? Could you develop a neighborhood engagement strategy to bring neighborhoods into the facility? Tepper Sports and Entertainment currently does an annual local high school game that they started last year. Could we continue that if the scheduling permits or the turf permits? You know, some high school seniors that play football might not go to college and play football. How much of an experience is that lives with them as they go into college and get to have played in a professional football stadium? Other things to recognize is that there's ongoing player and staff participation in local philanthropic organizations. Think about former players that have stayed here and really are continuing to shape our community. Since 2018, Tepper Sports and Entertainment has, and related entities have contributed more than $44 million to the Carolinas, and 28 of that has been in Charlotte specific. There's been 400 community appearances with active and former players. In addition to that, they've given over 25,000 backpacks filled with school supplies, 4,100 children served in the NFL Play 60 last summer. And 29,000, more than 29,000 middle school students across the Carolinas engaged in the NFL character playbook. On the Charlotte FC side, we have 11 mini pitches across the community, and last year there was more than 5,000 tickets donated to nonprofits and community organizations. So we want to continue that. For the individual in our community, we mentioned this investment in local business and workers, but we've even asked ourselves, can we do more? And so we've discussed engaging no less than 10 apprenticeships in the trades utilizing local apprenticeship programs. This could be on the construction side or the TSC side. We want to connect local workers, local workforce development training programs, and source local construction talent, as well as engage contractors in prioritizing local workforce development efforts. We're going to hear a little bit more about this in just a second. Moving to the businesses, we want to think more strategically about local businesses to achieve meaningful and lasting benefits for our community. So ideas that we've had around this are engage and recruit historically underrepresented firms, such as those that are LGBTQ owned, veteran, or disability owned. We want to collaborate with local small business partners and organizations to identify MWSBE and other represented firms so we can bring them into the mix. We'll do outreach to local businesses about upcoming opportunities. Utilize what exists as our small business roundtable, partner roundtable, as a pathway to finding some of these companies. Finally, our MWSBE strategy. We have a targeted goal of 27%, but I'm going to be very transparent with you all. That's going to be a tough goal to match because we have some very specialized work. We want to keep it as a target, but we also want to think more creatively about ways to build capacity. As we've discussed, this is going to be a conversation, this is going to be work that happens over several years. And so what can we do, like targeted recruitment events or comprehensive marketing strategy, to support capacity building strategies, utilize existing programs that are out there, and register MWSBEs on non-city funded stadium work where possible. And even look for other areas of operation within the stadium that we could utilize MWSBEs. I'm going to jump quickly to the timeline, but then we're going to come back around to this part of the conversation because I think it is so important that we get this piece right as we go into the next several years worth of work. So going to the timeline, this is what we're suggesting for your consideration. We're here today, finally, rolling out the deal and giving you the overview of the deal. We're going to have Caroline Wright from Tepper Sports and Entertainment come out in a little while and talk about the building and the projects. She's not here to negotiate, she's just here to talk about the building and the projects that we've discussed. We're also going to dive into the MWSBE strategy. I've invited Pat Rogers, the CEO of Rogers Builders, as well as Lori Spratley, the COO from Leaper Construction, to come in and give us a little bit of insights of what we see in the industry. That'll happen today. Then tonight, we'll do a recap, probably a recap of the presentation, as well as a little bit of a recap of the discussion. We'll launch the Community and Public Feedback Initiative, which will be a website. We're going to encourage people to go there to really give that insight so we have real time in what the community is thinking. From there, we'd like to come back next week at your action review. I'd like to bring in David Abrams from Inner Circle Sports, who you've met several times over the years, give a feedback of the public, give an update of the public feedback, and also respond to any council questions or comments that we've heard from you today. From there, a special committee meeting on June 12th to talk about the economic impact in a little bit more detail, and also get some of the industry input so you have perspective from there. We would also bring in the Tepper Sports and Entertainment leadership group so that you can hear from them directly. We have a lot to continue with this, but we really want, a good opportunity to do deep dives where we can, and also make sure that we're answering your questions. So now if you'll let me go back to the MWSBE part, I want to invite Pat and Lori in. Pat has a hard stop at 1 o'clock, which is why we're doing this a little bit different. I'm going to talk to them, hear a little bit of what they're hearing in the industry, and then before we bring Caroline Wright in, We'll maybe get everybody to give their comments around the table, Mr. Chair. And then we can go into some of the work that's specific to Tepper Sports and Entertainment. Does that work?
Yes, ma'am. First, I want to thank you for the presentation and do a quick recap so that, we're all on the same page. $650 million public investment. No general funds are being invested in the project, so these funds cannot be used for affordable housing, education, public safety, et cetera, narrowly tailored towards travel and tourism. No blank check. There'll be a reimbursement. So they perform the work, the city reimburses. Their city mandated projects are going first in Tier 1. There's a policy checklist that protects our AAA bond rating. It keeps the team in Charlotte for 20 years, 15 years a hard, 5 a soft tether. There's a website for public involvement and engagement. Community benefits is a critical portion of this deal, and in particular, minority women business enterprise participation throughout the project. So with that, we'd like to take the opportunity to welcome Pat Rogers and the representative from LEPR to the table, and I should know your name. Lori, mistake of the mind, not the heart. Lori, welcome you two ladies to the table.
Thank you. So just to reiterate, we've asked Lori and Pat to be here today to talk about the ecosystem. It's not representing as Tepper Sports and Entertainment or what they are doing with that project. It's really to talk about the ecosystem and what you see. And so I will start you all off on an easy question. Hopefully it's easy. And then we can see where the discussion goes. You've led multiple projects with public investment and MWSB participation goals. Can you share experiences in this area? Specifically, what strategies you've found successful in increasing MWSB participation or challenges that you've encountered along the way? Pat, I'll start.
Okay. Well, obviously, I think the success stems from being very intentional in ensuring that, and I heard it earlier, that everyone in the community is included. That's very important to us. It always has been. There are challenges, of course. We're very fortunate to live in Charlotte and in this community where we have a lot of construction going on. A lot of people heard med school mentioned earlier. So capacity, excuse me, is an issue, but it's not insurmountable. And I will say that I personally believe the city already does a good job. I think working more in collaboration with private industry, we can do a great job in providing that opportunity and that accessibility. Some of the things we found successful is by partnering minority firms with majority firms. That's sometimes very difficult to do, doing that. We hold workshops ourselves. We have a financial workshop coming up in 2 weeks where we're going to do our first virtual workshop in helping firms understand how to navigate through the pay application process on a project, what they can expect. And we make resources available for them to do that. It's enlightened self-interest for our industry to make sure that we have more capacity. And I firmly believe one of the reasons Charlotte has been so successful in attracting businesses is because we do have that capacity, but we have to grow it. We have to keep up with the growth of the city, and that is going to take a lot of work and an awful lot of partnership between private and public.
Laurie?
And we talk about, Pat mentioned capacity. It's big. When you look at minority firms, the biggest thing is from a bonding capacity. One of the things that we're doing at LEPR is how do you change that? If there's a particular package we're looking at, let's say MEP, if this package is $100 million and we have an entity that's a minority-owned, small business entity, how can we actually go in and break that particular package down? Where those individuals will be able to bond if they have to bond and be able to work on those projects. Another thing we're looking at from a protege standpoint, how do we continue to work on projects, whether it's city or county, working alongside with the CBI team, making sure that they're being coachable and teachable when it comes to the bids, that they have the appropriate information, that they're not being disqualified because information was omitted.
I got a quick question. What specific areas can we proactively address to recruit and train additional MWBEs firms? And how can the city better partner with contractors to enhance MWSBE firm participation and support their growth?
I think what a lot of what Laura just said about bonding, but it's also more than that. It's really getting them comfortable with the processes that they have to work with. We all started somewhere. I started out not knowing anything. A lot of people helped me, and I think it's really important for us to help as well. And again, I think it has to be a collaborative effort. I think, Laura said, breaking down the packages, sometimes that's easier in some disciplines, and some disciplines it's not. I think we have done a really good job with the city and the county in trying to make sure that we have good databases, that we reach out to those databases on a regular basis. It's not just when a project is due. You have to work it. You have to really be intentional about it. You have to make sure that the majority firms are aware of who those minority firms are that are accessible, that are approved, that are willing to work with them. We employ 2 full-time people to do that, but it's not just those people's responsibility. It's my responsibility and everybody in the company's responsibility.
Another thing we look at from LIBOR standpoint, oftentimes when you're going out for a bid, did you bid correctly? So our estimators are working alongside with those companies now to ensure that they're presenting their packages correctly. When we look at coming on as a minority contractor, oftentimes is that when you're working with that majority company, you're getting the positions at the lower level. So for example, the field coordinator versus the project engineer. One of the things that we're encouraging, as well as for ourselves, that we're encouraging our protege companies is that if you have a continued relationship with these majority companies, that each opportunity that you should be increasing. So if you started off as a field coordinator, the next opportunity should be as a project engineer, and you'll continue to move up. And we know in construction is based on volume. If we're looking to continue to scale companies, how do you scale? You have to have that cash flow coming in. And if you're always having the bottom of the barrel, I would say, the project engineers or the field coordinators, then you're not going to able to expand.
Members, any questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both for being here, and the wealth of experience that you bring to this conversation is very much acknowledged. I'm interested in, quite often we hear here in Charlotte that we don't have enough of our MWSBE participants who are participating in some of the core industry activities, and they get some of the ancillary contracts. Can you, just from your experience, just provide any guidance to us of what we can do as we think about building out and helping to lift up MWSBE contractors in some of those core areas? Should we be investing in more apprenticeships? Is there anything else that you believe the city can do to help build up those areas?
Take this, Pat. I would say it does start more so working alongside with our school systems. We know, we think about CMS, they have enlist, enroll, or employment. Working alongside with identifying those students to work an apprenticeship, whether it's at the Rock. In addition, when you look at, I continue to go back to packages. Electrical is normally a larger package on any project. Is there an opportunity for those minority companies to do, like, instead of doing the full electrical package, they're doing temporary lighting? We know when you start the project, you have to have temporary lighting until you go to the end of the project. Those are another opportunities. I think we have to be more strategic, and it's just not electrical. Well, what's all the components up to electrical to be able to enhance those overall minority companies? Another thing is when you look at minority companies, is there an opportunity for them to expand with other verticals within their companies? So, for example, if you have a painting company, do they have opportunity to be sheetrocking? Do they have an opportunity to do the millwork? So as they continue to expand, they have additional verticals would ultimately will bring in additional revenues for them. And so it's trying to say, if you're just a painter, well, what else can you do other than painting? And I think as we work alongside with the CBI, Steve and your team over there, identifying who those participants are, understanding what their overall DNA makeup is.
Any other questions, members? As you can tell, under our community benefits, MWBE participation is going to be extremely important to the council and this committee, and this won't be the only opportunity we have to discuss this. As you saw from the outline, we'll be nipping at this for 30 days, and so there'll be other opportunities to talk specifically internally as well as external to our partners about how do we get the best bang for our dollars for the constituents in terms of making sure that they're part of the economic impact of this project. So I think that's really, really important to us. And so I don't see any additional questions on this particular topic, so we may have, any last comments, ladies?
No. Anything we can do to help, we're happy to. I would just add one thing. I think all of you can encourage those minority firms to make sure that they're in the room. Be sure they're in the room throughout the entire project, that they understand that they take something with them, not just the financial capacity, but they've grown their overall capacity and the knowledge of how to do the next project. That's really important.
And I would say it's also important as it relates to the overall majority firms, that there are some incentives in there for them to making sure that they have the minority participation on their various projects.
Lori, Pat, we really appreciate your being here today and providing that insight for us. And again, this won't be the only time that we talk about supplier diversity and MWB participation on this particular project. Tracy?
I think that's it. I want to thank you both for coming in.
Thank you.
Sharing your insights and spending a little bit of time with us today.
Thank you.
Thanks. So before I bring in Caroline Wright, who's Tepper Sports and Entertainment Chief Venues Officer, I wanted to get initial comments, if you had any comments, because, again, Caroline's really going to come in to talk about the work that we're doing, but I want to get comments on the deal or initial thoughts.
So the floor is open for comments. Mr. Drake.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to note first that the agenda that I'm holding says that we are talking today about economic development tools.
I corrected that.
You did.
I
So the
did.
public was notified that this was going to be the subject?
Yes, I requested that earlier this morning.
Make sure that no one is surprised.
Yes.
Wanted for one to express my appreciation to Tepper Sports and the Panthers for the value they bring to Charlotte and the investment they've already made. So appreciate the prospect of a partnership with them for the Panthers. I'm curious at this juncture, there's a lot we could talk about. This is a very high-level description. When are we going to get like term sheets in more detail? And can we please do so as to have time to get down to another level in terms of the terms and conditions, all the various provisions, termination, and so on? Because I think we're going to need to understand, how this deal is put together and the various contingencies. So if we can have more detail about the structure, that would be great. What I did hear, if I understood correctly, is that no debt will be incurred that matures any later than the end of the soft tether period. Correct? And we, from what I also heard from an earlier question, we expect that the outstanding debt balance at the end of the hard tether is going to be on the order of $400 million, according to the kind of preliminary schedule, which I would just note would constitute a significant barrier at the end of the hard tether to the team's departure. So we're looking basically at a 20-year horizon. Worth noting, in case anybody didn't know, Tepper Sports does own the stadium, so that's a thing that we should be aware of in the context of the investments we're making. But I think there's just a lot more to talk about. This is a good opening proposal, and do look forward to learning more about the details. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Driggs. Any additional questions in reference to the deal itself? Again, my comments earlier kind of spoke for itself, and I've been very close to this as well as Councilmember Mitchell and the Mayor Pro Tem with the last several weeks. And as I said earlier, public-private partnership is the hallmark of our city, is how we've developed as a community on a wide variety of issues. And I understand these deals are complicated as relates to investing in sports structures, whether it's Spectrum Arena and on Bank of America. But I think we're off to a good start. Obviously, there's a lot more questions to be answered, as Mr. Driggs indicated. There's a philosophy that I'm operating by, which is trust but verify throughout this process in terms of making sure that the staff and our legal team dot I's and cross T's. But when you talk about the economic impact of Tepper Sports and Entertainment and what it means to so many people that work in this industry, and it goes without saying that the Hospitality Tourist Alliance are fully supportive of this agreement. Spoke with Mohammed on yesterday in reference to it. And so 1 in 9 individuals in the city of Charlotte works in travel and tourism, and that's waiters and waitresses and busboys and bartenders and the small business owners. They really bring life to that industry. And Charlotte and Uptown now is more Thursday through Sunday than Monday through Wednesday, where most of our visitors now are coming for sports and entertainment in our restaurants, and certainly having a renovated, modern facility will continue to provide the type of impact economically to support our constituents that we're looking for. So I think this is a good introduction. The devil is always in the details, and I think over the next couple of weeks, as we approach June 24th, staff is open to answer a wide variety of questions and concerns in reference to it, and certainly getting more information as necessary. So, Ms. Molina, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just really quickly, I don't know if this is the place that I could really add, just a parenthesis, right? Around just that community engagement piece. I think I spoke to Tracy about this, and it's something that I'm very interested in, kind of making sure that we're intentional about, right? We have so much opportunity there. And what I really made kind of an analogous statement to was, you know, I think about going to somewhere like Boston and Lambeau, right? And getting off the plane, and you look left, you look right, and you see people with the paraphernalia on, right? You see people that are locked and bought and sold into the brand. And I think that's an important piece of this puzzle, is how do we get the community members to buy into the brand? And understanding that, like Ms. Dotson said at the beginning of the conversation, we have a new franchise, right? I remember growing up, before we got the Panthers, people were either a Redskins fan or a Dallas Cowboys fan, because we really didn't have a team to, attach to. Someone else, or a Steelers fan. You weren't a Panthers fan, right? And so, I think there's still, some opportunity to really bring the community members into this brand, and really, connect to it, right? And those connection points are made by way of these, in opportunities where we go into the community and we do these engagement pieces and workforce development. Hats off. Miss Danielle Frazier's in the room. She actually done the first workforce summit at Central Piedmont, and we got some stakeholders at the table that are ready to engage the public and get some jobs. So, it's just so much here that I'm really looking forward to kind of hashing out. And I think we do. We have a wealth of opportunity to engage the community members and make sure that they come along for this journey as well. So
I concur with you. And while we have a framework here that we're governed by, I think the community engagement piece is one that can be kind of played with a little bit. I think they will be open to creative ideas that would kind of embrace the community more than what we're doing. But a ticker tape parade would certainly help if we didn't cut that from the budget on Thursday. I'm not sure. We may have cut that from the budget. But that will certainly help everybody. I'm sorry.
Stop, Mr. Chair. Stop, Mr. Chair.
So are we ready to go to the next part?
Yes, I'm good.
So now I'd like to bring Caroline Wright, Tepper Sports and Entertainment Chief Venue Officer, in to talk a little bit about the work. You heard me say earlier, this is specialty work, right? And so scoreboards and bowl seating and things like that. And so we've talked a little bit about the MWSB strategy, but then also Caroline can give a little bit of perspective on when we talk about their future investment in years 25 and on, or excuse me, 2029 and on. Scoreboards don't last forever. They don't last for 20 years. They're constantly upgrading on the concrete and some of the joints in the concrete. Those things have costs. So Caroline can talk a little bit about the work. But I think first, the more exciting part that she has is the video. And one last thing before we start. We've talked about this partnership being for years. I do truly believe in this leadership team at Tepper Sports and Entertainment. We've worked closely with them through this process. And this is the right team to execute on the vision. Caroline has extensive knowledge before coming to Charlotte and experience. And so, again, I believe in this team and fulfilling the vision for Bank of America Stadium. So with that, Caroline, I'll
Great.
forward it over to you.
I'm Caroline Wright, Chief Venues Officer for Tepper Sports Entertainment. Thank you very much for having us here today, members of council and the committee. We'd like to kick off with what we believe to be our ambition for the stadium.
They say home is where the heart is. For almost 30 years, you've helped make Uptown Charlotte our home. It's much more than a stadium. It's the lair where we keep pounding.
Young looking for Thielen. He's pulled down. What a catch.
And a fortress fit for the crown.
A brilliant goal for Charlotte.
It's the song you can't get out of your head. And the game you just had to be there for.
Carolina Panthers, champions of the NFC.
It's where we create the moments we'll never forget and experience the traditions worth coming back for. This stadium is our home, and we are excited to show you the vision for what's next. This is the future of Bank of America Stadium. A modernized fan experience featuring a reimagined exterior with a park-like setting, inviting new spaces for the community to gather and celebrate sports, music, and the arts. New state-of-the-art audio and video technology designed to keep fans informed, entertained, and engaged like never before. Unique social spaces with stunning views of the action and the beautiful Charlotte skyline. Brand new seats and redesigned concourses with diverse concession options that celebrate flavors across the Carolinas. It's a destination that draws marquee events to Uptown, attracting visitors from near and far. Not just on game day, but every day. Welcome to the crown jewel of the Queen City.
Nice video.
So thank you again for having me today. As Tracy has talked about, we believe this is a shared vision with the community of Charlotte, and together we can aim to enhance the fan experience and deliver a great community asset together and continue on with the cherished moments that we have all shared at one time or another at Bank of America Stadium. It's the heart of the Queen City and has been for nearly 30 years. I'd like to thank my friends at CCCP for putting together this slide. It really is illustrative of the growth and development in Charlotte. And we wanted to share this slide to point out where we are relative to the growth and development. The population of Charlotte has almost doubled since the building was built, along with the surrounding areas. And we have opened our doors since 2018 to invite more activities and events. We've gone from about 15 to 40, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that today and what that means for our venue. As you can see, we're a little bit on the outside of Uptown, kind of looking in. We're excited about what this could bring for the future of development in our area of Uptown and really kind of looking at the neighborhood as a whole. So how have things changed for us? Initially, our venue was used for about 6 months of the year, and NFL football and some college football games. We really now are 12 months of the year. We've gone from 13 to 40 events, and those events range from obviously Carolina Panthers, Charlotte FC, we've got international soccer, music events, and we're really excited that we've been able to open up our doors. That's resulted in the change in how we use it also for corporate events. A significant portion of the corporate community and private community comes to us asking for space to host meetings, to host events. The building wasn't built for that, but we've been able to manipulate it in a way, and we hope that part of the investment in the future will be to continue to provide access for the corporate and private event community. We've gone from 1 million fans to 1.85 million fans through our doors. That's a lot of flush toilets and a lot of demand on the infrastructure. And certainly has a seasonal training facility to year-round training facility. And that's really important because the Carolina Panthers are here to stay. They're in the building 365 days a year, and they're an important part of this. But also Charlotte FC, when they come in for game day, it's not just game day. They actually practice at the stadium the day before along with the opposing team. And so how we're using the building has changed. I best use this old car analogy that you used to bring it out on sunny days, and that's the only time you drove it. And now we drive that car every single day. Whether the weather is good or bad, it doesn't really matter. It's out and it's being driven, and so we need to make sure the infrastructure keeps up with the demand. So I wanted to bring you through the process for how we got to the information I'm going to share today. And so what's important is we performed a needs assessment with Walter P. Moore. They came in and really looked at the building. And some of you had the opportunity to share that with in terms of tours of the facility. But that was about telling us how is the stadium, finding out that it's got good bones, and as long as you do a list of things, you'll be able to extend the life of the facility. And so it was really important for us to go through and really dive into that assessment. We also surveyed fans, and we've done some best practices of research around sports and entertainment. And so it isn't just about an NFL stadium or MLS games. It's about sports and entertainment in general. Where are we going? What are we doing? And how are the fan experiences changing around us? And then putting together the defined requirements, which I'm going to share with you, making sure we've got a good high-level estimate of what those costs are going to be. Obviously, we haven't approached design development yet. Then we've got the video that we shared, and we have some other renderings we'll share after, and certainly that leading to the roadmap. So there's core areas of need as we go through today. That's modernizing our infrastructure, as I've mentioned, making sure that we're addressing fan feedback. As an example, we've heard significant challenges with the audio. I can't hear what's going on. It's not clear for me in certain spaces of the building. The seats, they're no longer made. They're 30 years old, so we're cobbling together parts to make sure we've got working cup holders and so on. So those are the things that we're working at that I'll speak to. Maintaining a competitive advantage for Charlotte, which is really important to us as members of the community, and we want to make sure that we've got a great community asset moving forward, and then certainly enhancing our impact on the community. In terms of infrastructure, seats that I just mentioned, we need to make sure we replace all of them, that we've got the tools we need when we go to fix and replace and those sorts of things, and that elongates us for another 20 years. Modernize building systems, when we're talking about mechanical, electrical, plumbing, HVAC, structural enhancements. The building is built as 12 different individual units that are glued together, if you will, and so we've got expansion joints that we need to address, and we'll do so through the life of the program. We want to make sure that the exterior and the ability to get into the building, but also for the community as a whole in terms of the enhancements of illuminated wayfinding. We don't have a great wayfinding program today, but we also know that with the addition of new wayfinding, we can utilize that for the community. So we can use coordinated wayfinding to speak to people who are coming up from the Greenway to tell them where they need to go in the city and so on, along with our events. Upgraded restrooms, that's a pretty standard one. I'll talk about it momentarily, but what's key there too is accessibility and making sure our restrooms are barrier-free. elevators and escalators, we got to move the people and we got to move them fast. And so our fans appreciate when those are in good working order. Technology changes all of the time, as we all know, and so data centers, it's really important that our data center, our security data center, our technology from an entertainment perspective is all up to date and is able to deliver a great fan experience. So we've got new stunning LEDs, video technology, both inside and out. That's really important. The last time our scoreboards were replaced was in 2013-14, and so they're reaching the end of their current life. Sound system, as I've mentioned, really important here to make sure that we've addressed that, not only in the bowl, but when we talk about private events, when you come in to rent the venue right now, you have to rent everything because those spaces weren't prepared for that. So how do we make sure those things, those assets are included in the build out of those spaces? We've got really exciting upper level social spaces. So we have such a beautiful skyline. How are we integrating that skyline into the stadium and from the stadium looking out? And so really a great opportunity for us to think differently and look for a social solution for that. Diversified concession options. How are we really embracing the flavor of the Carolinas and bringing it in-house? What are we doing to deliver a program that says, I've come to Charlotte, I've come to the Carolinas, and this is a really great opportunity for me to be immersed. Expanded team store. Our team store is 4,000 square feet, a little over 4,000 square feet. That's one of the smallest, and we have 2 teams. The average in the NFL right now is 12,000. So really looking at our retail opportunities to expand that program. And then redesign concourses. So when we think about Charlotte, we want to make sure that we've maintained a competitive advantage. This is about recruiting, big events. They want to come to us and see that we can command the demand for things like VIP spaces, that we've got the right technology in place to deliver a flawless show and execute in a program that they are used to. We're really excited about what this could mean for our neighborhood. If you look at a map from 30 years ago, the area around us has not changed. So there's hope and opportunity for developers to come and participate around our neighborhood and really kind of elevate what's going on. And so we think that it's great for Charlotte and for us together to be working on how to increase that the volume of events. So in terms of our community impact, improved accessibility, it's really important that this is an inclusive stadium. We had an opportunity to partner with Culture City in the last couple of months from a sensory inclusive perspective. One of their requirements is that we would have a sensory room. We haven't been able to deliver that as of yet, but we are looking forward to and have opportunities to build around all different types of experience and the fans and what they expect in terms of having a seamless journey when they arrive. So it's not necessarily just about making sure that we've got barrier-free from a counter height perspective. We've got curb cutouts for wheelchairs. We've got sensory spaces, and we've got the audio tools to make sure that we're delivering. Wayfinding too is really important. You know, there's been new developments of wayfinding. Certain colors don't work for those that have vision concerns, and so those things are really important to be barrier-free. Safety and security, we all know how important that is. We provide an opportunity as being such a big partner in that area of Uptown to provide those solutions. Arts and culture. We've got 30 years of assets of our own teams sitting in a well-protected room in the stadium. We want to bring those out, but also we're looking to engage other artists to bring not only our teams, but the Carolinas to life inside the stadium. So we're super excited about an arts and culture program that will enable us to deliver some arts and bring artists to the table as we build this out. We're pretty big from a size perspective in the community. We're only open to the public, if you will, from a large ticketed event perspective, 40+ events a year. We know that we have an opportunity on the South Lawn to really create something special for the community to use when we're not open for business, if you will. So really looking at the South Lawn and what's that doing for our community and how can we provide a space when we're not necessarily open for business. And I think from a sustainability perspective, fix it first. That's an opportunity for us to not tear down, not demolish, really invest in what we believe is a good foundational infrastructure for the future, give us life, but also making sure that that is a great program as it relates to sustainability. You know, demolition of large spaces has significant air pollution concerns, and there's a carbon footprint there that maybe we don't want to step into. So really important to us that we're able to provide a fix-it-first approach. So the renovation approach, fans, players, and artists, and in fans is also designing with the community in mind. And that's really important to us. Everyone that steps foot in our front door is a member of our community or has come to visit our community. And so investing in the building will be an important piece in making sure that we've delivered those things with that in mind. Also ensuring that the venue is operational and viable and valuable year-round, not just on event nights. So what are we doing to activate? What are we providing those opportunities, whether it's a private rental or the land around us can be used for alternative uses? From a financial perspective, really important that we develop a phased renovation plan and that we are managing not only the financial components of this, but knowing and planning out the schedule of events. We don't want it to be disruptive, and we want to be mindful of what we're doing with the dollars across the board. I'll talk in a minute about more so on MSBE, but we heard you, and we also value the role that that plays in this program, but also our day-to-day operations. We embrace Charlotte and the Carolinas and what it has to offer, and so the MSBE program will be a significant part of this. Operationally, the sequence of the projects, we're not looking to relocate our teams. We're looking to do this while the teams are here. We appreciate the community and the fans will need to bear with us as we do that, but we will be working through a project scope that I'll share later in the schedule. And we're planning the workload to be efficient and judicious with the funding. From an MSBE perspective, we have had a great opportunity to engage with Stephen Coker and Charlotte Business Inclusion and working with Kathleen and Jennifer and Holly, meeting with DA Everett, RJ Leapers, and McFarland, some of the biggest construction players that we have from a minority perspective, having really good conversations about capacities and capabilities. What are their challenges? How can we support them as they work through the program? But also, what role can we play in addition to just putting out bid packages? So we've talked about the opportunity for apprenticeship programs, having recruitment events that bring the community in. To us, it's not just about this project, but how do we increase the depth of the ledger of companies that are on the list, provide them with the tools to be able to participate. So for us, this program from an MSBE perspective really is about being collaborative. We've learned a lot by engaging the team with the city and working through what that program will look like, and we're excited about the future there. So getting to the schedule. So obviously we're in column 1 right now. We're working through finalizing the master plan of what Bank of America Stadium will look like. We've shared a little bit with you some of the ambition. We're working through rezoning of the field house, and we'll have construction of that hopefully later this fall, pending approval of that program. We'll go then into stadium site rezoning, so we've split those into 2, and we'll get into design documentation. So all the stages of design development will be really important to getting into the weeds on what exactly we're doing and the details involved. And that will take a significant portion of time given the size and order of magnitude of the project. And then we would be looking at construction and how that rolls out over the phases. This is fairly vague at this point. It will be a bit of a game of Jenga for us to figure out exactly what works in the timeframes we have and how we deliver that based on the sequencing of projects. So I just wanted to quickly run you through. These were in the video, but I thought I would share them specifically. Go ahead, Jason, thank you. So this is about the west entrance. We have some property there that allows us to have a bit of a congregation space. Many sports and entertainment venues have areas to come and watch events that may not be related to what's going on inside the facility. And we think this is a great community asset. What are we doing that will allow us to have congregation space? Right now in the city, when we have events, a lot of activity happens on Tryon, and it doesn't make its way down to the stadium. And so the west facade is really an opportunity for us to think differently on how to engage some of those community events in our area of the city. This is a good demonstration of, from a team store perspective, but also the corner of Mint and Graham. How are we engaging an improved front door? What are we doing from a pedestrian flow perspective? And how are we engaging the community to come down and participate during the day, looking for ways to increase pedestrian traffic? This is the area on the south side of the building that we would be looking to enhance. Not pictured here on the left is the south lawn that we hope to create a good community space that can be utilized 365 days. And lastly, this is the social patio on the 500 level that we're super excited about, and really just a way to embrace the Charlotte skyline and also bring that into the bowl. So really kind of celebrating what Charlotte has when you come into the city from the airport. The stadium is one of the first things that you see, and so we think it's important when fans come to visit that they will also embrace the skyline at the same time while we're providing a new social atmosphere for our fans. So with that, the stadium is more than just a venue. It is really a symbol of the community, and it's an asset to the community, and we're super excited about what the future holds. Your feedback is really important to us as we work through what that future might look like, and we certainly thank you for your time today as we consider it.
Caroline, thank you for your presentation. I took some notes from our, at least my visit from the stadium in January. And a couple of questions for you. Tell us about the loading docks. I think people will be surprised about that.
So we have 2 loading docks. In fact, one is specific for deliveries and show load-in, and the other one is specific for broadcast. We have 2 entrances from ground level into the stadium. When we load in shows, we can only use one of those because the other one is specific to broadcast. So one, we're looking at creating a loading dock that serves 2 purposes. But 2, for a show like Beyonce, we're not the same as an arena. We certainly can't turn over events as fast as arenas can, but we are bigger and provide more opportunity. So Beyonce was 89 tractor trailers of equipment.
Wow.
And they loaded in through one bay. So what we are looking at is how to get creative. The building was built with one purpose in mind. And so what are the things that we need to do to modify some of our ground level infrastructure, some of our back of house spaces, so we can be more productive when we bring in events of that order.
Could you share with us about the production studio? I was extremely surprised about how small it was.
How small
It was tiny.
So one of the things I mentioned was data centers. So we have 3 of them. One is for, I'll call it typical IT purposes. The other one is for security, which contains all of our security surveillance and all of our screens and technology related to security and safety. And the third one is related to entertainment. And so that is where we host and manage all of the team that works on all of the scoreboards. So when you're in a venue and you see things happening on our scoreboards, whether it's a replay, an instant replay, whether it's game, it's creative, it's things that make you laugh, part of the entertainment show, that all happens in a really small room up on the 4th floor. And so the infrastructure in there needs to be replaced and modernized, but also we need to make sure that the team there has enough space. And so those rooms have become bigger over time, and as things have modernized and the tricks of the trade have come to the table, space and allocate room to be able to do that appropriately.
And public safety, you went from 80 events to 40 events, a lot of people coming in and out of the stadium. We also toured the public safety facility, and that too was extremely old and outdated.
Yeah, and that's really the home for CMPD and all of the safety teams that we bring, and CMPD is a really important partner of ours, and we work together on not only the traffic program, but the employment of a number of officers in our facility. And the safety of our fans is of paramount importance, but also the safety of the community. So when we have roads closed, it's making sure that we manage the community part of that, those who may not be coming to our event, but we're also managing that on the inside of our building. And so our security room that we house all of CMPD when we come in and do an event is fairly small and needs to be not only made a little bit bigger, but also advancement from a technology perspective. So everyone has the tools they need to do their job.
And lastly, as we toured, we saw a lot of broken concrete. Could you kind of expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, we have 53,000 square feet of concrete on our concourses, 100 and 500 level. And so we're an outdoor venue, and we're subject to the consequences of weather. I'm new to Charlotte in the last year and a half, and since I've been here, we've had the coldest day in Charlotte history and the hottest day in the planet. And, we're subject to weather changes. We've just had 2 where we've had some pipes burst. And so the modernization of the building from a weather perspective is important. And so the concrete wasn't built with that in mind and those changes to how it behaves. So we've been doing a repair and management of that up to this point. And so we will be looking to kind of go down deeper and make sure that the surface level of the concrete can handle for those fluctuations.
Yeah, and I make that point to the committee and to the public. I think everyone had an opportunity to tour. That is an aging facility and some of the needs. So I will open up for any questions. Mr. Vice Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Carolyn, thank you for your presentation. And let me say thank you also for reaching out to Stephen Coker to talk about a MWSBE enhancement strategy. I'm going to speak just for myself. That's very important for me. We're probably looking at the largest project we have ever funded in the history of Charlotte. And so making sure that we can be successful on that side, I think, is very important. And secondly, on the construction schedule, can you talk to us about selecting the architect? Where are you guys in that process?
Yeah, so we have had HOK supporting us from a consulting perspective.
Okay.
And they've been great at working through the elements and delivering to some of these visuals that you see today.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you. I'm interested as we look at the national landscape of stadiums, right? So, and you think about what we need to do at Panther Stadium. To what extent are you benchmarking off of others? Is there a hierarchy? Are we trying to be mid-pack among stadiums? How do you identify where the investment is needed? I assume some of it's local and then some of it is with reference to other stadiums.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a venues junkie, so every city I go to, I make sure to see all different types of venues because it really is unique and different in terms of what each market demands. And so what's fit for Charlotte may not be fit for another city. And that's really important when considering our fan feedback and what they're telling us they might need or want to see, because it may not be the same for every city. So we definitely go out there and we visit and we engage. We certainly do at the league level as well with our peers. And so we look to evaluate those against what they're adding from the program. So when you talk about technology, sometimes it's not the best to be the first in line to roll out fan-facing technology because we haven't worked out the kinks. And so we're seeing a lot of that right now with other venues. What are they doing? What have they seen? What are their lessons learned and best practices? And that's in any realm.
Let's just hit this head on. Dome, roof. It's come up. I know it was a part of the analysis, and that's why I just say, kind of what was the thinking there?
Yeah, it's not in our plans today. We have a great skyline, as I've mentioned today, and the environment of being outside at a sporting event is a really important piece for us, and so it's not in the plans today.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Chair, I have one more.
Sure. Then Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah. So parking. Parking's a bit of an adventure, but what in particular, as you make these plans, are you doing about parking?
So we don't have any parking in our program today, but what we do have is a commitment with CMPD to work on the traffic plan. And so it hasn't been visited in a while. And so part of our analysis will be to work on how has the city changed in 30 years? How are people coming to events? Where are they going? We certainly see, if you stand at Mitten Graham during an event, you can tell when the train has let out because there's an influx of people walking down the street. And so that's really changed too in terms of our gates and how the fans come into the venue. And so I think our commitment, I know our commitment is to work on the traffic plan. And so while it doesn't answer your parking question, I think it does overall because it will be about making sure that we've got the right closures and the right balance of how we're managing that program.
Can I just add to that too? And we spent some time working with Caroline and the team and adjacent property owners because you can look where future development is very soon probably to occur, making sure that one, we're talking about parking, access and ingress and egress too, but if a residential tower goes up across the street, how is that impacted on game day? So we're trying to be proactive in that thinking not just for people coming in or driving in to park, but also people that are going to be living around the venue as well.
And in your ballpark, not mine, but the intermodal station will certainly be, Mr. Manager, a way to get people there without having a car. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair,
plug.
and thank you, Caroline, for being here. We are very excited to have you in the city and your wealth of experience and around the industry and other stadiums. You know, so I get, and we've worked very hard on this deal collectively with the chair and the vice chair, and Tracy and myself. But, you know, I get the infrastructure piece and being able to fix it first and address the direct needs. But, you know, I want Charlotte to be cutting edge and leading, right? And we know there's some great stadiums out there. I've had opportunity to do a back of the house tour of the Allegiant Stadium, which is a dome and a little bit different, but certainly much more modern. But I want us to, you know, utilize the Wayne Gretzky rule, right? You don't win by skating to where the puck is. You win by skating to where the puck is going, right? So is there anything that you believe that, besides just addressing the basics,
Yep.
is there anything else that you believe that we need to think about, be strategic and mindful about incorporating into the stadium so we can really and truly be first class, world class?
The exterior facade is a huge opportunity for us to get creative. What are we doing from a technology perspective, from a lighting perspective? How are we integrating the look of the stadium into the city skyline? Obviously, we have a fantastic lighting program that really kind of brings and accentuates reasons to celebrate. So the exterior facade is really great opportunity for us to elevate. Today, it's concrete, for lack of a better term. And so what are we doing differently? How are we engaging video boards that can bring the community to life and provide a congregation space? And so you also don't know what's going on inside when you're outside. And so the outside program could really be elevated to be creative, to draw attention to. I think the design of the exterior facade will be a critical piece to setting the stage for what's to come.
Great. And then my last question is, I really felt good about the fact that the Straight Stapleton concert our site was a site of choice, right? And you have an artist say, hey, we want to go to Charlotte. We want to go to that and perform in that stadium. Is there anything else that you think from an entertainment perspective and attracting like large experiences like a Beyonce concert? And I'm calling it, she's going to put out, her third album's going to be American Requiem. It's going to be an opera album, and we want her to come and perform in the stadium first. So more than 89 trailers for sure for that one. But is there anything else that you think we can do to entice those large mega experiences in the stadium?
Polestar is an organization that measures music and entertainment, and Charlotte ranks 19th as a destination from a music perspective. That's not just us. That's obviously PNC, that's Spectrum Center, and the more that our community shows up and celebrates those acts, the better it is for us as just being on the world stage. So Charlotte is getting there. Charlotte is getting on the world stage, and it's with a coordinated effort. We speak to promoters 12 to 18 months in advance and engage on what their artist is looking for, what are the things that they want to deliver, what do they want in their show. And so working through and understanding things that we have maybe had said no to in the past, how or what infrastructure we need and how can we get creative with that. And so one of the things that we look at is what are they asking for, what do they need when they're here. Minor things like catering space that we may put out in the parking lot today, how do we move that up into the stadium as a whole? How are we utilizing rooms Beyonce used 89 different spaces no, that's the 50 different spaces in the building to have independent rooms as part of their deployment. So knowing that, it's kind of back of house things that we probably wouldn't be sharing with the public that we'll be working on behind the scenes, which delivers a more cohesive environment to the promoter and to the artist.
All right. Well, we have 4 minutes remaining, so I want to be judicious of those 4 minutes. Can you put up the slide that talks about the calendar for the balance of the month? And also, Tracy, if you can kind of tell the website that will be up where individuals could provide their comments. And this presentation will be presented again this afternoon to the entire council. So the full council will hear it as well tonight. And again, there is a calendar that we have established for the balance of the month. I strongly encourage members of the committee as well as members of council for those details related questions to talk with Ms. Dotson offline so that we can make sure that we utilize the 30 days that we have judiciously before we render a decision on the 24th. My goal is to land this plane on the 24th. And so questions, comments, criticisms, suggestions, especially related to community benefits, MWBE, all those things would really, really be appreciated on the front side of this versus closer to the 24th.
So Jason couldn't find it. I can speak to it. It's etched in my memory. So we have tonight, and Councilmember Graham, as you said, we have, we'll revisit this tonight, at which time we'll post the website and the location of the website so that that can get out. And again, we do encourage everybody to go to the website. From there, we will be back next Monday. We will have David Abrams from Inner Circle Sports talk to us, as well as answer questions and give an update on public feedback. After that, we will meet on June 12th, that's Wednesday, following.
Which is a special meeting.
Special meeting, and at 3 o'clock, and that will be to hear from industry leadership about where we're going with this, as well as talk a little bit more about the economic impact of it. We can also give an update at that time on additional community input that has come through. And then it'll come back to you on the 24th before you go to summer break for potentially a vote.
So just to follow the schedule, Mr. Chair, so June 12th meeting, you're expecting us to make a recommendation for the full council for June 24th, Ms. Dotson?
I guess technically that is the way that would work, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, all mind and hearts in line. This meeting is officially adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, so June 12th meeting,
Studio, we're ready to go live, please.
Ready? Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start by welcoming everyone in the room and those joining us online to the June 3rd Budget Governance and Intergovernmental Relations Committee meeting. I'm Council Member at Large Dimple Ajmera, serving as committee chair. So I'd like to pause here for introductions. We'll start with committee members, Mayor Pro Tem, and then of staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. James Mitchell, committee member.
Thank you. LaWanna Mayfield, committee member. Good afternoon. Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
Cherry Smith, Strategy and Budget.
Marie Harris, Strategy and Budget.
Jalou, Strategy and Budget.
Renee Askew, Assistant City Manager.
Sean Heath, Assistant City Manager.
Phil Rieger, Department of General Services.
Justin Carroll, Charlotte Department of Transportation.
Mike Davis, Stormwater Services.
Naima Mathis, CBI.
Stephen Coker, CBI.
Mary Ramsey, the Charlotte Observer.
Our discussion on our referral to review the criteria used for funding financial partners. Strategy and budget staff will provide suggestions for process and criteria enhancement for the funding of financial partners. And based on the discussion from the straw votes meeting last week, we'll also determine how the criteria may be applicable to fiscal year 2025 partners. So with that, I'd like to turn this over to Marie. Marie, thank you so much for preparing this package and helping us throughout this process. We certainly appreciate you and Sherry both.
Thank you. I was going to say Cherry's the mastermind of
Yeah.
most of it, but thank you so much. And we'll go ahead and get started if I know how to work this. PowerPoint. And first off, we'll just do a little bit of a recap. I'm not going to go into it, but it's here if we want to refer back to it from the slides from last time for our actual referral to your committee. This one is one of the ones we wanted to really spend time. I hate to read things to you, but to make sure we captured accurately your feedback from the last time, because these are the criteria we use to build into our recommendations. You talked about having a 7-year maximum funding term limit, mentorship support for those who did not qualify. I think Ms. Brown was saying, what do y'all do with the people that try to get funds and don't get funds? Align more directly specifically with council priorities. Apply equitable framework towards this funding discussions. Right now we have equity measures, but they're not necessarily always on the front end of the funding considerations. Consider potential MWSBE participation, and that's currently determined afterwards as well. And this was a new concept, a scorecard from staff as to the strength of the request and meeting the criteria. Factor in strength of performance measures. How are they planning to make an actual impact? Data-driven approach, funding quarterly upfront. But this was a new concept you brought up to us last time. Trying to assess, did they really turn in the reports or really make progress before we keep submitting quarterly report, payments to them. And consider the ratio of funding and operations to staff ratio. Consider maximum % of total budget. Consider board diversity representation of community served. I believe Ms. Mayfield, you brought that criteria up for us. Consider holistic services that would not otherwise be provided or available. Consider update to equipment surplus property to notify nonprofits, and consider maximum funding level for first-year grantees. So that's some of the feedback that you had given us at your May meeting. And again, I won't spend a lot of time on this because this was a slide from last time we went over, but if we need to reference it, it's the current process, what we've been doing. And here's proposed process enhancements. Maybe it'd be better if I can actually read it if I turn to my page.
So, and throughout this, and the green kind of blends in with the black on the screen, but the new items are in green. And one of the new things we're proposing is to work to compile a listing of community organizations to notify for funding partnership opportunities. I believe that's something that came out at your discussion last time. Some of them think, well, I'm working with so-and-so in this city department. I thought I'd be linked up to all city opportunities, or they might not just even know the opportunity exists, period. So that's one of the new proposals. Also, an internal cross-departmental team with representatives from several departments and service areas to rank order the proposals. And that was a new criteria. Currently, we pretty much give you what they submit and don't really rank them or go through them like Councilmember Mitchell mentioned, doing a scorecard. And if funded for the previous year, so this is one thing, if they're funded currently for the previous year, we give you, here's what they said, the mid-year report, but we don't really say, oh, do we think it's really hitting what it's supposed to hit, the targets or not. The organization is providing service that the city cannot provide or would be cost prohibitive for the city to provide, and it's not duplicative of another partner. The organization has provided meaningful objectives and performance measures. The request funding amount is no more than, this is something new based on your feedback that I wanted to make sure before we codified. The request funding amount is no more than 30% of the organization's operating budget and is for one-time expenses, programming or staffing. Like Mr. Mitchell mentioned before, we don't want to be paying somebody's rent and then we don't fund them and then they're out on the street. The organization is using nationally recognized model or data-driven approach, has established positive relationship with the community or a specific city department. And these aren't like knockout factors for this one, but it just is a plus if they're doing something that's already data-driven or nationally recognized, or that the community or another department, has worked with them in the past and seen that they're capable. And board of directors is diverse and or directly linked with community being served. So for that, that's for the assessment of the applications. Did I go too far? Sorry. And then for this one, proposed process for selection of actual funding. All applicants submitted are compiled and presented to City Council in the form of a report which details. And again, the green underline is new. We already give you a report, but it more so is as is what they submit with percentage by category. So we tell you what percent's operating versus salaries. We'd also rank order applicants based on the review team input that we talked about on the previous page. That would be new. And a staff assessment of progress towards performance goals for ones that are existing partners. That part would also be new. And then further for the selection of funding, council you get the packet, but now it have those additional components in it, and you give the manager feedback, you give us feedback, and then it would be represented in the recommended budget. And then we'd also help, this would be new, follow up with the ones that don't get funding. And of course, we wouldn't follow up with them until after you officially approve the budget, but then we'd help to identify opportunities for capacity building where needed, like work with them. And Cherry already does that some informally, but we more formalize that, and maybe even link them with some capacity training as well. And then for the funded partners, and so, and this, I know you mentioned we might talk about some things from straw votes. The criteria for even the applicants going forward, it's kind of hard to change those in midstream when they've already applied. But these, okay, if we're funding you, we don't have contracts yet, so we can go ahead and build these into the FY5 partnerships. And this would be new term limit on funding for new. I believe when we talked about this, we were thinking more of not 5 years, okay, shoo, you're out, because you've already been here 20 years, but starting now, so the clock would start now with a fresh. So you'd be on year one. Everybody, once we implemented this, would be on year one. And payment terms, so right now they get quarterly payments. So, but now we'd say, okay, let's look at what do you do with our money for the first quarter, even though you don't do formal performance reporting is set at year end and mid-year, we'd say, okay, at least let us know. And they do CBI reporting quarterly now too. But anyway, so instead of just automatically distributing the payments, there'd be some, are you up to date in our reporting and are you making progress? And that's something, if we do move forward implementing, we would need your help on, because sometimes partners might say, hey, call council and say, but, then we would have the stuff to back it up of why they have not received their, but you might hear some of that. Payment terms, and that's what I just went over, sorry. And then monitoring, this part would be new. Payments would be delayed until progress toward performance deliverables is confirmed. It says maybe, depends. There's always different circumstances. Partners that receive over 100,000, and we talked about this some last time about how an audit's expensive, but we decided, well, and this is a proposal for y'all to consider, if they get at least 100,000, they should do a formal audit. If not, and provide a 2-year comparable financial assessment. So they don't have to pay a CPA to do that. But
Can I ask a question on that?
Sure.
We went through all the slides.
Yeah, I have
Okay. And then, sorry, now we'll be quick. This is the last slide for this one, and this is financial partner reporting. And again, these 3 components are already in place now. The new part would be that staff would more so assess your progress, not just take what they give us and report on it. They already do performance measures, CBI certified utilization, and equity measures now, but we'd be more engaged in assessing their progress. And that's it.
And our equity measure.
Thank you so much, Marie. I appreciate you incorporating everyone's feedback. I'm sure that was a lot, but it looks like it's a pretty comprehensive recommendations that addresses everyone's concerns. Before I turn it over to Councilmember Mayfield, Mitchell, and Anderson, I just, something that just came up recently is what happens to organizations that are already getting $1 lease facility from the city. Should they be eligible for additional funding through financial partners? I think that's a policy question that's worth discussing. So I'll table that. But the rest, I appreciate your hard work and Sherry's hard work on this. So with that, Councilmember Mayfield, followed by Councilmember Mitchell and Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And along the lines of Chairwoman Ajmira's question, the caveat that I would add in addition to that is if we have a partner that has building space from us that is at $1 lease, and they are then leasing out any space within that building for revenue, want to clarify what ability do they have basically to sublease. And also, if they're coming back asking us for additional funds, but you have generated a revenue source through the initial contract, which is that $1 lease, we want to make sure, for me, I want to make sure that we're not creating 2, 3, 4 lines for one particular organization when we have multiple needs out there.
Thank you.
So it will be helpful to get clarification around that. Marie and team, this is wonderful. You answered, you incorporated what we have been sharing. You've given us some really great information. I just have, and I think, Marie, you answered one of the questions I noted, and that's back on slide 5, the proposed process enhancements, assessment of applicants under organization is using a nationally recognized model / data-driven approach. I appreciate that because we know that Charlotte is the model for a lot of other cities, so the data is going to be very important, which my colleagues have brought up multiple times. But I want to make sure that we definitely emphasize to the community that has an established positive relationship with the community and or a specific city department, because what we don't want to do is give the impression that you have to know somebody in order to move forward. because we have some groups that have been doing amazing work on the ground that aren't necessarily on the radar of city staff yet. Because as Marie mentioned, we've learned that some haven't known how to maneuver the process, but they've been doing really great work. So when we market this, that and/or for the community relationships, I think will be a real opportunity for us. And thank you for adding that the board of directors need to be diverse and directly linked to the community that they serve, because that, we've seen the impact when it's done right. And we've seen where honestly, we've had to go to some organizations and they had to refund the city because they weren't able to necessarily do what was intended. So when we look at this next page, the term limit on the funding, thank you, because y'all know that's something I've been asking for years. I just want clarification. We're saying this is the new language, and it's slide 8, Marie, because I see you looking. So right at the top, I want to make sure for our current partners that have been there forever, we're going to make sure that we market and reach out to them to let them know. So we have to have, and Madam Chair, I think we need clarification. We've had some partners for 10, 15, 20 years. Are we saying that it is an additional, y'all got 5 years to get it right, but for new ones coming in, we're trying to set you up to be prepared for 5 years, even though I said 5 to 7 for transparency, because that's about how long it takes for an organization to become closer to self-sufficiency. I think that's a deeper conversation of how we approach that with those partners that have been on the books for many years versus new partners that are coming in, to make sure that we are transparent as possible, to let them know you're winding down, but as new ones come in, here's the process as we move forward. And there's a logical reason why. We can't fund you forever. We have a lot of priorities that are out there, so that clarification, I think, will be very helpful with the marketing.
May I? So how many years are you thinking? So let's say if they have been funded for how many years?
Oh, we have some that have been funded for many years. That's why I want to make sure that.
So 5 years from 2025? Or are you
Right.
thinking, because it will, let's say if they're getting 100% or let's say over 50% of their funding from the city right now, it will take them some time
To roll up,
to start now raising money. So I guess what is the time frame that you are thinking?
So I appreciate this language, and I do agree that.
You're fine.
Since this is looking at fiscal year 2025's budget, we're giving everyone the opportunity to know for those current partners, as of now, this is the new policy, because that'll give you time, hopefully, to transition and or to merge.
Yeah, so they'll get
Because-
additional 5 years.
Right, because we can't backtrack.
Right.
Yet for the new ones coming in, we're giving them transparency on the front end
Yeah.
of what the expectations are.
Fair.
So thank you for that clarification, Madam Chair. We have on here that the payments may be delayed until all reporting requirements are met.
Yes.
I like that, yet still, the devil's in the details. As long as we're shooting out a notification that your deadline is coming up for you to submit your quarterly update, so that we don't risk the chance of, because a lot of our organizations are small. So we don't want to penalize you for not having the information in on time. If you're a small group and you're growing, we want to make sure on our end, we're doing everything possible, and that is making sure that we have a mechanism set up to actually send out a reminder notification to say, hey, the deadline is coming up. Prior to payment, here's what we need.
Right.
Because it might not be the exact same thing every quarter. Your current system might have some different metrics, because I'm hoping and I believe that with all the work you all have done, the goal is for these organizations to be successful, but it's also for them to get to self-sustainability.
Right.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So just if I may, so Marie, correct me if I'm wrong, but the reporting requirements that would be part of the agreement that will go in place between
Yes,
the
ma'am.
organization and the city?
The actual contract, and it is now, but the change is we changed the language to
Language.
say that your payments may be delayed.
Okay.
Because some of them are good about submitting them, some are like, okay, you're still paying me, so.
Good. So
Yeah, we're
that-
going to eliminate that.
Okay, Councilmember Mitchell.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Councilor Mayfield, I want to echo her comments. Thank you, staff. This is excellent work that you have provided for us. So let me start kind of the overall problem I've had, been around here, old as dirt, is we got to get the community to understand our deadline. And I think it's frustrating to a lot of us when, for whatever reason, some would miss it. And so I want to make sure on the communication piece, we doing all we can to communicate, website, TikTok, whatever, and then to our council, because we do have relationships with some organization in the community who might call us and say, Council Mitchell, when is the deadline? So make sure we can communicate with all of us so we won't have this, we get 20 in and then 10 come in after the deadline. So let me flip over. I like all the new stuff. I think you addressed some of our frustrations. Let me go to page 6, and when they say enhanced selection and funding, staff, I think it'd be helpful when you get that application, make sure what priority box they fall in for city council. We spend all that time in January talking about our priorities. We get the applications in. I think it'd be helpful if you all say, hey, this is workforce development, this is housing, and kind of be flexible. Because I would tell you this, we've seen a lot of application now dealing with our juvenile. Our climate has changed. Those weren't the issues in January, our juvenile crime, but we see things are changing. So I think there needs to be some flexibility to us. If an application comes in, don't make the priority, and maybe there's additional comment, and we can say, this is addressing our juvenile crime issue. But on the front end, let's make sure we check priority box. And did the application meet deadline? I mean, it irritates me when you do the piece, you reach out, and still on purpose. And let me ask you this question, staff. Do it have to be mail, email, or hand delivered? Do we give them all above? Fantastic.
Not all,
Any above, okay, okay. The other thing I want to bring, I like the fact on page 8, I'm going to echo Councilmember Mayfield. We start now in 2025. Everybody's on a 5-year time cycle. I want to give my chair credit on the monitoring new. When we saying under $100,000 provide a comparable financial statement, because it was unfair to think they were going to spend a lot of money doing audit. The other suggestion I want to add on page 9, as we make workforce development a priority now, I would like for Danielle to kind of add her language, because there's one thing people say we're doing workforce development. She's our staff expert. Is this really workforce development? Because I think part of our guidelines now, we got a lot of applications in here, and the three of us are like, is that really workforce development? And so is Ms. Frazier here? There she go. There she go. So if we can add on page 9, we got equity measure, but I think we need to have some workforce development measure as well.
Madam Chair, I forgot something.
I'm done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, may I, so Marie, I know you had proposed this on,
Page 4.
yeah, page 5, you had proposed a team from different departments. What page is that on?
Oh, yeah.
So
She did
could
say,
we make
oh,
sure-
that's right. Page,
Oh, yeah,
there it is.
cross-departmental
Yeah, yeah.
team. So can we make sure we have some representation from workforce, to Mr. Mitchell's point? Because that will, and also ensuring representation from other departments, right? Whether it be housing, transportation, or safety, or environment, or workforce development. I guess just having that diverse cross-departmental team would be important, to Mr. Mitchell's point. Now, that's all I have. So, I know Danielle's getting pulled in all directions. I don't want to say Danielle specifically, but anyone from her or
Her
her
department.
team.
Right.
Because I'm sure she has a lot in her plate. And I know Councilmember Mayfield had a question.
And my apologies for getting this. It was a 2-part. Want to also make sure, as we're talking about this also includes our housing partners. This is any of our financial partners.
Yes.
This is now the new rules. Now, I know For our housing partners, it's a different conversation regarding the 5-year. So there's some flexibility in that conversation, but the reporting
Yes.
piece, if we have a payout schedule, making sure we're hitting our our MWSBE goals, if we have the workforce component, make sure they're hitting their goals, they are also included in this conversation outside of the 5-year limit.
Thank you. And we hadn't talked to Rebecca Hefner on all those because a lot of hers have federal, but we'll work on any of them that don't have federal regulations already to work.
And just for clarification, because Councilmember Mitchell thankfully actually reached out to Congresswoman Adams' office, and what we clarified is that there are MWSBE goals that we can set.
That's right.
It is implied on the federal level automatically.
Right.
I don't think we all
Right.
understood that and were on the same page. So
Right.
Congresswoman Adams' office clarified that if it's already implied, but if it's not stated, we have the ability locally to make sure that our MWSBE goals are attached to those developments. I did want to ask, since we have Ms. Frazier here, as our workforce development lead, thank you for joining us for our meeting. As Councilmember Mitchell mentioned, we are asking the question of what is workforce? And with some of these applications, if you don't mind, if you can just give us the definition for your understanding leading workforce development so that we can have a better understanding when we're looking at these partners now, budget cycle, and moving forward, what we should be looking at for an organization that says workforce. Because personally, to me, if you're talking about operations costs, that's not workforce development. My idea of workforce development is different. So I would really love to know from you, what is the definition that you will be looking at?
Thank you, Member Mayfield, for that question. So workforce development is anything that's related to the development, the training, the upskilling of individuals, but also what's helping our business community to access qualified talent, right? So it's holistic, and workforce development can take on many forms and fashions, right? It could be anything from a high school student hearing someone from our organization or anyone else's organization about industry, about awareness. It could be an internship. It also could be an individual going to training school to get a credential or getting an associate's degree, et cetera. It could be just upskilling. So there's quite a wide variety of what workforce development is, but ultimately workforce development is the acquiring of skills, retooling, upskilling, and ultimately to get a good job and a sustainable job. I will say that the financial partners, a lot of it is operational, and I did have an opportunity, and thank you, Terry and Marie, for allowing me to be on the evaluation committee over the last couple of months. And I did notice that a lot of it was operational.
Right.
I will say from my previous life, operational costs are important to support the infrastructure, but I also think the devil is in the details of what that actually looks like and what it's supporting. What tangible outcomes and impact is it supporting?
So, you're spot on, thank you, because one of the struggle we had, we saw a request to hire staff to implement the program.
Right.
And that's what the confusion we had. We excited about connecting the jobs, the resume, helping with the barriers to employment. But you just articulate, sometimes it is hiring the right person so they can implement a program. So thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Fraser.
Thank you.
I know Councilmember Anderson has been waiting for a while. Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't forget you, but go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions, but before I ask my question, Ms. Mayfield brought up a comment about the $1 lease for funded partners. And I just want to make sure that, Marie, whomever is going to look into that, we have some of our major art institutions. Blumenthal Performing Arts, for example, has a $1 lease agreement with us. I want to make sure, and they do lease out space in those buildings for revenue. And so I just want to make sure that we're just double clicking on some of those existing partners that actually do have a $1 lease, but also lease out their space, and have been doing that for many, many years. So make sure we're not impacting overly their overall budget for their existing operations.
Madam Chair, thank you for that addition, Mayor Pro Tem. I think for clarification, and so that it's clear in the minutes, it's more so we have a financial obligation with a number of facilities that we fund. But what I'm also thinking about are financial partners that we've gone into agreements with that are also then submitting applications for additional funds to help with their programming.
Got it.
So I think this is specific to the financial partners, but Councilmember Anderson, good point, because we want to make sure, we are not talking about the facilities that we own, that we are obligated to manage and maintain.
Yep.
Very
Okay. Just wanted to make sure we
No,
didn't
I'm glad. Yeah.
have any
For
quote-unquote
clarifying.
unintended consequences
No, I appreciate it.
around that. My first question is around, on page 8, where, Marie, you've said the payment terms may be delayed until full reporting requirements are met, and then there's some mention of payment in the monitoring new section, that payments may be delayed until progress towards performance deliverables is confirmed. I just want to, I think these are all good introductions into the process, but some of these smaller businesses, sometimes they don't spend their allocations on a quarterly basis. They might have a particular quarter where they have heavy capital outlay for them. So I just want to make sure that if some of them aren't hitting a particular threshold in Q1 or Q2, that we allow them some space to articulate the fact that, the majority of their spending is in Q3, or the majority of their spending is in a particular quarter, because depending on what area they're in, that might be a particular barrier for them. And then I just had a question about I'm looking at this slide, and there's various different numbers. This is page 1, but it's just a one-pager here in our packet on the applications for plan submittals for unfunded applicants. It's in this packet, but it's right behind the blue section. So when we're looking at, and this is for the 8 applicants that we received. So these applications were received. However, there's varying stages of completion and portions that are not submitted.
Oh, yeah, that's in the attachment. I think that's in the,
It's in the
down
packet
the
that was sitting
attachments.
directly in front of me when I sat down. Yeah.
So we'll find it.
Okay.
It's in your straw votes follow-up packet, but it's part of the attachments.
Okay.
Like at the front of the attachments part of it.
Well, my question about this particular, because we're talking about funded partners, and these were the applications received for FY 2025, right, for unfunded applications. And so although we received 8 applications, there's varying degrees of incompletion, and some haven't submitted any multiple tenets of the application at all. Would we still view this application as viable for funds allocation if it was effectively incomplete or not submitted at all?
So moving forward, no, we wouldn't. And usually, and Sherry can speak to any specifics, but she follows up with them. Sometimes, they turn it in late, or she works with them to turn it in. But she can tell you the status of any of them. But it's like ongoing. We try to tell them, hey, we're getting ready to present out to council in a packet, so make sure you get everything in.
Yeah. I just think as you all, this committee is doing a great job, and you guys have done a great job with the information that's in front of us. I just think as a part of being good stewards of our financial allocation, if we have an application that is more than 50% incomplete, then I think we need to think about the status of that application and the viability of those applicants to be able to get financial allocation. Certainly up to this committee, they're doing a wonderful job of that, but I just wanted to highlight that, because I think there's diligence around if we're talking about funded partners or partners looking to be funded through this application process, there's diligence around completing the application or making a good faith effort to complete the application at least 50% of the way.
Anderson, thank you so much for bringing this up. I think you're absolutely right. There needs to be good faith effort, and we need to do our due diligence to make sure they are submitting everything that they're supposed to. But before I have more feedback on this, let me ask Councilmember Mayfield to go next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for clarification, so we're all on the same page, we see that the yellow is incomplete. What is the
What's the X?
non-applicable and the X? What do those represent?
Oh,
Okay.
not submitted.
So not submitted.
That's a problem.
Oh,
Okay. And the NA, meaning we
Doesn't
didn't
apply.
need that information from them?
They would have,
No, go ahead.
they would have submitted an overall agency budget, but if they weren't looking to fund a specific program, then the program budget wouldn't have been applicable.
Right.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay, that's what we needed.
This is very helpful. Thank you, Councilmember Anderson, for, yeah. Councilmember Anderson read through the whole package.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Mayfield, Mitchell.
So with this slide, no, go back.
Where was, I'm trying to,
Yeah,
Thank you. So we need to keep this in front of
Yes,
us. And
yes.
so I'm about to make a motion, because I know, Madam Chair, we got another item
yes,
on the agenda. And so, based on this, and once again, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think for us, we need to be fair
yes.
and be able to justify our decisions, right? Funding or not funding. Which one?
Clarification for precedent and change.
I'm trying. Okay. So,
Do you want to ask that? I can,
once you ask that before I make my motion, because I'm about to make a motion.
Apologies, just for clarity. So we have the request in here for Carolina's Asian Chamber. Do we fund currently any of the chambers? And if not, what precedent would we be setting? Because we have the African American Chamber, the Hispanic Chamber, the LGBTQIA plus Chamber. I am under I have the understanding that we have not funded through city dollars any of the individual chambers. If we were to move forward with this, what potential new precedent are we looking at?
So I'm not sure if I could speak to the precedent fully, but we did fund them through ARPA, and I forget the name of what the ARPA funding, but it was.
The Workforce Partner Support Program, I
we
believe.
funded all four.
Yes, so not through the Financial Partners Program, no, but through ARPA funding, yes.
Yeah.
So not through finance, so if we move forward with this, because we still are talking about some potential ARPA dollars out there and the interest for these, the one-time cash
Then Mr.
requests,
Doherty got the-
we've done one time to them previously, specifically to the chamber. I was under the impression when we approved that in last year's budget, I believe it was last year's budget, that the expectation is moving forward, they will apply in the broader sense so that we don't set up this precedent of continuing to do this one-time funding. Like, what should be the step if, once you get one-time funding, you should be directed to what funding line item moving forward? Just as an example.
So for chambers, for example?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one they could, besides financial partners, that they could be directed towards.
Okay. That's what I needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, Councilmember Mayfield, for clarifying that. So I know we have had, Black Chamber, Latin American Chamber.
LGBTQ chamber.
Other chamber, LGBTQ chamber, they're all funded through ARPA. Did they all get invited to apply for financial partners? Because I know Block Love was also funded through ARPA and they didn't apply.
So, no, Hill Charlotte, though, we considered it, that was part of the, not Hill Charlotte, you're thinking, I'm saying two different ones, sorry. Charlotte Block Loves was a financial partner. It was ARPA funded, but we treated them like a financial partner.
Okay.
So, yes, they definitely were. And now the chambers, and Chair can speak more to it, but we post it online. I don't know if we reach out specifically to any of the chambers, though.
I did not reach out specifically individually to chambers. However, I did reach out to a good portion of our city departments and say, if you know an organization that would qualify for financial partners, our application is open, and please share that widely. So not just within the city, but also our external partners like Foundation for the Carolinas, the United Way, even our existing financial partners, I asked them to share it with friends. So we do try to get the word out as broadly as possible, but that doesn't guarantee that we get everyone.
Madam Chair, may I just ask a point of?
Yes, go ahead.
On that? Because this is actually what I was thinking about. So in our packet, page 11, in the blue, the follow-up packet, it has the organizations 5 through
Yes.
5 through 10.
Yes.
That it says specifically that they did not apply
Right.
for financial partners for
Right.
2025, but
Right.
they were brought up as a part of our budget
That's right.
straw votes process. So did Block Love actually apply for 20? They did not.
didn't.
Okay.
They did not
I just
apply.
wanted that as a point of clarification.
Right.
And neither did Hearts for the Invisible.
No, but I appreciate, Sherry, your outreach. Certainly, we do everything to get the word out. It's ultimately up to the organizations to apply. But, so do we have a motion
I'm gonna try to make one, Madam Chair. Can we go back to?
to the list?
To the other list, because I think we need to use this for consistency
Yes.
as we go to council and then be able to tell the citizens in the community why we made our decisions.
Yes.
The one, the Mayor Pro Tem.
I think it is at the end.
Oh, the breakdown that we just had. Yeah,
You just-
with the X.
There we
There you
go.
go.
Thank you, staff. So I'd like to make a motion committee that we fund the following at the dollar amount. Yes. Well, no, you told me one of them don't do 100.
Right, because they only applied for
Right.
70.
So Carolina Asian Chamber of Commerce for 100,000. The Boss University at 77,000.
500, yeah.
At 500. And let it be known, those who we did not fund is because either your work was incomplete or you did not submit. And so I think we need to have some consistency and be able to explain why did we support. Not only one that there's exceptions, WYTVY community broadcast. We didn't see a workforce development component in their write-up. And so Danielle, that's what we was asking you to help us kind of, what do we need to look for? And so, Madam Chair, just reiterate, Carolina Asian Chamber of Commerce, $100,000, and Boss University, $77,500 is my motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, so we have that unanimous by the committee. So second item we have here is the additional funding for nonprofit. Can we just pull that up here? The list that was from our budget discussion.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah, I got this right here. Okay, so these are the organizations that did not apply to be a financial partner with the city. However, they were all brought up during the budget process. Any discussion on this, committee members? Councilmember Mayfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if we stick to our policy, and if we stick to the communication, although, including one that I put on here, although we added potentially additional funders on there, we have the information that shows that these partners did not apply.
That's correct.
So for the sake of the fact that we are really working hard to keep whatever tax increase as low as possible, and even though we're talking about potentially one time, we have a limited amount in those ARPA dollars, and we have a lot of requests out there in those ARPA dollars. Madam Chair, I would like for, as a committee, for us to consider not moving forward with the ones that did not apply at this time, just for the sake of consistency, give them the opportunity as we move forward for them to apply for future dollars once we get through this budget cycle, of which, Marie, correct me if I'm wrong, you have opportunities throughout the year to, I think we have another time later in fiscal, that'll be in fiscal year 2025, where you can apply for dollars for your funding. This does not have to be right now.
There's different opportunities, but for the financial part, we'll open it up again with this criteria, but if they get that, they wouldn't get funded till a year from July, but yes.
So I think I just want to clarify, because Councilmember Mayfield, you are correct. There are opportunities. Yes, for financial partner, this is it. But then there are opportunities. For an example, we had allocated a couple of $1 million towards addressing youth violence. So for an example, Save Our Children's Movement, they specifically work with youth. So they would be able to apply for funding, and not just 34, they might possibly apply for much larger funds, to your point. But yeah, there are opportunities like that, even through our the youth, what is the specific line item called that we approved? Victoria made that motion.
Right, for alternatives to violence? No, we have.
No, it's juvenile justice. So, like Carolina Youth Coalition, Save Our Children's Movement, so many other organizations, even Block Love, because they actually help children that are homeless. Right. I mean, I see most of these organizations could potentially apply for that pool of funding.
And that's what I wanted to clarify, because these organizations do great work.
Yes.
And I don't want this to be perceived as the only opportunity. Yet, if we're going to try to stay consistent to our rules and language, and as we're trying to clarify language, if they did not apply, then for right now, I think it is fine for us as a committee to move forward and not recommend funding at this time, because there are other opportunities for them to receive funding, because we have a lot of requests out there. Now, I think for me, it would be a different conversation if they had applied, then they would have been in that other bucket. But because they did not apply at this time, they might be in a position where they're okay for right now. And then there will be other opportunities for them to come to the table.
Yes, ma'am. And Councilmember Mitchell, followed by Councilmember Anderson.
So just a follow-up, because I think Councilor Mayfield touched on the ARPA fund. Sean, how much is remaining in our ARPA fund interest?
So the ARPA interest is $6.9 million, and that's prior to any decisions that were made by council last Thursday.
So that's prior to, but council, stay with me for a minute. I know Charlotte Black Film Festival, we voted to take out our ARPA funding, $287,000, and I think we earmarked for the Teachers Village $1 million out of the ARPA fund. Was there anything else?
And then 1.5 million
For the
juvenile.
for the
The
faith.
Katie Foundation, $1 million.
Right.
And then $1 million for the Faith and Housing.
So that's what I'm trying to say. So we have already started.
That's about 4.
Right, so how much we did for the Faith Summit?
1 million, because we already had 1.5, so that was to get it to 2.5.
And then how much for the Kate Blessing?
Yes.
Well, I think
Of ARPA.
we can put that to the side, because
Okay.
that was assumed to come through the manager's PAYGO recommendation.
Okay, got it,
Yeah.
got it, okay.
But Councilmember Watlington did advocate for an additional $1 million in the ARPA interest
Right.
to add to the manager's PAYGO recommendation of $3.5 million.
So we got 1 million Faith Summit, 1 million for juvenile, 287,000 for Charlotte Black Film, $1 million for the Teacher Village. Did I cover everything for the opera funding that we voted on last week?
Yes.
Ryan can weigh in here. He's got the specifics.
Oh, boy, y'all, they own it. Oh, okay, thank you, Ryan. Ryan, here we go. Ryan got it, okay.
You guys wanted me in this meeting? Okay, so.
Perfect, Ryan.
So what I have from the Thursday meeting is the things that would either be approved or go forward to committee with like a possible earmark from ARPA was a million for the teacher village concept that was talked about, 700,000 for the workforce development financial partners, which were just talked about. It looks like you would only use about 177,000 of it. 534,000 for the additional funding for the nonprofits, which is what you have on the screen right here. There was 234,450 for CMPD equipment, which was like the ballistic shields and the active shooter kits. There was 250,000 for the additional litter cleanup crew from the Center for Employment Opportunities. 287,000 for the Charlotte Black Film Festival, 100,000 for Boom Charlotte, the 1 million for Faith and Housing, the 1 million for the additional juvenile justice support. So everything that I just said adds up to 5.1 million out of that 6.9 million ARPA interest, but a couple caveats to that. One, it doesn't look like you're going to move forward with the whole 700,000 for workforce development and potentially not this amount, so that may be added back in. And then there was also potentially some opportunities, talking to Danielle about some of the regular ARPA workforce funds that she has may be utilized for a couple of the workforce-related needs.
Madam Chair, Mr. Richard, can I just ask a point of clarification on what you just said, Brian? You mentioned the 250K for litter cleanup.
Yep.
Was that not out of workforce allocation? I thought we voted that out of workforce, but I could have gotten that wrong.
Yeah, so we said ARPA, and we said we would look for opportunities to use regular ARPA with the additional 2.8 million that Danielle had, as opposed to ARPA interest wherever possible. So that's one of the opportunities, and that would be a very good fit for it.
Mayfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bergman, thank you for actually breaking down and presenting this. So in actuality, because for transparency, we wanted to keep the conversation clear for the organizations that did not apply. We actually, a number of us, of which you see the breakdown of all of us that put our hands up for additional funding, thank you for reminding that this 534,000 is already accounted for out of the ARPA, but we're saying what'll be left if we were to fund everything that was recommended in the last discussion, that totaled $5,105,450 out of the $7 million, which leaves us like a little more than $1 million.
What, 1.8?
1.8 million for potential additional ask. Thank you very much. So, Madam Chair, I did not make a motion. I was having the discussion, but for today, since we have identified it, I am comfortable for me to move for a motion, but I do want to give time for Councilwoman Brown that joined us to speak before I make a motion, or do you want me to make the motion in second and have her speak? So I move for us to approve all of the additional funding of nonprofit organizations. That includes Block Love, and we're doing these total amounts, with these up to the 100,000.
Up to 100K.
Up to 100, for 100,000 for Black Love, for Carolina Youth Coalition, Charlotte Museum of History. We're gonna let this one, we're gonna have to have different conversations about how we fund the museum moving forward. Hearts for the Invisible, Home Again Foundation, and these are one-time funds. And for Save Our Children's Movement, they specifically only asked for 34,000, so to approve the full $34,000 ask.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Brown.
All right, y'all, don't be scaring me when I walk through the door now, okay? I got this taken care of, because when we in community and we tell them we're going to do something, I really would like for us to be able to move forward and do that. And I understand that they can apply for additional funding, so I'm coming in at the tail end, and that's perfect. So I'm okay with that. You got a second, you got a third right here for me, so I'm okay.
So right there, I think that's 3, 4, 5, 600,000. I'm sorry, 534. 534. Yeah.
So do you
Okay.
wanna vote?
So all in favor, please raise your hands. I think you have it unanimous. So this is,
One clarification. Ryan, on the Workforce Development Financial Partners, we actually gave you some money back,
so we only did one,
77
yeah.
instead of 700,000. Okay.
and,
Yeah.
so we should have additional funds left
Right,
on,
so
in
to
our
go back to
bucket.
that 1.8, give us a
Yeah,
little bit more
so
money.
that'd be a future council action.
Yes, to potentially have additional funding for juvenile justice initiatives.
Okay, so to be clear, BU Great, the 725,333, we reduced it to,
0.
No, that's workforce development. These are only, we discussed nonprofit.
I'm looking at workforce development.
Oh, no, we only discussed this one's, what was the motion?
It did
No, I'm
not, because they
asking
didn't
Ms.
complete, yes, if we can go back
Back
to
to
that
that.
slide, Marie, a couple of our partners did not provide all of the information that we needed.
Package.
So it was, say, they didn't provide the budget, the program
Okay.
budget, or the revenues,
Sure.
All right, no problem.
unfortunately.
And so so can we just go down the list? I know I'm late, but I want to know.
Okay.
So BU Great, nothing
No.
right now because they're incomplete?
Right.
Will they have the opportunity to come back and
Yeah.
submit? Okay, I
Yes.
just want to be clear for the record. Carolina's Asian, they're good, they're getting,
100,000.
okay. This is all still up to 100,000 like we discussed the other day?
That's
Okay.
right.
How would they go back and get the other money? Are they applying for it or what are we doing? I'm just asking for it.
How about you and I connect afterwards, because we do have another item that.
But this won't take long and I want to know.
What is the question?
I'm asking about the ones that we're going down, the workforce development.
So out of that, can you just repeat what organizations, Councilmember Mitchell, that?
I'm just talking about workforce development. I'm clear on additional
No, he
funding for
made the
work.
motion, so I'm asking him to tell you his motion so that you know which organizations were included.
We only approved 3.
Okay, you only pulled
Two,
three.
I think.
We only approved
two.
2. Councilman Brown, we approved Carolina Asian Chamber of Commerce for $100,000, and we approved, Stiletto Boss University for $77,500. We use this as our guiding principle, so they had an incomplete, not submitted, we did not fund them.
So I'm looking at Freedom Fighting Missionaries, which is really dear to the community and the work that they're doing. Why do they have 3 X's? Did they not
Because
submit?
They did not submit
the
it.
information.
They didn't submit the information.
Okay, I'm gonna reach out to them and see what's up with that. Okay.
Yeah.
Right, so that's what I wanted to know because there's a not submitted, then there's incomplete.
Right.
So the yellow triangle is incomplete.
Correct.
Correct.
The X is not submitted.
Correct.
They didn't submit.
All right, Mr. Kenny Robinson, don't be calling us out. You got some incompletes up here. I love you, but I need you to do your checks and balances, okay? I'll call you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tijuana Brown. She says it like it is. I love that.
That's
So, well, next, I know that the topic that you are all waiting
Yes,
on.
here we go.
And this is something that I know that Councilmember Mitchell,
Oh, yes.
Mayfield, and even Councilmember Brown, we all have been passionate about this topic, which is our CBI policy. So I would like to turn I would like to turn the presentation over to Stephen Cocker and Phil Rigger to walk us through our procurement policy.
Quick for me.
Phil, did you give us the PowerPoint that you're about to show us?
We do.
Oh, okay.
Marie's going to pass one out.
Thank you, just clarifying.
And Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for having us. Steve and I are real excited about being here. Steve's going to kick us off, and then I'm going to chime in. We're going to kind of do a little bit of back and forth, and looking forward to sharing with you some new ideas. So, Steve.
All right. Well, committee leadership, Mayor Pro Tem, city leadership and staff, it's good to be here before you. My mother used to talk about it takes 2 to tango. And of course, Phil and I have been going through this dance effectively. And what we're going to present to you really speaks to the ideal of MWSBE participation. Over the last few months, several themes have emerged, and we've had these discussions as it relates to increased utilization and spend. Naturally, as we prioritize MWBE program as well as increasing spend, we have to work together, connect the dots, be fully transparent in everything that we do, and we've talked about that. The barriers that exist for our constituent businesses. We've worked on several things, as you know, including our contractor development program. We've partnered in a meaningful way with the Charlotte Business Growth Fund to support capital access, and of course, the legal resource program. Growing capacity is incredibly important to us. When we talk about many firms have gotten 0 contracts, and the ones that get 1, that really doesn't support growing capacity. So the things that Phil and I have talked about are really going to connect the dots. And then, of course, what we've talked about so often is not just exist in the subcontracting realm, but to help these firms grow into prime contractors. And that's absolutely important. And of course, Councilmember Mitchell and Mayfield, these last two will resonate with you. Alternative constructions, and I think Phil has done a bang-up job as far as supporting projects that could take on alternative methods such as CMARs and et cetera. And then unbundling scopes of work. We know firms can't do the full pie. They can't bang out $1 million plus projects, but if we take a concerted effort to break up packages, we believe we can get a lot more participation. So in opening up, I just wanted to put those things out, and then I'll turn it over to you, Phil.
Great.
Phil, can you close that one about?
Yes. Let me see if I can. Did I get it? Yes. All right, all right. So, one thing that's not on this list that we heard from council when this item was referred is that you wanted to see a plan. And so today we wanted to put forth a plan for development plan. We recognize that being this June 3rd, and the next time this committee will meet is likely September, we're probably not going to get that plan developed in one committee meeting today. But we wanted to put forward in front of you sort of a path forward for putting together what we're calling a CIP MWSB Utilization Master Plan. And I'll talk a little bit more about what that is, but effectively it's a written plan that will define sort of the objectives, the actions, and the measures for how we're going to use the CIP to offer more opportunity, participation, and utilization. I wanted to give the committee a quick update on what we've been doing since December so that we don't get lost, that things are already in motion. And then recognizing that the next time the committee will meet is September, I don't want to leave the committee with the impression that we're not going to take action this summer. Right. And so I wanted to put forward in front of the committee for discussion a pilot framework. And this is really a framework about how we think differently about how we procure our construction services, as well as a way of thinking differently about how to engage our MWSBEs a lot earlier to get them prepared for opportunities. And then finally, as you're all aware, our CIP is a pipeline. And so projects are always moving through the pipeline. They're in different phases. And so I wanted to give this committee a quick picture of the things that are sort of moving through the pipeline that council would likely see over the next 6 months. So what's a utilization master plan? We went out and we took a quick look at our peer cities. And we started to ask the question, what are our peer cities doing as it relates to a plan that sits on the policies that really speak to the nuts and bolts of how this works. And we found lots of different plans, but they were all pretty different. And the best model that we found was Denver's plan. And so what you see in front of you Say again? Denver, Colorado, yes. So you all recall at your retreat, you saw Adam Phipps, and Adam's from Denver, and Adam sort of turned us towards, hey, here's what Denver is doing. And they have a plan that it's really a guiding document, identifies the strategies and pathways to achieve our policy goal to grow and develop our MWSBEs through the capital program. And when I show you this framework, I think you're going to see how we have split the work up that's going to allow our small businesses opportunities to grow through the different levels of complexity of projects that we have as a city. So this plan really will probably define, let's say, 4 to 6 major objectives. Under those objectives, we'll have 2, 3 specific actions that are going to get us to achieving those objectives, and then they're going to be measurable. So we'll be able to bring back to council, how are we doing? One comparison to this plan might be the CAP. So the Strategic Energy Action Plan has objectives, very measurable. Sarah comes back and talks about them. But it stands on the foundation of the council's resolution, which is policy. So that's what a master plan is. That's what we want to bring this committee along and get your help developing this plan. And the next slide, Steve, the schedule we've laid out is a 3-meeting schedule. In September, we want to come back and we just want to talk to you about the policy framework. There was a whole lot of questions about, do we have a procurement policy? What is it? How does it work? And the answer is yes, we do. And so we want to share that with you. We want to bring back and talk about how your CBI policy overlays on that procurement policy. And then Steve's going to also provide some more information about how goals are set and the factors that shape those goals that end up in utilization. On the 7th, we want to talk a little bit more about project delivery methods and the benefits of those different methods. At that point, we want to put in front of you a draft plan. And so we'll have taken the feedback that you've given to us today in September, and we're going to bring back a draft plan that has the objectives, actions, and metrics. And that'll be an opportunity then for you to really pour into it and give us some more feedback. And then in November, if it's possible, we're going to bring back that final draft of a master plan. And if the committee feels good about it, maybe you need to tweak a few things there today, but maybe we can get a committee recommendation back to full council for a master plan.
Councilmember Mitchell, do you have a question? Okay, just
You know, Madam Chair, just a brief statement. I'm going to echo the sentiments of Councilmember Brown. So staff, when you look at our demographics, they don't look like Denver, Colorado. So I just want to make sure if there's a best practice we can find, it mirrors more our demographics, okay? So we got 2 months. We're off July and August. So if you can, best practice, find something almost like Charlotte. I think it just gets us more comfortable as we have this conversation. I totally agree with you, Councilman Brown.
Yeah, we'd be glad to bring back some of the examples that we're looking at. Again, we're not looking to copy anybody's plan.
Okay.
We're looking at what are the model? How's it set up?
Yeah.
What's it trying to accomplish? So we'll bring you
Well,
back.
we are
Right, and that's
creating a
fine.
model. We are creating a model that other cities will follow, like we
Right.
did with CAP.
So that's what I'm thinking. We will create our own model. Of course, when we're looking for innovative and best practices, the wheel has already been invented on everything. If you're looking to do something, someone has already done what you're doing, or otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting in this room. Like, we'd be unique, individually, making a lot of money, billionaire status, right? But what I was thinking of when I thought about Denver was just like some data or some work that I've been doing that doesn't match what we're doing here in Charlotte, North Carolina. I like that you're looking at the base, the structure to start there, and then we can move forward with creating something that is really unique for Charlotte, because Charlotte is really like a special and unique city, and a lot of people are moving here. Hence why we have 100 and something people moving here per day. We might be at 200 now, right? I don't know what that, anybody know that number? Still in the 100 and
It's still
something?
around 100, yes, ma'am.
That's a lot of people moving here daily. So I would like to see what you guys come up with, because I met with you one-on-one. You have an amazing team. You work really hard, and I'm looking forward to seeing what your expertise would put together and how we can just work together to blend it. But I think that Denver, I said Denver, Colorado, that's why I said it like that. But if you're taking the base structure and we're going to implement what we can do here in Charlotte and make it unique where everybody want to copy us, and we'll be the copycat city.
That's right. This is a uniquely Charlotte's plan. This is what I would call an emerging best practice. You don't find a lot of comprehensive plans like what we're talking about. You find different snippets that you kind of can put things together. We used Denver's for two reasons. One, Denver and what they have been able to accomplish through their capital program as it relates to funding transportation infrastructure is similar to what we're trying to accomplish. And two, as it relates to comprehensiveness, it was it sort of had all the elements. But to your point, Ms. Brown, absolutely to Charlotte.
So, Mr. Heath, thank you for keeping me straight here. He asked me to make sure we do a time check. We have our meeting ends at 3:30. So, can you all stay 10 minutes past 3:30?
What do we have, like a 30-minute break till we go to that 4 o'clock?
Right.
Yeah, but the thing is, they require time to set up the room for next one.
Okay.
So they would probably want this room vacant by 3:45 the latest. So I just want to give them a grace period. So by 3:35, can you all stay? By up to 3:40, can you all stay?
That's fine. Yes.
Okay.
As long as we
So-
go to pizza. Just kidding, just kidding.
So, Mr. Rieger, would it help if you just go through the whole presentation and then we hold our questions
Thank you.
till then? Okay.
We'll move swiftly.
No, take your time. I just want to make sure we give you ample opportunity to do your spiel.
So again, what have we done since December? You all recall in December, we were having conversations around the Northwest Police Station. That particular police station, the bids came back, did not meet our CBI goals, did not meet good faith efforts, rejected all bids. It was through those conversations that we instituted or had a business connections meeting. Mr. Mitchell helped kick us off there. And many others were there. This was a great networking opportunity where we brought primes and subs together, and we really think that has paid dividends and will pay additional dividends, and we're going to continue that model. And then you can see the list of projects where we've shifted away from our traditional design bid build process, which results in a hard bid. And we've moved those projects, either construction manager at risk, or in some cases, they design build methodology was a better alternative delivery fit for various reasons. So here is the growth frame, or the framework, the different way of thinking about how we procure construction. And I call this the road to growth, because as we move from left to right, you're going to have projects that are increasing in cost or estimated cost, but also in complexity. And so this gives, we talk a lot about just the right size contract. Well, depending on what contractor you are, just the right size might be really small or might be larger. And so starting from left to right, for those projects that are valued at $300,000 or less, we want to target MWSBEs. So North Carolina state law allows us to do informal solicitation, which allows us then to target a market. And our policy framework already speaks to this and allows this. And so we want to target MWSBEs. A target market means at least 3. There has to be 3 certified MWSBEs. State law requires, when we do informal bid, that we have to solicit 3 first. So if there are 3 MWSBEs, we target that market. So $300,000 and left, no bid bond is required. The administrative burden to do that work is relatively low. And these are projects that are most likely single scope projects where a contractor is going to self-perform. And so we feel like this is your smallest contractors that are really, really good at what they do. And this is a good place for them to really take on that prime role and begin to learn what that means. So as we move to the right, the $300,000 to $500,000, again, anything under $500,000 we can informally solicit, which means we can do a target market. However, projects over 300 require a performance bond. And so that adds a level of complexity. And so because there's a performance bond required, Steve's got a really great bonding program that's available. Along with access to capital and some of those things. So those services really become available, they're really available to all of our MWSBEs, regardless of where they are on the spectrum. But here it becomes really relevant because now you've got to have a bond, you have to have bonding capacity. We're setting utilization goals because this work may require subcontracting. And so, again, moderate amount of administrative workload here, a little bit more advanced project, again, a level that a smaller contractor has an opportunity to grow into. When we hit the $500,000 to $5 million, now you're starting to talk about formal bidding. And these are jobs that probably aren't big enough in complexity for alternative delivery methods. That's not to say we couldn't do alternative delivery, and we might choose to every so often if it makes really good sense. But here's where your general contracting community is. These are your general contractors that have not yet stepped into alternative delivery yet. In other words, they haven't developed that skill set, but they want to be primes too. And so, again, a third opportunity for growth. Bonding, access to capital is available. This is sort of your full administrative burden on the prime. Prime's not only keeping track of themselves, they're keeping track of their subs, and they're sending pay applications to the city. There's just a lot more administrative work that comes with managing a contract like this. And then finally, the $5 million and up, this is where we're evaluating alternative delivery. This is where you've got complex projects that might have complex schedules. It's where alternative delivery methods really shine. And full subcontracting opportunity. CBI is helping us with goal setting. This is where your large road projects are. It's where your police stations, your fire stations, those types of projects are. At the bottom of the slide from left to right, we've given you a sense of how many projects are in each of these categories and the approximate value, and this is construction value, there. So you can see that, we've got a whole lot of projects that are under $300,000, which is a really great opportunity for folks.
Yes.
And this is a moving target, because remember, the CIP is a pipeline. Projects are coming in and rolling out all the time, and as council adopts a new CIP in FY25, there are going to be more projects that are moving through the beginnings of the pipeline.
So these numbers can go up or down?
They will move.
They will move up?
They will just move.
Oh,
Well, they'll move up and down as projects are
Okay.
started and completed.
All right.
So this is a new framework. We're proposing that we pilot this.
Yes.
Starting tomorrow. And we have some projects that are going to be ready to go between June and September. And so we think there's an opportunity to see how this works and bring some of that data back to the committee and share with that in our September meeting.
Starting tomorrow, y'all don't play no games.
Looking forward to getting, after the presentation, getting some more feedback about the framework. So we're pretty excited about this. Now I'm going to turn it back over to Steve.
All right, when going through this thing I said to Phil, and I will say this to the other directors as well, CBI has to get involved early. We can't wait till we get to you guys, can't wait till we simply set a goal. We have to shape the project at the earliest stages. And Phil bought into it, and so with this plan, that will be the objective. Of course, the details will be rolled out, but just basically, early collaboration between CBI and general services is important. That's going to take place. Of course, we're going to emphasize the engagement, meaning we're going to outreach, we're going to talk to our certified firms, and that's an important part of this plan. And then in terms of the opportunities, we're going to spell out all the details. You've heard me talk about scopes of work and all of those different types of things. Well, there's going to be a major focus on that and communicating that to our MWSBEs. And then, of course, our commitment. I think our commitment has been strong since I've been here, but as Brent Cagle says, we want to make sure the audio matches the video. And so that's going to be absolutely critical to the plan that we develop.
All right, so just thinking about the pilot projects, we wanted to give you a sense of what they looked like. There's 8 of them, so think about 8 projects that are sort of at that 100% design phase and ready to flow. We've got 6 projects that are sort of in that flat work, sidewalk, shared use path category. You can see the range of the cost estimates for those projects. And then we wanted to test a few traffic control device projects. This is a set of projects that we do a lot of. So think about your Vision Zero types of projects. Really important to the community around safety and transportation. They tend to be high technical, but we wanted to test the market and see what we have here. And remember, if we don't have a market, that doesn't mean we stop. It means that we share and work with Steve to try to figure out how we start to develop that market over time. And then just some of those upcoming projects that you'll see over the next 6 months or so for award. You can see a list there of those that are in the 500 to 5 million range. So this would be generally open to our general contracting community. And then we have some projects here that are already at 100% design. These are horizontal road projects that we need to go out and test the market. These particular projects are, you'll remember your blue and yellow pages when we go through. These are at budget risk.
I missed those pages.
So there's a report at budget workshop time where we report out. You remember? These are in yellow. And so we need to test the market to see if we can get these projects done in budget. And so they're ready to go to the market. If we can't get favorable pricing, then we've got to take a step back and look at the project as it's currently designed and potentially do something different. So again, for today, we've proposed this idea of a master plan and a CIP pilot framework. And so we're recommending that we proceed with that, and then looking forward to continued committee discussions as we build this master plan together. And again, this is a repeat from that previous slide. And so with that, we turn it back over to you, Madam Chair, and ask for any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Reader. I certainly appreciate this schedule. And most importantly, I like that it's a pilot program, that it starts tomorrow, right? To Councilmember Brown's point, you're not playing. Because even though council will take a summer break, you are all still working. So I appreciate that. At the end of the day, what truly matters to me is that we remove barriers for MWSBEs to bid on city contracts. So I think this helps us achieve that objective. So with that, Councilmember Mitchell, Mayfield, and Brown.
And Madam Chair, I'm going to be very disrespectful. We leave at 3:40, 3:45.
3:40.
Oh, 3:40. Oh, I'm going to do this real quick. To Jennifer, Kathleen, Stephen, Phil, Sean, and Renee,
And Mike.
and Mike, my excitement, please take it the way I try to receive it. I try to deliver it, I should say. And so I know I've had some tense conversation with some of you all over the months, but I just believe that this program, we should lead this program effort. So let me apologize to you all in front publicly, and I thank you for what you all do. So let me kind of quickly go through, if I can. I'm going to start off what I call the Mayfield Amendment. And so, Steve, it would be nice in the next 2 months, we can show how many of our CBI firms have actually been awarded work. It's a big disconnect that some people have been registered for 5 or 6 years. They still haven't received work. So can you give us that data by the time we have our September meeting? On another area is, if we could talk about barriers, I think we got to look in this area of safety. Currently, right now, we look at EMR as a way to determine a safety goal. I think we need to explore using DART. DART is a more real-time way of looking at someone's safety schedule. So we can just explore that.
Can you tell us the difference? We don't know.
Yeah, okay.
For those who are not in the
Yeah,
industry.
that's right. It's not in, I'm sorry. Okay. So the EMR is EMR DART are ways to judge someone's safety record when they are general contracts to build. EMR kind of it looks at your total man hours, and so it's not what I say fair for a small company and big company.
To be on the same scale?
Yes, I'm gonna say so. DART has a better way of saying how many safety issues have anyone had based on how many man hours. So it's more of a real time that insurance companies look at. So we can explore switching to DART rather than EMR. I think we have a
What's the
level.
acronyms for EMR? I'm sorry.
Jennifer,
Doing
what's
it right
the?
now?
You remember that?
Isn't it emergency management response?
Kathleen? There you go. See,
Experience
we got the brains in here. I just know it's EMR. Say it again, Kathleen.
Experience modification rate.
Okay.
Experience modification. So I'm gonna be very,
Workers' compensation type stuff.
let me be quick, because y'all gonna fuss at me. We've already had a conversation about quick pay. I think quick pay is a barrier for some of my trade partners. Quick pay is not 30 and 45 days. The industry is going to quick pay is 15 days.
Right.
And that allows small businesses to protect their cash flow and do more work. Staff, thank you on the delivery, alternate methods. We talking about more design, bid, build, and see them at risk. Here's one thing, me and Councilor Mayfield have been doing this for so many years, but on the bundling, I think it would be great that when we have our RCA, that we actually list those bid packages that we have unbundled to get more opportunity for small businesses. And I know right now we have struggling to unbundle our projects. So Councilman Brown, here's a prime example. It might be a $1 million drywall package. We don't have any minority companies that can bond $1 million. We do have those, maybe could do $300,000. So can we break the package down? Right. So that's a conversation, unbundling. And then to show us council members on our RCA, which package unbundle that generate more participation. My last one, I want other colleagues to talk. County commissioners they allow county commissioners to sit on their interviewing panel. Have we ever considered that?
One more time, repeat that.
So county commissioners actually sit on the interview for construction
For their
project.
economic development.
For their economic development, county commissioners. So they rotate them. And so it's a model that I don't think we have ever looked at. So if we can get some feedback, how would that look for us?
For all capital projects?
For all capital projects, the county commissioners, so they rotate. Sometime Ms. Leak would sit on them.
Right.
Council Commissioner
So let me
Jarrett.
ask you this. What's our process look like now?
We don't have that.
They don't, that's why they're asking them to explore that option.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna shut up, because I want to be fair to my.
You did great, because
to my
you're
other-
in the industry, clearly you have the knowledge, so.
Okay.
You've been able to go through and.
This is an educational experience for
Absolutely.
most of us that are not in the industry.
But him and LaWanda been doing it, Mayfield, Councilmember Mayfield and Councilmember Mitchell been doing it together for quite some time, so. But
So
one
we're
other thing-
over on time, Madam Chair, so for mine.
wanna go next?
Yeah, just for.
3 minutes, go ahead, I'm fine.
I just want to clarify, we broke down some items some potential projects that may or may not be funded. I want us to keep in mind, we broke ground today for Councilmember Brown gave welcome for Fire Station 30, which is, Swinnerton is leading it.
Right.
I think if we saying we starting tomorrow, we can start even with our current projects that are out there.
See how we can add to it.
Verifying
Yep.
that our partners are actually being utilized and seeing how we can strengthen those, starting right now versus looking at projects that may or may not be funded. We have some that are funded where they had some commitments. Let's verify they're actually utilizing those companies that we identified, going back to what Councilmember Mitchell mentioned, that we have some that, and I've mentioned on general services, we identified these people, but they haven't actually been triggered to do a project. We got some ongoing projects right now that we might be able to tap into. Thank you.
We requested that report, I think it was last week, and CBI is working on it.
Anything else? Committee members, do you have any input in the process?
Yeah, they're the experts, they've done well, I've learned a lot in the process, but I do, when you said tomorrow, I know that it's gonna be difficult to go through the list that we have, but to Councilmember Mayfield's point, I was going to ask, is it possible for those that are existing to add to the list?
So,
Or is it something that they've already got it on lockdown and no one else?
I think there's two things, and so guys, help me if I'm not interpreting this right. There is what we already are, the construction that's already going on, and so there's this question about, are the firms that were identified in those contracts really being used? So that's one thing.
Right.
So we can go back and look at that, that's with
Okay.
Steve's help, no doubt about that. And then the second, though, is the projects that have not been through a procurement process. Those are the projects that I say sort of start tomorrow,
Okay.
right? We're gonna start to apply this framework moving forward.
Okay.
And we'll collect some data, and we'll see how it works, where it doesn't work well, and we'll bring all that information back.
Thank you. I know we're at 40, but just 30 seconds, real quick. So, and when people want to do work and they're sitting on a list for years, is there a process that we can come up with just to stay in contact with them, to let them know, we know you're still here, are you still interested? Do you still have your credentials? Because that could eliminate that list. Maybe they don't have the credentials that they once had to be on that list. Is there some process where we can stay in contact to make sure?
We have frequent engagement with them. We send out
Okay.
surveys. We have other things other than contracts that we want to communicate as resources. So we invite them all to, many times, sit down with us individually, especially if they want to provide updates. So, yes.
Okay, that's what I want to know, because then 5, 6 years is too long for anybody not to be able to feed their family or put their employees to work. Post-COVID, taking that out of the picture, but thank you guys for all that you do. I sat down with you and I said, better you than me, so, but thank you for all that you do.
Okay, I think with that, great work, staff. I appreciate you.
Appreciate y'all.
Thank you all. And thank you, Sherry and Marie, for the financial partners
Kathleen,
process.
thank you for bailing me out.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Move to adjourn, Madam Chair.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all right.
As have it opposed, so be it.
Madam Chair, we're live.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Housing, Safety, and Community Committee meeting. Here, I am Victoria Watlington, your chair and representative at large. We've got a good bit of things to cover here today. So we will get right started with our introductions. I will start in the room.
Where you want to start it?
Madam Chair, did you want to start with committee or you want to start with staff?
Yes, please. We can start with committee. Vice Chair Mayfield, you can go first, and then we'll go to your left and then circle on around.
Thank you, Madam Chair. LaWanna Mayfield, Vice Chair, Council Member at Large.
Dimple Ajmera, committee member and at large.
Renee Askew, Assistant City Manager. Rebecca Hefner, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Warren Wooten, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Rakisha Stewart, Housing and Neighborhood Services. Judy Selden Cohen, the advocate for the People's Budget.
Renee Johnson, committee member, District 4 representative.
Councilwoman Tijuana Brown, Charlotte City Council District 3, committee member.
Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
Janine Simmons, Housing Services.
Harold Thompson, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Gail Whitcomb, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Sean Heath, City Manager's Office.
Thank you so much. Like I said, we've got a packed agenda, so we will go ahead and get started. I will turn it over to ACM Askew to tee us up.
Good afternoon. We do have a packed agenda. We have some great items to discuss, starting with affordable housing fund, housing trust fund recommendations, which I think is real exciting to see. And then we have a second item associated with teacher supportive housing. With that, I'll return it over to Director Hefner.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I think when it comes to the Housing Trust Fund, it may be fair to say this is the moment you've all been waiting for. So today we're going to start talking about not just how do we do more with your Housing Trust Fund, but how do we do different, how do we innovate, and how do we get better resident outcomes through your investments. Next slide, please. Your packet includes what is at this point probably 2 meetings worth of information. So I don't think we'll actually get through this full discussion today, but this is what we have for you, and we'll move as quickly as we can. So we'll talk about the referral summary, a little bit about your current housing investment, an overview of the housing bonds, and what are some eligible uses of those housing bonds. We'll discuss housing investment goals by type and category. And then if there is additional time, we will move into priorities and prioritization. And if not, we will save that part of the conversation for your next meeting. Next slide, please. So the mayor referred this policy question to Housing, Safety, and Community Committee. Are there opportunities to balance multiple priorities surrounding the city's affordable housing activities and investments to more strategically align community needs to available city resources? Yes, absolutely. Lots of opportunities. And so we're going to provide a lot of information for your consideration today. The information that we've pulled together does include, so we've incorporated best practices from other communities across the various housing types and activities. We have not done a specific stakeholder process related to this particular referral at this time. However, the information does incorporate a lot of stakeholder feedback that we have received as staff and you have received as council. We have incorporated a lot of options around innovation and public-private partnership models, and our goal will be to help you develop recommendations for consideration by full city council. Next slide, please. So when we think about affordable housing, the traditional focus over the early years of the Housing Trust Fund was on housing unit production. This is not the current data. This is a snip from your 20th anniversary Housing Trust Fund report. And the focus has historically been on the number of units created, which is an important focus through the Housing Trust Fund. I think we are up to over 12,000 units that you have created or preserved through that funding source over the years. But we have heard you loud and clear. You want to do more, but you don't want to do more of the same. So the housing unit, that's not enough. We want to help you get to a place where we're leveraging that housing investment to improve resident outcomes and a real holistic focus on those outcomes. You may recall we had a brief conversation at the strategy session in January about what we refer to as the housing and model. An investment in housing is an investment in people, and we strive to pair those housing investments with other investments around economic mobility and residential stability to get the best outcomes for residents. So we want residents to have access to safe, quality, affordable housing and supports to help them maintain stability. We want residents of all incomes to have access to thriving neighborhoods, so all neighborhoods have affordability within them. And economic mobility. We want residents to have access to services that increase employment, income, and wealth, and reduce barriers to housing stability. Next slide, please. Affordable housing is for everyone. If you've heard Member Mayfield's spiel recently, who needs affordable housing? We all need affordable housing. The definition of affordable changes from household to household. So the city uses the definitions of affordability from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development that says housing is considered affordable when a household spends no more than 30% of their income to live there. So in Mecklenburg County, 50% of renters and 19% of homeowners are considered housing cost burdened, meaning they are not living in the housing that is affordable at that level. And affordability, one more note on the definition here, affordability for low and moderate income households is actually calculated as a percentage of the area median income, and it's determined by household size. So in 2024, the median income for a family of four in Charlotte-Mecklenburg is about $106,000, up just a little bit from last year, but still close enough to 100 to make the calculations relatively simple. So 30% area median income and below, you're looking at a little over $31,000 for a household of four. And at 80% AMI is about $84,000 for a household of four. So you can see on this slide what some of the salaries are for the people who live and work in our community and help us every day. We've also included a reminder that affordable housing is also for our residents who are on fixed incomes. A lot of our seniors, veterans, our disabled neighbors who may be on fixed incomes and need housing support. Next slide, please. I'm going to repeat two slides that you've seen recently when you did your recent Housing Trust Fund approvals. And these slides show what you have invested in the number of housing units since January 2023, so in the last bond cycle, but across all funding sources. So these numbers actually include your Housing Trust Fund, but also innovative housing, local PAYGO dollars, transit-oriented development fee and lieu revenue. You had your first one of those recently, and then a variety of federal allocations, fund housing units done with CDBG or home funds, for example. It doesn't include the housing funds that support households directly, like the Emergency Solutions Grant and some of the HOPWA funding. So you have other funding sources that do other things, but when it comes to affordable housing units, you have invested in over 2,200 units since January of 2023. And we're going to look at these various categories in more detail as part of the presentation today. But when you start to think about investment goals across housing types and across housing categories, this is kind of your baseline. This is where you stand with investments from this last bond cycle. So looking at all the way from 58% of the total investment went to multifamily new construction, down to 4% went to supportive housing. Next slide. This is that same breakdown, but by AMI. So across all the funding sources in this same time period, 40% of the affordable housing units approved or preserved are deed restricted for households at 50% and below AMI, and 24% at 30% at AMI and below. So you are meeting your goals with some of the most vulnerable households. You'll note that there is a 90 to 100% on this slide because it includes local dollars that support your House Charlotte program, and House Charlotte is eligibility goes all the way up to 110% AMI. Get my expert confirmation next door here. All right, next slide, please. So your affordable housing investments are really important in the housing market. And they make it possible for low and moderate income households to access affordable housing, and through deed restrictions that make it affordable over time to stay there while they need it. So a couple of interesting things that the team discovered while prepping for this, 2 data points we really wanted to share. So of all of the, so we have a fantastic data team in INT, and they crunch a lot of numbers for you to understand the affordable housing gap. Of all of the rental units that are affordable to 30% area median income and below, let's see, where are we? 20. I'm going back and forth with my reading glasses. It's that stage of life, right? 40% of those rental units are deed restricted because of your investments in the Housing Trust Fund. And 25% of those affordable rental units from 31 to 60% are affordable because of your investments from the Housing Trust Fund. So there's a pretty significant share of the market that you have made accessible by your investments. In addition, from 2021 to 2023, 12% of the new rental units that came online, so all of the rental units that came online during that time period, 12% had affordability restrictions through the Housing Trust Fund. So again, a really impactful investment. And finally, an estimated 3% of homes sold for $315,000 or less were powered by home ownership assistance. Now, that's okay, but we can do better. All right, next slide, please. So just one last note here before we jump in. Housing affordability, of course, is more than just creating and preserving affordable housing. So it has to do with supply, leverage, and partnerships. And I usually do the arm motions, which are harder to capture in this setting. But in order to get people to have affordable places to live, we need more housing. That's the big bubble. We've got to have more housing. Then we need to create and preserve more affordable housing. And then we need those people-focused strategies that help people stay in place or age in place or access the affordable housing. I just wanted to make this connection as we're talking about the Housing Trust Fund, that it's an important to be in alignment with the kind of build more housing strategies of your comprehensive plan and the conversations that you're having with the UDO around increased density. Next slide. All right. So your housing investment is scalable, but again, this is not do more of the same. So the manager's proposed budget that you all are poised to vote on next week includes a historic $100 million proposed housing bond. Certainly, this investment does allow you to support more households, especially in this environment with escalating costs. But it also allows you to do these other things that you have expressed as priorities. To scale pilot models to meet demand. Pilot models that might be things like acquisition, rehab, resale, or accessory dwelling units. To test out innovations. We've collected several of those for your consideration, but I'll just make a note that with Warren Wooten at the helm of housing, you actually have a lot of them in play in this community already. And also expanding home ownership, which we've heard you say as a priority, is a priority. And then also having additional housing bonds allows you to free up other funding sources for other activities and priorities. So just as an example there, and we'll talk about some of these others along the way, but having more housing bond investment would enable you to expand your regional housing opportunities with federal funds, for example, with things that you've done recently with home and HOPWA funds. All right, next slide. So we're going to talk just a little bit about housing bonds in North Carolina in general. So staff from the Budget Office, Finance, and Housing and Neighborhood Services worked together with members of the Nest Commission to take a look at housing bonds in North Carolina, to evaluate how they're utilized in other cities, what is eligible, and ultimately this exercise, which you'll see over the next couple of slides, is what led to the Nest Commission's recommendation to City Council around the $100 million bond with some anti-displacement focus. So you are authorized in North Carolina General Statute to levy housing bonds to cover the capital costs of providing housing for low and moderate income households. So that includes construction, infrastructure, property and land acquisition, and then quite a bit further down, and we can provide you with this so you can see the specifics, but it also says the costs of doing any or all of the things mentioned, any other services, costs, and expenses necessary related to those capital costs. The one restriction that's pointed out specifically in the general statute is that no rent subsidies shall be paid from bond proceeds. So from 2012 to 2022, collectively, the 6 largest cities in North Carolina issued over $443 million in housing bonds. Next slide, please. With a wide range of programmed uses, which are illustrated here, and including Charlotte. So what you can see here is how each of the cities has programmed their housing bonds over the last 10 years or so in the different categories. And so Charlotte, you have used your housing bonds for development gap financing, multifamily preservation, shelter and supportive housing, and site acquisition primarily. While you have invested, of course, in all of these activities through other funding sources, you didn't typically use the housing bonds to do so. And that made sense when the dollars were more limited, because the housing bond, of course, was set up initially to be primarily a source of gap financing for that development. But with an increased investment, you have an opportunity to consider additional uses of your housing bonds. Next slide, please. And I referenced Nest, and the Nest Commission, of course, has reviewed this information in more detail and have also made some specific programmatic recommendations to you and council to protect residents of moderate to high vulnerability of displacement. And they are planning to come back with a few more recommendations before the end of their term later this year. In November, they wrap up. Of the ones that they have shared that you approved ARPA funding for last fall, these 6 here are eligible uses for housing bonds. So the House Charlotte Plus, acquisition, rehab, resale, accessory dwelling units, rehab of smaller NOAA communities, small landlord investments, and shared ownership models. So we'll talk a little bit about where these all fit in to the investment categories coming up next. Slide, please, Harold. All right, so the next set of slides is to review these, let's see, 5 investment categories and share a little bit about what you have traditionally done in these investment categories and what are some innovations or creative other options that you can consider for how to deploy your housing bond dollars. The first category, rental housing production. The primary model here has been new multifamily rental. Because this is the housing bonds are the tool that provide gap funding for tax credit developments. So you achieve your greatest financial leverage here when you are supporting 4% and 9% tax credit awards. The limitations there, though, are that there's a prescribed way of deploying those tax credits, so the number of awards that Charlotte is eligible for, unit size and composition, as well as the locations of where those can be placed. But there are lots of other models of rental production. So there are mixed income developments. Of course, you have supported one of these through, well, a couple through the Housing Trust Fund. Most recently, the groundbreaking at Aldersgate is a mixed income development, and the grand opening of Little Rock. Thank you, Varick on 7th. Fantastic. District 1, also a mixed income development. Now, when you do this with housing bond dollars, you have to meet a 20% of the units at 60% AMI threshold. That's also according to the North Carolina General Statute. But other models of rental production that you have invested in other ways include accessory dwelling units and some of the small landlord investments in rehab, for example. A couple of innovation opportunities to consider here. The integration of a housing and model in the multifamily rental production. So we'll talk about those opportunities later in terms of what that might look like. So how can you incorporate economic mobility or health or workforce development into housing? And then expanding and scaling these other models of rental production, again, things like the mixed income or ADUs, which is currently a pilot, and then really thinking through how to activate the private market through incentives. So for example, the Nest Commission right now is taking a look at different inclusive housing models that can create mixed income communities. And one of the things that they are evaluating is a tax increment grant model that could achieve affordable units within market rate developments. So you will hear more about that in the future as well. Next slide, please. The next category, we've lumped together a couple of things under the umbrella of site acquisition. So the largest area where you have done this with your Housing Trust Fund is, of course, with your NOAA acquisition and rehab. So, for example, communities like Pepper Tree, Lake Mist, and Hill Rock Estates. The current portfolio of NOAA units through the Housing Trust Fund and a little bit of ARPA supplement has prevented the potential displacement of over 1,600 households. But it's not just NOAAs that fit into this category. You also have land acquisition. So we still have an active rolling RFP out on the street for land acquisition in transit-oriented development areas. You may recall you approved your first land acquisition deal on Dorton Street recently, utilizing the transit-oriented development fee in lieu income. We've also included in this category acquisition, rehab, and resale revolving loan fund. That can be done one unit at a time, or like we have done with our partners at Dream Key recently, purchasing a whole portfolio of units when an investor is divesting in Charlotte. So a really great opportunity to acquire units that, and create home ownership opportunities. The last thing I would say here is it's not just acquisition, it's also the use of publicly owned land for affordable housing. So you have, of course, done this with your Housing Trust Fund previously. You're going to hear from the fantastic partnerships with the faith-based community. And congratulations to Councilmember Mayfield and Warren and all of the staff and partners who put on the Faith and Housing Summit last week. So another great partnership opportunity there. Again, using land for affordable housing. So in addition to faith and housing as one of these innovative opportunities, again, the housing and models, so doing more with the NOAA communities. Many of them have already built this model as part of their developments. And then there are also some opportunities around more strategic acquisitions. So when you think of NOAA, TOD, or land, how might we acquire land that helps meet other city goals and priorities? For example, we've heard a desire to have more affordable housing in District 6 and District 7. Land acquisition or site acquisition may be a way to achieve that. And finally, what I think of as a little bit more prescriptive use of city-owned land, meaning instead of putting out an RFP that says, tell us what you think, we put out an RFP that says, here's some city-owned land and some ideas about what might work here. How do we make this possible? So earlier this year, you received an overview of the city-owned land portfolio, and staff will be issuing an RFP late summer, and try to give you as much time as possible. Late summer, it's a lot of infill property that will allow us to test out some innovations, some missing middle models, as well as some interesting home ownership opportunities. Next slide. And transitioning to home ownership opportunities. There are lots of different ways to support home ownership. Through the Housing Trust Fund, you have primarily done production of new for-sale affordable housing. But this can be done in multiple models. It can be single family, attached and detached, so it can be townhomes. You've done quite a lot of those recently. It can look like condos, it can be land trust, lots of different models there. But home ownership can also be supported through flexible home ownership assistance. So for example, your House Charlotte program and other down payment assistance programs. And also through the Acquisition, Rehab, and Resale Revolving Loan Fund, which of course we also noted under site acquisition. So we think there's a lot of interesting innovations available in the home ownership space. The Nest Commission is actually currently taking a look right now at their next meeting. Staff will be sharing with them information about different shared equity, shared ownership, and social housing models that can help achieve home ownership. We think there's also more opportunity to align with and leverage other investments in down payment assistance. The state has a program. Many of our financial partner institutions have programs. And then also opportunities around mixed income, new developments, and better leveraging the incentives that exist in the UDO. So we have actually two more categories to review. And then we can pause there and see how we want to adjust the timing. Okay, great. All right, next slide, please. All right, housing rehab and repair. So the city actually invests quite a lot in housing rehabilitation and repair, but has not historically used the Housing Trust Fund for that purpose. So this could look like loans to correct code violations and make general property improvements. We also make this available for owner-occupied households and small landlords. So that is some work that the Nest Commission also has been helping to evaluate and advance, and we scaled up through the Staying in Place program last year. This also includes emergency repair, so these are grants to address system failures and immediate threats to health and safety. So some innovation opportunities we see here are the ability using housing bonds as the funding source to expand household eligibility. For example, fixed income seniors, perhaps up to 120% AMI. We would be able to do with local funds, which is something we cannot do with the federal funds that are currently used for housing rehab and repair. We think there are a lot of opportunities. We've been doing this through the staying in place model to pair housing rehab and repair with income opportunities and other supports for staying in place. And then we have a team right now that has been working on establishing a shared application across multiple programs. All right, next slide. Last category, shelter and supportive housing. So shelter and supportive housing, again, is a category that can look very different depending on what is being implemented. So there's permanent supportive housing, which can be all in one building, single use, or at scattered sites. But this is housing that includes community-based supportive services. Then you can also have a transitional housing model, sometimes called shelter to housing, which is typically temporary housing, 18 to 24 months with intensive support services with the goal of moving households into self-sufficiency. And then, of course, emergency shelter. And you have invested in nearly 1,000 shelter beds with your Housing Trust Fund previously, both congregate and non-congregate, which can also include things like day services centers. So again, a lot of opportunity here for your consideration. The integrated funding of supportive services, so this can be done where the capital construction and the supportive services are combined in the gap financing. Integrating supportive units into mixed projects. This is really a best practice, similar to what you have done with Ascent Pineville and the HOPWA funds recently. So including units for households receiving supportive services in a housing community that includes all affordable units, or it could be market rate as well. And lastly, there is an innovation opportunity that has been discussed with the technical teams that are looking at the unsheltered work group for a home for all, which you heard about a couple of months ago, looking at emergency shelter with integrated services for people with severe mental illness. Okay, so that's a quick overview of the types and categories. What we have next is a couple of slides that show bond programming examples from other cities. And then following that gets into the conversation about priorities and prioritization. So Chair Watlington, I want to pause. I know we have other guests and another topic. So test with you where you would like to go at this point.
Personally, because we have guests and we've got a time-sensitive item, I'd like us to make sure that we allow them an opportunity to speak, and then our committee gets a recommendation or some type of consensus to take back to full council for today. So I'd like to pivot and go ahead and have our guests speak and then come back to this topic. But I certainly would like to hear what the will of the rest of the committee is. Vice Chair?
Madam Chair, before, we have a couple of questions on this piece before going into that next discussion. Do you want to forego the conversation around this report out in order to have time for part two?
Not to forego, but to go ahead and get the second item's presentation out, and then circle back to this before the end of the meeting so that we'll be able to pick up where we left off.
And then you want all the questions coming after the second item presents?
That would be my preference, but does anybody have any heartburn?
Y'all good? Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, as we begin to transition to our second item, I'd like to have Board Chair Stephanie Sneed and Rocky McGregor. There's a couple spots up here. You can share the microphone in case, no, you need to stay for questions. In case they're, right here, just 2 seats. Thank you all for coming. So as we begin to transition, as you heard Director Hefner talk about, this conversation is all about affordable housing. And so the next item, which is a CMS initiative around the Teacher Village, which is providing supportive housing for our teachers in Mecklenburg County. I wanted to turn it over to Board Chair Sneed just to kind of frame up, or between the two of you, how you want to frame up the conversation. This item actually came before the council last week as we went through straw votes for budget, and the request was for committee to hear and understand, since we didn't have an opportunity for staff to evaluate the proposal. So we want to just kind of talk about it a little bit here and then see if council has questions. And I will hand it over to.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good evening, committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you all. My name is Rocky McGregor. I am the Senior Vice President of Novant Health. I also am a part of the Charlotte Executive Leadership Council, where I've been afforded the opportunity to be an lead executive in residence for the CELC for Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools. I've been there for about, I've been there for almost 2 years. Coming up on the end of the second year here. And January of 2023, I was afforded the opportunity by Madam Chair and the superintendent to explore opportunities for housing for teachers. What we were very much aware of is teachers are leaving the profession, and they're leaving the profession in unprecedented numbers. This was in 23. At the end of 23, just in North Carolina alone, we lost about 10,000 teachers. For those that know I'm a part of Novant Health, you got to excuse that slip. We lost about 10,000 teachers to the profession. And we have seen a constant growth in this space. It is no surprise to anyone here that housing is an issue. And it's an issue not just for the teaching community, but for a number of different members of our community that are in the service space. I would just echo a few things that I have come to realize given this extraordinary opportunity to work within Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools. And I would go back to Andrew Carnegie, who started, for those that don't know, and I know my distinguished colleague here, Dimple, who worked at TIAA CREF with me, at the time TIAA CREF, that Andrew Carnegie was appalled when he found out in 1905 that what he called the highest profession, the teaching profession, actually the professors, were retiring into poverty. And they had no retirement plan. Hence, TIAA. I won't take you down the whole path, but he created TIAA, put his money where his mouth was, and then went on the Hill and advocated to bring money. Today, there's, I'm a misquote because it's been a while since I worked for them, but they've got $1.something trillion, and those that retire are doing quite well. I think we have another opportunity today. That opportunity that we have today is we are losing our highly qualified teachers. And we're losing them because they cannot afford to live in our community. So as I've heard from many members of the community, because I've talked to any and everybody that would speak or listen to me, Hugh McCall shared with me there were three things that a city needed. One of those was housing. The other was entertainment, in whatever form, arts, athletics, so on and so forth. He said, but the third thing that you needed was a strong education system. Our superintendent has made it her mission to say that to solve the issues, we must have the best and brightest teachers to solve the issues with our students. So when, in January 2023, I was asked to look at this, I did that through a lens of going across the entire country and having conversations. What we are asking for, because I'm assuming that everyone has had the opportunity to have this document, so I'm not going to read it to you, but I'm just paraphrasing what's there. What we have made a determination of is, and this was led by Madam Chair Sneed, we've got to have some skin in the game. For too long, Charlotte Mecklenburg schools, 20,000 employees, 141,000 students, 184 schools with a $2.1 billion budget, the 16th largest school district in the entire country. We've got to have some skin in the game. So just as unprecedented as the relationships that have been embarked by Superintendent Hill and Madam Chair Sneed across the county and the city, I would also say that as we look at the challenges that we're facing around housing, they challenged me to go out, identify.
Give me one moment. If everyone can please just verify your phone is on vibrate or silent, please.
Thank you. Let me make sure mine is on vibrate. They asked me to make sure that we had some skin in the game. I think that's important for me to say, because you all have to tell me, never have I heard that CMS came to the table with assets asking for support that I'm aware of. So what we have is, and as you can see inside the document that I provided, if you scroll down a bit, we are proposing that the land that we have within CMS, not county land, Charlotte Mecklenburg school land, we are stating that that land is something that we want to put up, and we want to come up with an innovative, thought-provoking, forward-facing potential solution that we're looking to pilot. And with that pilot, you see there the 1.5, that's the least that the land that we're talking about per, and this is not my space, but I will tell you that the way the prices are structured is to look at the total number of units, okay, the cost of the land, and you multiply that and you get a per unit price. That's how it's done. A minimum of 1.5, but we're truly talking, well up to 2.5, $5 million that Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools is bringing to the table, okay? For this initiative that we're talking about for the teacher effort, we are proposing that this is going to cost around $30 to $40 million. $30 to $40 million. So what we did was we took the approach of reaching out to each council member individually to sit down and share with them what our findings are. Sometimes the timing just doesn't line up, but the urgency and the fierce urgency of now requires that we bring this forward and look for the partnership. And in doing that, what we found was that our ask was for $1 million out of that $30 to $40 million that we're looking, that we'll need in totality, which is about 2.5%, I guess is what the ask is. So the last piece that I wanted to share before I open it up for questions, or perhaps Madam Chair Sneed wants to state anything, is I am not a historian, but I am motivated by those who have seen things through. And when I look back on Martin Luther King's message, "I have a dream," most pull out just the quote of the fierce urgency of now, which is within that, as well as within Beyond Vietnam that he also gave a speech on. And when you define the word fierce, it's the furthest thing away from who I know Martin Luther King to be. When you look up fierce, it's hostile, it's destructive, it's violent, it's moving with such tenacity because it's required. The fierce urgency of now. I find myself asking myself many times, when is now? Because I don't feel the fierceness in the move compared to the urgency of the need that we have for teachers. So I'm going to pause there. We've illustrated the ask. I think someone, I believe it was Madam Chair Watlington that asked for what is the money going to be spent on. I want to be very clear on this. This is a pilot. This is innovative. These are not things that we're going to hit accurately, okay? But it's not going to stop us from moving forward and taking action. This is a partner that we've been working with that has been tied at the hip. For those that don't know, back in 2016, 2017, Laurel Street Properties actually made this proposal to Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools back then. Where would we be today had we taken advantage of that proposal? So I'm going to pause and see if Madam Chair has anything else that she would like to say.
I think you summed it up well. Just as the chair, I just want to impress upon the committee here and the public that is viewing this is that the short answer is that we're in a state of emergency. And we have to do things differently in order to be able to recruit and retain our teachers. We are losing teachers at an exponential rate. And it's not just Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. As Mr. McGregor mentioned, we lost 10,000 teachers in the state of North Carolina alone. Our numbers of our first day of school vacancy for teachers is growing exponentially every year. And that's for a number of reasons. But a top reason, and the survey results that we provided to you as well, is that the affordability of Charlotte. So why is this important, particularly for teachers? Particularly for teachers, if you know, our teachers that have four-year degrees, often student loans, are making less money than what city workers are making. That is a travesty. There are a limited amount of things that we can do as a board with the constraints that have been put on teacher funding and funding to our education system that we can support our teachers. This is a way to do it. It's through housing, to be able to recruit the best and the brightest so that we can have a highly qualified teacher in front of every student in every classroom. That is key. Why is it key? Because I don't have to tell you that a lot of things center in education. If you want to talk about economic mobility, education. If you want to talk about access to health care, education. If you want to talk about crime and safety, education. All of these things, you cannot talk about these things without K-12 education. The investment has to be made in our education system if we're going to look at making changes now and generationally in the future. We can keep throwing money at the end results of things, but we have to make it the investment in order to change the trajectory of things. We have to invest in K-12 education. This is a unique opportunity for us to come together in a very unique way to change things, not just for our students, for our family, but for our city and our county. So I thank you all. I know that many of you have endured last-minute meeting requests. to sit down with us about this, or appreciate the time and the consideration. And we're excited that we are here before you today and have made it this far in the process. It's very promising, and thank you all for those that have expressed your support thus far.
And I apologize, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, I think I did it in my email, but Warren Wooten, we've been working with Warren for, more than a year. And I have to tell you what you all already know. The gentleman looks to get to a yes for all sides. And I just wanted to echo the innovation and the partnership that he has afforded us, myself and a number of other individuals. And I just wanted to publicly say thank you, Warren, for all your efforts.
Thank you so much. Does this conclude the presentation part of this item?
Yes, Madam Chair. We provided a one-pager just so that the public could follow us. We had previously provided documentation, presentations, so we didn't want to take the time. I know last we spoke, you had some questions you wanted to ask us, and we wanted to leave that open for those questions.
Awesome, thank you. The first thing I'll do before I open it up to the floor is I'd just like to hear a little bit from our staff based on what they have seen in the presentation part. Just kind of cue us up, knowing how we're accustomed to consuming this data. Can you just help us understand what it is that we are looking at, or how this compares to what we've done previously, if you're able? I'm not sure, Warren, if that's you or if that is Director Hefner, but just can you set the table for us, given that some of the questions that we had last week were in regards to how this compares to what we typically do, or how we typically assess the viability of a project?
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Watlington. And just want to echo that CMS has been working very hard to solve this problem for how do they provide adequate housing for their teachers. They've been looking at lots of different programs. This is just one of the ideas that they've been working very diligently on. I've looked at the information that you see in front of you. This is different in a couple of ways. So just to frame it for council in terms of what we typically get in a housing development fund request and what you're looking at here, this is much earlier in a process than we would typically see. So you're looking at here as kind of the broad strokes of a project. The $1 million request compared to a $40 million project is very good leverage for the city, and we haven't discussed if there would be an additional ask once they get to construction. And so I don't have that answer for you. And again, what you're looking at here, the costs that I see on the screen are fairly consistent with the cost for doing these types of projects. So none of the costs that you see look out of the ordinary for the scope of a project like this. The difference here is that you would be making an investment in a project earlier than you typically make the investment. You typically come in and you make an investment in a construction phase. They're requesting that you come in a pre-development phase. So Chair Watlington, I have the information that you have. What I'm seeing is normative for this type of project, and just want to point out that for council that it's a little bit earlier in a development process than you have invested in the past.
Thank you. I appreciate that. What I'll do is if there are already hands raised, Vice Chair, if you can help me out. If there are folks already in the queue, I cannot see them.
Ma'am. We're going to go through the committee, starting with Councilmember Ashmira, as well as Councilmember Johnson, Brown, myself, and I think Councilmember Anderson has a question as well.
So can I, before you...
Wait a minute. Before it, because we're going through committee questions. Councilmember Ashmira, are you ready?
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Vice Chairman, Councilmember Mayfield, and Chairwoman Watlington. It's a lot of information to to go through. I was reading through one pager here. I see in the back, it says maintain tax status. If you could just elaborate on that. This is the first time I have seen that request come through. So who would address that?
Are you asking that of staff or you?
I mean, whoever can respond.
We can speak to it if you.
Sure.
Okay. And just the first thing I wanted to say, if I may, is we're not asking for housing trust fund dollars with this request. In regards to the tax, maintaining the current tax status, Charlotte-Mecklenburg School land is not land that is taxed today. So a part of what it is that we're looking to do with this innovative, pilot is how might we find a way to reimburse taxes? How might we find, a way to do some type of tax grant? Understanding what the statutes don't allow, but there are some opportunities that we have if we're able to do that. Then what that affords us is the opportunity to keep our costs down, right? But it's also not something that the city has in its budget currently because it's CMS land and it's not taxed today, right? So our ask is, as we're looking at private investors to come in to make up the delta that we're talking about here, is if we can find some way to partner to look at taxes and not create taxes that don't exist today for Charlotte-Mecklenburg School land, then that is a lever that we can leverage to keep the costs low, not just today, but in the future for teachers.
May I
Yes,
follow up?
ma'am.
Okay, so let me make sure I get this correct. So so this land is currently not, because it's owned by CMS, there is no property tax on it. What you're saying is that you want to make sure that that status continues, correct?
Correct.
So for affordable housing, is there a statutory requirement that if CMS land gets transferred to affordable housing, that they would have to pay taxes? Who can speak to that, Mr. Heath?
And Mr. Heath, just for clarification, Councilman Edgemere, if I'm hearing you correctly, once this land gets developed and there is now housing on this land,
Yes.
does that change?
The
Because it's
status.
no longer just CMS land that
That's
hasn't
right.
paid taxes. It is now a tax-generating, potentially, piece of property. So what does that look like?
So I'm going to give you two different answers. The first one is that CMS has been working for years with their legal counsel around the allowance of what they are allowed to do with their land and how that land is allowed to transfer between parties. We need to have some additional conversations around that because it is a very complicated process.
Yeah.
So aside from that, there are several structures that might work in a certain situation like this. The one that you're most familiar with would be a nonprofit land trust. So again, I can't talk to the specifics of this project because I haven't been advised by council and I haven't looked at the specifics of this project. But there are strategies that CMS could deploy to lower the tax burden on potential residents of the development.
Lower the burden on residents. So would this be for sale product or would this be for rent product?
It's rental.
This is all rental.
Okay, so this will translate into lower rent for those who are living there, if there is a reduction in property tax.
That's correct.
Correct, okay. Rocky, you and I have worked at TIAA, and, we serve those who actually serve others, our community. So it's good to be back here discussing our teachers. My daughter starts at CMS next year. Hopefully she'll get into the one of the programs. But I certainly see the return on our investment here, because if I look at per unit cost is a fraction of what we are used to seeing. So certainly I appreciate the innovative leadership here. I appreciate that you all have a skin in the game because this is CMS-owned land. Certainly, we like to see more return on our investment, leveraging partnership, innovative ways. There are some questions I have about, I need more details around the tax, because, and how that would work, because that's new to us. It's pretty complicated. What would the additional ask look like? Because Warren mentioned there could be a potential ask before the construction starts. Do we know what that would look like, or it's too premature to have that conversation?
So you could, I understand why we would say it's premature to have that situation, answer that question. Because as I said, this is a pilot, it's kind of like the Johari window, right? There are things that you know, and there are things that I know. There are things that I know that you don't know. There are things that you know that I don't know, and then there are things that we both don't know, right? The Johari window. Having said that, this is a pilot for us. We are looking to have, from a standpoint of a cash ask, not from the land trust, but a cash ask, we're looking to do that once, okay?
So there would not be any additional ask for this project?
For this pilot,
for
absolutely.
this phase?
That is not our plan to do that.
So like no additional ask for 100 units after $1 million in design?
So for this pilot,
Right.
for this pilot of the 100 units that we're
Yeah.
going to put on some CMS land, we're not looking to ask for anything else from you.
Got it.
As we go to our next project, where we're looking at, hey, how might we be able to bring some of your team members into, we've got, as you all know, land all over the place, right? And we're trying to be very strategic. We're not just going where the land is, we're going where the need is. We have teacher needs that are very, very difficult for us to fill. When you look at a solution like this for individuals who work 2 and 3 jobs, and I'm not doing this just for grandstanding, we have homeless teachers. And I want people to be aware of that. That's a true statement. So I just want to be clear that as we move to the next project, once we take the information that we learn, right, and we present that to you, yes, we will come back for the next phase and say, hey, here's what we learned. Perhaps we do 200 units. Remember, this is 100 units. This is a drop in the bucket.
Excuse me, folks, just as a process check, we only have 25 minutes left and a lot of questions to get through. So if we could be very crisp and concise in the questions and the answers, so we can make sure that we can get to something that is actionable by the end of this discussion, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Because we are short on time, I'll just have one last question and comment. It breaks my heart to hear that we have teachers that are homeless, but it also breaks my heart because we have our city employees like solid waste workers that are housing insecure. I do support the proposal, but when staff said that they did not have an opportunity to evaluate this specific proposal, I do want to give them an opportunity. But I do support the proposal. I think this is a very, this is a no-brainer for us because we leverage our money to the fullest. So I would like us to see how we can support our teachers and CMS in getting this funded. But with that said, I want to make sure that Renee, because in her openings, she did say that she did not get an opportunity to evaluate this proposal. So I want to make sure that there is an opportunity for you all to do so. That's all I have.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So one of the things that I was thinking about when you mentioned maintain tax status, I wrote down land trust, but I also wrote down Etheridge Noah. So there's and keep me honest, but there is an initiative that we've approved or that we collaborate with Mark Etheridge and his team and the Noahs So I think that might be an opportunity with that, and I know you're not prepared to talk about that today, but if you could give some details and if that would fit in this proposal?
I'll take that one just because it ties back to part of the earlier presentation. Currently, your NOAA rental subsidy program, which is a partnership with Mecklenburg County, Mecklenburg County and the city have funds that pay rental subsidies within those NOAA units that are based on the property tax calculations, but is not a property tax grant or reimbursement. And one of the innovations that we referenced earlier that Next Commission is evaluating is how might that work in new construction, and what would it look like if it were indeed a property tax-based grant. That requires participation from Mecklenburg County, because again, Mecklenburg County is roughly 2/3 and the city just 1/3 of the property tax.
Okay, thank you. And then, the reason this is different, because this is in the pre-development phase versus the construction phase. I would just say to the team and to council, if this is something that we're going to support, then we want to change our policy for other development, that they are able to submit for pre-development phase and also post-construction phase. If you recall, there was a development on the east side that I supported last year, but it wasn't approved, because it was post-construction. So we need to take a look at the flexibility in our application process. I think this is a transformative idea. I talked to you guys about it, but I think that we need to be prepared, if we do support this, that we want to look at our policy and be prepared to make those changes. Thank you.
Okay, as we have about 20 minutes left between myself, Councilmember Brown, and Councilmember
I've got questions as
Anderson.
well. Excuse me, Vice Chair, I've got questions as well.
Okay, so we got 20 minutes between all of us. So for mine, I need some clarification. One, I am of the mindset of from the last conversation, basically, to my understanding, we earmarked the dollars until we get additional information. I have some concerns with this language that is in front of me. We have noted on this one-pager that the median home price is around $645, according to bank rate, is around really $328 to $428, which is what we're dealing with in Charlotte today, so I want clarity on that. I do have concerns with this language regarding maintaining the tax status. What does that do moving forward? As far as, I am not a fan of setting new precedent financially as we move forward, even if we make this consideration through the opera dollars, it needs to be very clear, because we have not done this for any of our partners. So we need to be prepared that if we move forward with this, for the less than $1 million and some change that we have left right now in opera dollars based on allocations and requests that council and others have made, we have around $1.8 million left in future ARPA funds. It would be helpful for me to understand what precedent this would be setting if we were to move in this direction. Also, with the expectation on our housing trust funds, which are limited, we have a full process. I need everyone to go through that process, because our process is very competitive and it's also very difficult to receive funding. So I need to make sure that we have a clear understanding, as was mentioned today, that if this is just a one-time request for this piece, moving forward, I need to know exactly how City of Charlotte employees are going to benefit. This is only 100 units. What's identified in here is more than a 10,000 teacher staff shortage. We have more than 9,000 employees within the City of Charlotte. We don't even have all the numbers of how many of our staff need assistance. 100 units at a time is not going to address both. I can clearly see this model being needed for multiple years just to address the teacher need. It is a very difficult conversation of which I had the chance to meet with Chairwoman Sneed as well, and I shared with her, I wish this conversation was coming in September versus right now, while we're in the budget cycle, because this is a very difficult conversation for me to go back to the community when we have our staff that need access to housing, and we're saying we don't necessarily have it, but we're committing, not just this is just the beginning of additional funding requests that may be coming. It will be helpful to know after this, the expectation of county funding towards this, since they have also stepped into housing development. Mr. Wooten, you know I love you. Y'all have been having this conversation for a while. I would have liked more information today as far as how this actually plays out. I am concerned about us setting a new precedent and what that does for all of our partners that have been out there. My colleague know I'm not a fan of post-development requests. This is something new. I think there is value in this conversation, but this needs to be a conversation that's accessible to all of our developers. We just had over 500 last week at our Faith and Housing Summit. The majority of the conversations around pre-development costs. If we're setting a new precedent, we need to be ready to back this up when all these requests come in, so it doesn't so there's not a perception in community that we're picking and choosing, because that also correlates for some people, winners and losers. There's a need across the board. There's a need for our teachers. There's a need for those who clean up the schools. There's a need for those who are providing the food. There's a need around the city. I need to know, for me, that our tax dollars, when we also pay into the county as well as to the state, that our tax dollars are also benefiting our employees who are in need, not just setting ourselves up for an unlimited funding line item that is going to be expected to go with helping to address our teachers' need. Those are my comments on that. I am turning this over to Councilmember Brown.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Mayfield. So I really appreciate the presentation you put together. I think it's creative, innovative, and thoughtful. And to be able to go into an intergovernment partnership with CMS, I am supporting it. I love teachers. Teachers are amazing with everything that they have to put up with. I had 2 girls that graduate through CMS. I'm going to be less than 2 minutes on my statement. The homework is here. We can discuss what we need to discuss. They put a 1-pager together. I thought that was very thoughtful and supportive, and time, based off time constraints that we have to be able to do that. Teachers are homeless. Our city workers are homeless. We can start somewhere, showing that we want to stand in partnership with the county. And so for me, it is a no-brainer. As one of our colleagues said, I don't disagree with what Councilmember Mayfield has said. There's a need across the board, but we're going to start somewhere. And so for me, and looking at this and speaking with Chair and how they put it together, and we have teachers in here with signs that's saying that it's essential to support them. People know who I am and how I stand on community and how I feel about our workers being homeless, but I also care about teachers being homeless. So for me, it's short and sweet. I will be supporting it. Councilmember Tijuana Brown, District 3.
Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. First, let me just say that I firmly believe that CMS, a strong public school system, is vital to the overall ecosystem, to Charlotte's growing economy. We have to have belief and faith in the fact that we have a strong public school system, and I understand the constraints that CMS is under as it relates to attracting and retaining teachers. The information that is on this 1-pager, in particular, the 18.2% of attrition rate with teachers, with 93% of their survey respondents saying that housing costs is the most important issue. This is just one, in my perspective, one creative way that we can invest in a model, provide $1 million of ARPA dollars, not our taxpayer dollars, ARPA dollars, and in fact, potentially ARPA interest dollars, to help create an innovative model that we will hopefully be able to scale and will be able to benefit city workers as well. So to me, I think that the return on investment of $1 million is clear with, as I've just heard, not an additional ask for this first phase, but when we get to a phase two, where we're thinking about potentially a village for city workers and other civil servant workers, then that is not a part of this conversation, and I think it should be decoupled from this conversation. I think the other piece that I've heard here is also the tax structure, and Rebecca, I might be wrong on this, but we mentioned Varick and Seventh earlier in this meeting, and that was a unique tax structure as well, working with Little Rock AME Zion Church, and actually the same development partner here with Laurel Street and Dion Nelson. We have a lot of faith in her and her ability and insight and quality of projects that she puts forth in the city. And so that might be a potential model or precedent that we can look at as it relates to the tax piece, because we did do an initiative with tax in Little Rock AME Zion. However, I don't believe that ask is coupled tightly with this 1 million. I believe that's just an additional ask of consideration that would, of course, maintain affordability. So based on what I have read through the long version of the decks, I've had an opportunity to speak with the chair and she was very, very kind to answer the questions that I had, and understanding what's here and understanding the involvement of Laurel Street. I think it too is just not only a no-brainer, but we have to put a stake in the ground somewhere, right? And I don't know an investment, even for our city workers, where we can provide $1 million and get 100 units of affordable housing. I think that's an incredible return on investment for the city. And so I will absolutely support this. I hope we all can support it as a nod to a way to work intergovernmentally on innovative ways that we can address workforce housing specifically for our civil servants, beginning with our teachers, but also thinking about our city workers as well. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, it's back to you.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Is Dion in the room?
Not at this time, no, ma'am.
Okay. I'm listening to the conversation, and I realize that the ask here in the stages of project is pre-construction. But when we talk about return on investment, and I hear $1 million for 100 units, that definitely sounds amazing. And of course, for all the reasons everybody has already mentioned, we want to get behind this. What I'm not clear about is that we're clear on what the return on investment is because of where we are at the stage of the project. And I have not seen the long deck. So if the information is there, please help me. I'm not seeing what is underpinning these foundational assumptions and I'll just go through my questions, but that is my general comment. And because of that, I would like us to be very mindful about how we choose and when we choose to distribute these dollars, because if I'm understanding what's happening here, what is being put up by CMS or potentially the county, et cetera, are things that are going to turn into assets. If this is truly pre-development dollars and this whole $1 million is for pre-development, we're the only ones exposed to sunken cost, in which our return on investment is negative, really. So that's the piece that needs to be cleared up for me. As I look at this 1 million, are these design services and civil engineering services, et cetera, from SD through CA, or is it just to SD?
That's a question for staff or from the team.
Well, that's a question for whoever the prime mover is, which I'm also not clear about. Who's driving this project?
And I apologize, Madam Chair. I didn't hear the latter part of the question. Could you just repeat that, please?
Sure. Are the dollars that I see here that this $1 million estimate from Laurel Street, is this for design and engineering services through SD, or is it through CA?
Yes.
It's through our ability to get to a place where we can, get further and more accurate numbers. So we laid out what that is for the $1 million. We worked with Laurel Street as, there's no one here that's not familiar with Laurel Street. I shouldn't say that. Laurel Street has a strong reputation.
Absolutely, they do. I'm just trying to understand if these dollars are through SD or if they're through CA. Because if they are only through SD, then I would expect there's going to be.
Madam Chair, will you clarify SD for all in the room and CA?
Absolutely. Okay, so the phases of construction, so you're going to have this preliminary phase, which I thought we were in which the design services are associated through a schematic design, where you basically outline this is how we think the systems need to be put together for this project. These are the types of equipment we're going to use, et cetera, et cetera. It's a general narrative, right? And then you've got detailed design, then you've got construction documents, then you've got construction administration, and all of those have an associated design services fee with it. So what I'm trying to understand here is, are you asking us to pay to get to the narrative, and then there's more dollars? Are you asking us to do like 30% design so that we can have a better feel for what you actually can put on the land and validate that $30 to $40 million? Or is this the full cost of design services through construction administration? The reason I'm asking the question is because I need to understand if this is $1 million that potentially could be sunk, and then we need additional dollars going forward to even get to the project, or is this everything from a design side? If the answer is we don't know, that's okay.
No, Madam Chair, and I'm gonna just be quick because I want to make sure I respect your, the time constraints. We are putting this together for us to get to a place to get a more accurate understanding. This is the best that we could get from the developer. This is the best that she could provide us. And yes, the next step is to have engineers, so on and so forth, go about the business of getting that accurate picture.
Okay, so this is just through SD then. So there's going to be additional dollars required to pay.
Yes, there will. Yeah, and I think that's what she's saying. There will be additional dollars. There will not be an additional ask. I just want to be clear about that.
Okay. So then the expectation is that once you get through to an SD phase, through the SD phase, you're going to go find a new engineering team or a new investor. By that time, you plan to have the rest of your investors, or do we have a better view of who is in the queue and willing to invest at this point?
Yes, I mean, we're partnering with Laurel Street. It's a true partnership. They're assisting us with the private equity dollars. I mean, this is not something that this is not our subject matter expertise. So we went to someone that has the ability to assist us with providing those private equity dollars.
Okay. And so then if I hear private equity and I hear Laurel Street is going to be the master developer, I'm assuming they're also going to be the ongoing property owner?
Yes.
Okay. And if that's the case, and you're saying that Laurel Street is not going to go for any LIHTC funds to pay for this affordable housing project?
Go for what?
Low-income housing tax credit, LIHTC.
Yeah. And I apologize. I'm just trying to follow the line of questioning. And I don't mean to be, I really don't, but what we're talking about is $1 million to move forward with a pilot.
I understand, and let me help you. The reason I'm asking these questions is because if we're going to invest $1 million, for me, I want to have some level of confidence that the project is actually going to happen. And so I want to get an understanding, just like we would do for any other project that comes to us, that there's some confidence of viability. And absolutely, we all have the utmost confidence in Laurel Street. Unfortunately, it sounds like they're not in the room today to provide a little more clarity around what is going on here.
She definitely wanted to be here. She had a 4 and a 5 o'clock. She wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, no worries. I totally understand. Totally understand. No knock against Laurel Street that this was, I know this was a short notice item, but those are some of the things that, for me to be comfortable releasing these dollars, to have a better view of what the path forward is, again, because it sounds like our stake in the game is cash, and everybody else is is an asset that they're going to have regardless of whether this moves forward or not. So that's just a piece on the financial side, and I'm sure that we'll work through it as it goes on. But that's something that I'd like to understand. I think that speaks to what Vice Chair Mayfield was talking about as it relates to the same due diligence that we do for any other investment. We want to make sure that we do that. And along those lines, when it comes to governance and ownership structure, I know that at least on our housing trust fund side of things, we at least have some mechanisms in place where we've got some lien or something against the property, and we, at the end of the affordability period, actually have an opportunity to either extend the unit's affordability or get our money back. So in essence, it's really a zero loss game for us in that way. But that sounds a little bit different than what shows up here. So I'm just curious about what that potential ownership or governance structure would be given our investment. Where are we actually tied to the asset once it's built? So those are some things that I answered anyway to go get additional financing to actually construct this. So I'll stop there. I'm talking fast because I know we only have a couple of minutes left. But those are
Chair Watlington, I'll just add that all of those questions and the others raised today are things that staff can work with CMS and the developer to answer, especially given that this is a different stage of development and a different funding source than we typically leverage for affordable housing. So we'll be happy to get that additional information and share it back with committee.
Okay, that would be great.
Okay, Madam Chair, Councilmember Brown had a quick follow-up, and Councilmember Ajmir has a potential motion.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Madam Chair and Assistant Chair. So I want to just know if we can get the questions together, that it appears to be that maybe Councilwoman Johnson, Madam, yourself, Chair, and Mayfield may have some, that we can get those together and look over those and kind of work through those so that we can come up with something solid. May not happen today. How many minutes do we have? 0? One? Okay, I mean, I used the less time today, so let's put that on the record as well. But I want to be able to move forward and work together in the intergovernmental perspective, so let's see what we can get done. I don't know what that looks like, but whatever we need to do.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Ajmir.
Yes, so, thank you, Madam Vice Chairwoman. So considering Chairwoman Watlington's questions, Mayfield and other committee members' questions, I suggest that I'd make the motion that we allocate $1 million towards teachers' housing, CMS teacher village housing, contingent upon staff's review and ensuring that there is construction funding in place before our $1 million goes out, to ensure that this project does not fail and our taxpayers are protected.
Madam Chair, that received a motion and a second.
Okay.
And
Any
if I may
discussion?
have one comment I'd like to share as a reminder, that you are able to appropriate the $1 million in ARPA through your budget and then come back for a separate RCA and council vote at a later date. So there will be an opportunity to address these questions before the approvals are actually given.
Oh, and just to clarify, Madam Chairwoman, may I just have a point of clarification?
Absolutely, go ahead.
So my motion is separate from the tax exemption status because that is complicated. So let's not dilute the two together. We'll discuss that separately and how that has an overall tax impact on our day-to-day residents. So we'll come back to that. This is just for reserving $1 million in our ARPA funds.
And that received a second, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Director Hadman, were you going to add something?
Councilmember Johnson did have something to add.
I just wanted to ask staff to review the policy, because it sounds like we are setting a precedent for the timing and the funding, so let's make sure we look at the policy and be prepared to discuss that. Thank you.
When will we see this again? Then it sounds like we are poised to approve keeping an earmark in our budget. When it comes to an RCA to actually release the funds, would like to have had the discussion in committee and all those questions answered by then. So I know that this is something that is happening right now, developing the plan. But do we have a sense of when we might expect to conclude this conversation ahead of an RCA?
Chair Watlington, I think some of that is at the discretion of the committee. We can provide answers to the questions that we're able to provide at this point fairly quickly in collaboration with CMS, but depending on when you would like to, if you would like to have additional conversation with committee, your next committee meeting is scheduled for September. So I think it is at the discretion of the committee about having further conversation.
Got it. Thank you, ma'am. Vice Chair, you can take us on out.
So, Madam Chair, just for clarification, it seems like we might need to do what we did last week, and that is come back with an additional meeting if we're trying to have this definitive answer prior to the actual vote. Right now, we're earmarking it, but that wasn't a definitive yes that's going to be reported out to committee this evening, if I'm hearing my colleagues correctly, because again, for Mr. Wooten and Ms. Hefner, I need clarification on what precedent we are setting with pre-development costs. I don't have a challenge with us providing pre-development costs. I need there to be a process, because again, we're getting ready to do some very different things in the city when it comes to development. I need to make sure we're setting ourselves up for success and how this moves forward. And also, if we have other partners that are out there that come to us with a proposal like this that's going to benefit a specific target, what does those conversations look like?
Sure. I think for right now, given the timing, I think what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, committee members, what I'm hearing is that, folks, there's general consensus around having the earmark for the budget. So that, from an urgency standpoint, seems like a clear recommendation coming out of the committee. The releasing of those funds would happen and cannot happen until the budget is approved in the first place. So that would seem to occur after our summer break anyway. Vice Chair, were you suggesting that we needed to get together to then get our questions answered and then try to get an RCA in ahead of summer break?
I was actually asking for clarification with staff, since summer break, we are off for full transparency, July and August. So our next meeting isn't until September. So if the committee is what the motion from Councilmember Ashmere and what was second said, let's earmark this based off the responses to these questions. We will not come back together again to get these responses until September, which will be after our budget cycle. So I was asking, did you see a need for us to have an additional meeting, or are we just saying today we're going to earmark it and let them go through the actual process of bringing a true RCA to us?
That would be my preference. I think that for me, what I was looking for at state is a yes or no in regards to the budget, if we're going to include it in the budget. Sounds like we will earmark it, but there's clearly due diligent work to be done. Thank you, to get these funds released through a formal RCA.
So, Councilmember Ashmere?
So, Madam Chairwoman, since we still have a lot of questions pending, and certainly my motion is contingent upon ensuring that there is a construction funding in place to ensure that project succeeds, to your point. So I think that will take some time, but we want to make sure that we are doing our part to provide housing to our teachers. So that's why we are earmarking it as part of first step of the process.
Certainly. All right, is there any further discussion?
Thank you. You can call for a vote, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. All those in favor, please raise
We
your
don't
hand.
see you on the screen.
Oh.
So do you want an eye or you want a hand raise?
No, I'm going to turn my video on. I apologize. I didn't realize it was off. Can you see?
Yes.
All right. All those in favor of the motion on the floor to earmark $1 million for the teacher village in this year's budget with the release contingent upon the due diligence that we've discussed, please.
Utilizing ARPA funds.
Yeah, utilizing ARPA interest funds. Please raise your hand. I see 1, 2, and a late 3. Oh, thank you, ma'am. All opposed. Wait, do I see 4? I see
Yeah,
4.
you have 4. What's your vote?
Any opposed?
Are you
All
voting?
right, not opposed. It is unanimous. The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, hope you feel better.
Motion
Thank you, I
to
appreciate
adjourn.
it.
Motion to adjourn.
Second to adjourn.
Thank you. Madam Chair, hope you feel better.
Thanks. Bye. I see 1, 2, and a late 3. Oh, thank you, ma'am. All opposed.